Chapter 333. Magistrate Wang Deshu escorted a group of criminals into the prison. Magistrate Wen Ao heard the news and quickly came forward. The so-called magistrate was the head of the prison officials. Wen Ao humbly smiled at Wang Deshu and said, "Magistrate Wang, what kind of criminals are these? Why did you have to personally escort them here?" Wang Deshu pulled him aside and whispered, "These people are all treacherous criminals. Watch them carefully and don't let anything go wrong." Treachery? Wen Ao smiled and still did not care. All these years, which of the criminals who were locked up in the prison was not guilty of treachery? There were real treachery and fake treachery. In the end, they all signed their names, admitted their crimes, and were beheaded. Whether they were guilty or not, it did not matter anymore. Wang Deshu saw his expression and reminded him, "Did you see that? Those three old men are Di Renjie, Pei Xingban, and Ren Jigu, the three prime ministers. This treachery and the people involved are different from the past. You must be extra careful." Wen Ao glanced at the 6 criminals and smiled. He still did not care. What kind of nobleman was there? They were just dogs at his mercy. Prime Minister? Even a prime minister was just a prisoner here. In the past, the founding hero of the Great Han Dynasty, Great General Ju Bo, was locked up in the prison. Luckily, he did not die and was pardoned. After he was released from the prison, the first thing Ju Bo said to his relatives and subordinates was, "I have commanded millions of soldiers, but how can I know the importance of the prison officials?" Even with Ju Bo's power and status, he was ordered around by the prison officials and tortured like a stray dog. Even though Supervisor Wen was only a minor official of the 9th rank, he had seen his fair share of kings, marquises, generals, and ministers in the prison system for so many years, so he didn't really care about these prime ministers. Wang Deshu saw that Wen Ao still did not care and said seriously, "Don't be careless. Be careful that they will falsify your testimony and overturn this case." The middle minister takes these people very seriously and specially ordered that Di Renjie, Pei Xingban, and Ren Jigu, the 3 prime ministers, be locked up separately. Each of them will be in a cell and be strictly guarded. Other than when the middle minister is interrogating them, no one other than myself is allowed to touch them. Understand? Seeing his stern expression, Wen Ao became a little more dignified and hurriedly said, "Magistrate Wang, rest assured, this lowly official will arrange everything carefully. There are still a lot of empty cells in the prison. Do you want to place all of them separately to prevent them from colluding?" Wang Deshu said coldly, "There's no need for that. Just arrange for the 3 prime ministers. I'm afraid this prison cell won't be enough very soon." Wen Ao was overjoyed when he heard this. It seemed that many ministers were going to be unlucky. The more people that were locked up, the more benefits he would be able to obtain. Wen Ao glanced at the ministers again. It was as if he had seen a money tree. It was shining with golden light and was covered with pure gold coins. Wen Ao smiled again, very happily. On the other side, while they were talking, Wei Yuanzhong, the right deputy imperial censor, angrily said to Di Renjie, "Master Di, Wei Yuanzhong is loyal to the imperial court and has never had the intention to rebel. Based on Duke Di, Duke Ren, and Duke Pei's character, Wei Yuanzhong doesn't believe that you would rebel. Why did you confess to your crimes just now?" Di Renjie said, "Since we have fallen into Lai Junqian's hands, we have no choice but to confess. Rebellion is a great taboo for the Son of Heaven. Even if Lai Junqian hardens his heart and tortures us to the point of taking our lives, even if the Son of Heaven doesn't like it, he won't punish him. Since that's the case, why should we force him into a corner?" Wei Yuanzhong said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. What does he mean by confessing to his crimes and being spared from death? All along, there hasn't been a single rebel who was pardoned from death. If we confess to our crimes, we can't avoid death." Ren Jigu sighed and said, "Deputy Imperial Censor Wei, we are old. Even if Lai Junqian doesn't want to torture us to death, I'm afraid that our bodies can't withstand normal punishments. Master Di is right. Even if we don't confess to our crimes, we will still die. The only way is to confess to our crimes and preserve our lives temporarily. Then, we might have a chance to live." Pei Xingban said dispiritedly, "I also understand what Master Di means. If we want to escape, we will have to go to heaven and complain to His Majesty about our grievances. However, now that we are in prison, how can we have a chance to go to heaven and complain to His Majesty? Di Renjie glanced at Wang Deshu. Wang Deshu gave Wen Ao some instructions and turned around. Di Renjie immediately lowered his voice and said hurriedly, "There's only a slim chance of survival. We can only act according to circumstances." Acting administrator Wen received Magistrate Wang's orders and made a register for them. He recorded their names, positions, time in prison, and other information. Then, he assigned them to their respective cells. The 3 prime ministers each had their own cell, far away from each other. Wei Yuanzhong, Lu Xian, and the others were locked in the same cell. In order to prevent prisoners from escaping, committing murder, or committing suicide, the prisoners had to be punished with torture tools. There were 4 main types of prison tools in the Tang dynasty: the kang, the wrench, the pincer, and the kang. Each type had different lengths and weights to deal with prisoners of different statuses, ages, constitutions, and crimes. The kang was the type of wooden shackles used to bind the neck and hands. Wearing this type of torture tool, the prisoner could not lie down or rest. After sitting for a long time, the head, neck, and hands would suffer unbearable pain. The wrench was the type of prison tool used to bind the hands. The pincer was a type of iron hoop used to bind the neck. The other end of the iron hoop was tied to the cell bed. When the prisoner was tied to the iron hoop, it was like a watchdog tied to the door. The kang was the leg shackle. It was mainly used to tie the ankle to restrict the prisoner's freedom. Only prisoners below the age of 10 or above the age of 80 could be released without torture tools. Currently, the 6 people locked in prison were all below the age of 80. However, when officials committed a capital offense, they were treated differently. Officials above the 9th rank and below the 7th rank wore shackles, while officials above the 7th rank only wore shackles. Even the lowest ranking official among these 6 was at least the 6th rank, so they were all shackled and locked up in their cells with jingling sounds. This was what it meant to be thrown into prison. Wu Zetian did not sleep at all last night after she hurriedly escaped to Wufeng restaurant. It was impossible for her not to be nervous about such a major case of rebellion. Wu Zetian felt uneasy and did not sleep the whole night. When the sun rose, she hurriedly arranged the arrest and adjustment, and carried out a series of follow-up matters. This was really not what a 66-year-old woman could bear. When Wu Zetian returned to Wucheng Hall, she was already exhausted. All the civil and military officials were scared out of their wits by the scene in the morning. Finally, the dust settled, but the emperor still did not summon them. All the civil and military officials did not know what to do. They gathered in front of the Meridian Gate and discussed hurriedly. It was decided that the 6 ministries and 9 ministers would stay to see the emperor and ask what happened. After they knocked on the emperor's door and sent the news to Wucheng Hall, Wu Zetian ordered that she would not see any of them. She only summoned Wu Yuyi to understand the latest situation. She made some adjustments to the security of the palace, the imperial city, the capital, and the important positions in the imperial army. After that, she went to the back palace to rest with the help of Tuan Although she still had a lot of things she wanted to do, time and tide wait for no one. She really could not hold on any longer, so she could only seize the most important things to arrange. The emperor did not go to the court, nor did he care about politics. All the civil and military officials in the court were not to be seen. Naturally, Shanghai Wan had nothing to do. After sending Wu Zetian to the bedroom to rest, Shanghai Wan also returned to her residence. Wan was very clean. She had to bathe at least twice a day, especially before going to bed. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep well. After returning to her residence, Wan first took a bath with fragrant water, changed into a light dress, and went to rest on the bed. The depths of the palace were cool, and there was a bamboo mat under her body. It was very warm and comfortable. After a while, Wan fell asleep. The 2 brothers, Wu Yuyi and Wu Yuji, followed Wu Zetian's arrangements and sent trusted troops to take over the important departments, strengthen the defense of the capital, and adjust the positions and responsibilities of some imperial army generals. By noon, things gradually stabilized. Yang Fan also let out a sigh of relief. After patrolling the 2 city gates he was responsible for, he walked to the Library of History. The summer was hot, and the sound of cicadas made people sleepy. Because of last night's torment, almost no one in the palace could sleep in peace. At this time, it was finally settled. Other than those who had duties, most people rested for the afternoon. Yang Fan arrived at Wan's residence. He did not see the female officials and servants who usually came and went. If it was someone else who wanted to see Shanghai Wan, they would have to find a female official to go in and report to Shanghai Wan to get permission. Yang Fan and Wan's relationship was different, so he did not have that many misgivings. Along the way, seeing that no one was moving, Yang Fan quietly went directly to Wan's residence. Yang Fan gently knocked on the door and pushed. The door opened. There was no one in the study. Yang Fan gently closed the door and slowly walked in. The room had a quiet and elegant feeling. There were a few official letters scattered on the bookcase with curled ears and 2 ancient-style inkstones. Hanging from the brush rack were a dozen or so purple brushes, from thick to thin. Next to the table was a large green lotus urn, with a dozen or so scrolls in it. On the shelf next to the window, there were 3 lilies of different heights in a slender vase. On the snow-white wall hung a spring mountain misty rain painting painted by Wan. There were also a few banners and vertical stickers written by Wan herself. It gave off a scholarly atmosphere. Yang Fan stood for a while and then turned into Wan's bedroom behind the screen. On the dressing table was a bronze mirror with water caltrop patterns. A large red lacquer jewelry box with plum flowers was open. Inside were a few hair ornaments and pearl earrings. Next to it was Wan's bed. On the sandalwood bed hung a light green gauze canopy. Yang Fan walked over and gently lifted the gauze canopy. He saw Wan lying on her side on the bed. Her slender body was lying on her side like a bow. There was a sapphire blue silk quilt around her waist. Her slender waist, her fragrant buttocks, and her slender legs. Her curves were like a fascinating ink landscape. Yang Fan carefully moved Wan's embroidered satin shoes away and sat down next to her. He gently put his hand on her graceful waist and walked into the beautiful landscape. Chapter 334. Wana was startled awake. Her delicate body moved, and the beautiful landscape seemed to come to life. Within the beauty, there was a lively life force. She turned her head and saw Yang Fan looking at her with a smile. Only then did her tensed body relax. She glared at Yang Fan coquettishly and said in a sweet voice, Why didn't you say anything before barging in? You scared me. Yang Fan kicked off his boots and lay down next to her body. Wana wanted to turn around, but with Yang Fan pressed so tightly against her, she couldn't turn around. She twisted her waist, wanting to make room for him, but Yang Fan held her waist tightly. She couldn't move. Moving like this, it was as if the 2 of them were pressed together. Yang Fan laughed softly and said, What is there to be afraid of? Other than me, who would dare to barge in? Shangguan Wan angrily nudged him with her buttocks and couldn't help but laugh. You. Only an audacious pervert like you would dare to break into my boudoir. Do you believe that I only need to shout and someone will drag you away and chop you into minced meat? Yang Fan laughed and whispered in her ear, I believe, of course I believe. But, minced meat is not as fragrant as meat sticks. My little Wana can't bear to do it. As he spoke, he nudged forward. Wana was lying on her side like a bow, and her round butt was firmly held by him. With such a nudge, and hearing such ambiguous words, Wana's face immediately turned red. She quickly moved away and said in a low voice, With the situation today, the palace is very nervous. You have important responsibilities, how dare you come here? Yang Fan said, Right now I am relaxed. But for the next 2 or 3 days, I am afraid I will not be able to leave the palace. Wana, I wanted to ask you, what happened? Why is the emperor not even holding morning court, and why did he arrest so many officials? There was a flash of worry in Wan's eyes, but she had her back to Yang Fan, so Yang Fan did not see it. Wan said in a low voice, Last night, someone sent a letter to the Crown Prince's palace, saying that they wanted to start a rebellion, force the emperor to abdicate, and help the crown prince restore Li Tang's empire. Coincidentally, they were discovered by the guards on night patrol, and immediately reported to the emperor's palace. You know what happened after that. Yang Fan's heart sank when he heard this. This was really the case of the tree longing for peace, but the wind doesn't know it. He had just used a scheme and went through many twists and turns to calm the situation down, but he didn't expect the storm to rise again in the blink of an eye. If the previous rebellion was still groundless, then this time the evidence was irrefutable. He was afraid that this storm would be even more serious than the previous one. To be honest, Yang Fan wasn't sure if Di Renjie and the others were really going to start a mutiny. It was a possibility, and the motive was reasonable. But such a big thing couldn't be told in advance. Not to mention that he seemed to belong to Wu Sance's camp now. Even in the past, he was just a junior that Di Renjie liked and admired. He couldn't be considered an ally in the political arena. Yang Fan was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "So Master Di and the Prime Ministers are the masterminds?" Wn said, "According to the letter, that should be the case." In order to encourage the Crown Prince, the letter deliberately mentioned their names. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then said, "Just based on this letter?" Wn said, "Just based on this letter, isn't it enough? Do we have to wait for them to really start a rebellion, send their troops to the palace, and see that the situation is already over before the emperor will believe that they are really planning a rebellion?" Wn's rhetorical question was a little more forceful. Yang Fan was thinking about how to deal with this complicated political situation, so he didn't notice it. He just followed his own train of thought and said, "Say, could it be because the prime ministers fought with the king of Wei, which caused the king of Wei to lose his position? Out of hatred, the king of Wei deliberately framed them. Sending in a letter is something that can be easily done." Wan shrugged and turned around. She said seriously, "What you said is naturally not impossible. But if the prime ministers are dissatisfied with the emperor's expansion of the prison system and want to help the crown prince restore Li Tang's empire, then there is a good reason. As for the truth, we still need to interrogate them to know. I don't care about these things. I just want to know, what do you think, Lang Jun?" Yang Fan was startled and immediately raised his guard. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Why do you say that, Wan?" Wan gently leaned into his arms and hugged him tightly. She said with some worry, "Lang Jun, just do what you are supposed to do. Don't get involved in these state affairs. In today's world, even if it's the royal family, the nobles, or the prime ministers, once they are involved, they can easily lose their lives. I have been by the emperor's side all these years, and I don't know how many important officials have lost their heads with my own eyes. Lang Jun, why do you need to be so meddlesome?" Yang Fan was secretly shocked and thought, "Not good. Wan is exceptionally intelligent. Could it be that she has noticed something?" Yang Fan hurriedly said in an indifferent tone, smiling calmly, "Everyone is curious. I was just casually asking. Why would I get involved? This is a game that only the prime ministers and the generals can play. I am just a small Lang Jun. Even if I want to get involved, I don't have the right. Don't let your imagination run wild." Wan looked at him deeply and said, "If Lang Jun really thinks this way, then I can rest assured. This kind of thing, even the most powerful prime minister and the generals with a lot of troops in their hands, wouldn't they be reduced to ashes with a snap of their fingers? Prime Minister Wei, Prime Minister Center, and Qiu Shunji are examples of this. Lang Jun, rebellion has always been a taboo for the emperor. Once involved, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Since ancient times, all the emperors have been like this. Today, as a woman, she has become the emperor. This is an unprecedented feat, and the resistance she has to face is far greater than the previous emperors. Naturally, she is even more concerned about this. You see, now there are 3 prime ministers and so many civil and military officials involved in the rebellion. In such a critical moment, the emperor can only rely on the Wu family's sons and nephews. But even under such circumstances, the emperor did not summon Wu Chengxi to take charge of the situation. He did not even send Wu Sanci to do anything. Why is this? The emperor is already wary of the Wu brothers' ambitions. The emperor is already so cautious of his own sons and nephews. If others are involved, will they be easily spared? Whether it is the prime ministers or the Wu princes, it is best for Lang Jun to keep some distance. The Son of Heaven is still here. Lang Jun only needs to be loyal to the Son of Heaven. You can advance and retreat as you please. Isn't that good? Why take the risk? Yang Fan hurriedly said, I know. Wan, you don't have to worry. I won't be involved in these things. Wan wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she just quietly made a sound of agreement and gently buried her head in his chest. Yang Fan moved between the various powers and was indeed a bit of a win-win situation. Now, everyone felt that he was closer to Wu Sanxi and maintained a good relationship with Xue Huai and Princess Taiping. Only Wan noticed something strange. Yang Fan was not wary of Wan. So in front of others, he could be very careful to hide his political leanings. But in front of Wan, although he would not deliberately say anything, his words and actions, when he was not on guard, would inevitably reveal something. As the saying goes, nothing can be hidden from the person who sleeps with you. A woman's intuition is very scary. It is even more difficult to hide from a woman who cares about you and pays special attention to your every move. Moreover, Wan has served the Empress for 10 years. She has seen a lot of intrigue and deception in the political circle. How could she not find some clues? Although Wan was above tens of thousands of people, she did not have any political ambitions. She knew that with her identity, all power could only come from the Emperor. If she did not have the Emperor to rely on, she was like a dodder without anyone to rely on. Any storm could topple her. Therefore, she has always been very careful. The power she built was from the perspective of self-protection. She never thought of calling the wind and summoning the rain or covering the sky with one hand. She could stay by Wu Zetian's side for so many years and always be trusted and put in an important position because she always had an accurate position for herself. When Wu Zetian's favorite daughter, Princess Taiping, showed the slightest bit of enthusiasm for politics, she was immediately warned not to meddle in politics. If Wan had any strange thoughts, she would not be alive today. But now, Wan had him. She had her man. In the past, she was like a dodder. Her only support was the big tree of power, and the source of all power was Wu Zetian. Now, in her heart, the biggest support was her man, Yang Fan. Even though his power and status and the power he possessed were still very weak, this was a kind of support that made her feel the most stable and safest support. She was someone by the Emperor's side, the female Prime Minister by the Empress's side. The power she controlled was no less than the Prime Ministers in the Hall of Governmental Affairs, but she rarely shared everything she controlled with Yang Fan. After Yang Fan chose his own path of growth, she rarely asked about or participated in his affairs. She always believed that men were the sun and women were the moon. Men should shine with boundless light, and women could only gently accompany him by his side. Thus, she had always cleverly avoided asking about Yang Fan's matters. She knew that for a man with a personality, even the most beautiful and lovable woman, if she interfered too much with him, she would only make him annoyed. Her man just so happened to be an unruly wild horse. At the beginning, she had helped Yang Fan analyze the two paths of growth. Yang Fan had unhesitatingly refused the path of rapid migration. Wan then knew his personality. She knew that her husband would not allow himself to be controlled by a woman, even if it was in the name of love. He was an unruly wild horse, and this wildness was what attracted her. She had never thought about arranging everything for her man, smoothing out his edges and turning him into a mediocre man. Her man was still too weak. Given her ability and status, if she interfered too much, she would inevitably steal away his light and confidence. He would either gradually become accustomed to relying on her and obeying her, or he would leave her far away. Thus, she would rather silently wait and accompany him on the path he chose than arrange everything for him. But now, she sensed that her man was stepping onto a very dangerous path. She could not fail to admonish him, like a loyal courtier admonishing the king he served. Chapter 335. Yang Fan said, "What Wanna said is correct. When it comes to knowledge of officialdom, you are much more knowledgeable than me. Don't worry, I cannot afford to get involved in this mess, and I will not get involved. I will only watch from the side and will not get involved. Don't worry. Young Fan held Wanna in his arms. As he comforted her, he thought to himself, Wanna is too smart. In the future, when I speak and act in front of her, I will have to be extra careful. In reality, Young Fan was so careful not because he did not trust Wanna, but because he was afraid that if she knew his plans, she would tell Wu Zetian. He knew that Wanna loved him deeply. If she had to make a choice between him and Wu Zetian, she would not hesitate to choose him. This meant that she would choose to give up all the honor, power, wealth, and even her life. But because of this, he did not want to mix other things between her and Wanna. He did not want Wanna to be involved. He knew that Wanna had a lot of power, and he also knew that Wanna was by the Emperor's side. She knew many secrets that others did not know. If he could get her help, he would be like a fish in water. However, at the same time, there was also a risk. If Wanna became Wu Zetian's biggest spy for him, would she still be able to be as calm and natural as she was in the past? Her words and actions would definitely be different from before. Would she give herself away? From the fact that Wanna knew nothing about love, and that her knowledge in this area was not even as good as a young girl, it could be seen that under Wu Zetian's nurturing and influence, her handling of state affairs, politics, and military affairs was remarkable. She was almost as good as any prime minister in the court. But her growth in this special environment made her have a very special kind of innocence towards the ways of the world. However, once she became his eyes and ears by the Emperor's side, he needed this kind of ability. Young Fan could almost foresee that before long, Wanna would give herself away. She would be discovered by the female emperor, who had struggled out of the palace full of deceit, who had made the great leap, and who had the heroes of the world crawl at her feet. Because he loved her, Young Fan didn't want to use her. Of course, it might also be because of a man's pride. He had won the heart of a proud woman. Even though Wanna had always been careful in front of Young Fan, not letting him feel the huge difference in status and identity between them, the pressure in his heart could not be erased because of this. Wanna had already opened a door for him. He had to walk the rest of the road by himself. Young Fan held Wanna in his arms and cautiously changed the topic. He tried to divert her attention with tenderness. Under his caress, Wanna's body gradually warmed up. She just hugged him docilely and enjoyed his gentle caress. She seemed to have gradually forgotten about this matter. Young Fan secretly relaxed. But with this caress, Young Fan couldn't help but feel aroused. Her plump, soft, and boneless body, even an immortal's heart would be moved under this kind of intimate caress, much less Young Fan, who was a hot-blooded youth. Her soft and warm, round and perky snow-white buttocks were in the shape of a perfect honey peach. At this moment, they were tightly pressed against Young Fan's lower body, separated by a layer of soft gauze, giving off an indescribable feeling. Young Fan reached into Wanna's tunic and grabbed the soft ball. His rubbing hands couldn't help but increase the strength. His body also pressed tightly against Wanna. No. I can't. I didn't prepare today. Wnna grabbed his mischievous big hand, and a faint blush stained her delicate face. She was also a little unable to control herself, but the last shred of reason she had was reminding her that she could not let go of herself today. This was not the first time Young Fan and Wanna had intercourse. When the passion was strong, a man naturally didn't have time to think about the consequences. But after the storm, it was impossible not to think about the problem of pregnancy. If she became pregnant in the royal palace, it would be impossible to hide it from others. So when Young Fan worriedly asked, Wanna had already told him that she had used a secret medicine from the palace. Today, Young Fan had come without notice, so Wanna didn't have time to brew the medicine. Hearing Wanna's words, Young Fan's mind couldn't help but clear. Resisting his desire, he let go of Wanna. Lying on the bed, he wanted the tide of desire to subside. Wanna secretly glanced at the large tent where his robes were raised. With a red face, she angrily said, You already have a girl as beautiful as a flower and jade at home, and you still act like an evil spirit that can't eat enough. Young Fan bitterly smiled and said, Are you talking about Xiao Man? We haven't slept together yet, okay? I have always kept my chastity for you. What? Hearing this, Wanna was shocked. This marriage had been personally arranged by the emperor. Now that things had come to this, she could only accept it. Young Fan had rushed to meet her on their wedding night. This action had been engraved in Wanna's heart, and her jealousy had faded. Thinking about it carefully, Xiao Man was also a pitiful person. Besides, her relationship with her had always been good, and it was a fact that Young Fan had married Xiao Man. She had to accept this sister whether she wanted to or not, so she had long acquiesced to this fact. Of course, she knew that Young Fan had not consummated the marriage with Xiao Man on their wedding night, but she only thought it was because Young Fan wanted to express his love for her. She didn't know that there was another reason. At the time, Young Fan had only discussed with her how to face this wife he had already married. Of course, he could not even tell her the secret that Xiao Man was afraid of a man's closeness and did not dare to accept sexual intercourse. If the two of them had to discuss such things, wouldn't it be awkward? Hearing Young Fan say this, Wanna couldn't help but be shocked. She looked at Young Fan in disbelief. Young Fan's expression did not seem to be fake at all, and he did not need to fake it. Wanna's heart burned, and she suddenly had the feeling of wanting to cry. Of course, Young Fan loved her deeply. Although she had never been in contact with love before, and was completely inexperienced when it came to love, her intelligence far surpassed that of most people. Her pure heart and emotions, coupled with her icy intelligence, could immediately sense whether someone's love for her was sincere or not. Perhaps in the process of human evolution, the heavens also felt that women were weaker than men, so they were given this natural animal instinct, a woman's intuition. Therefore, when she saw the look in Young Fan's eyes, she completely believed in Young Fan's words. Because she believed, she was moved beyond words. Chastity was for women. Whether or not Young Fan loved her deeply, it would not affect him having other women. In the thousands of years of human development, it had always been like this. Whether it was men or women, they all thought of this as a matter of course. Xiao Man was Young Fan's official wife. No matter if he was willing when he married Xiao Man, this was a fact that no one could change. Young Fan was a young and strong man, and Xiao Man was also so young and beautiful. If Young Fan slept with her, it was natural. However, the two of them had not slept with each other yet. Naturally, Wanna would not think that Xiao Man had a strange habit. The only reason she could think of was, Wanna stared at her man. The more she looked, the more she loved him. At this moment, she was willing to do anything for Young Fan. Wanna suddenly threw herself into Young Fan's arms and said emotionally, "Lang Jun, Wanna already knows your heart. After all, Xiao Man is your official wife. You can't blame her for this. When you and I talked, didn't we say that we would try to accept her in the future and live together? Wanna can't always be by your side to serve you. Xiao Man is a good girl. If you make her stay alone, she will inevitably feel resentful. Besides, if you marry her but don't become a real husband and wife with her, won't you let her down for the rest of her life? Lang Jun, accept her. Wanna doesn't blame you. Wanna knows the feeling of longing. It's not good." Young Fan stroked her soft hair that had the fragrance of honey locust. He didn't know what to say. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "It's a long story. I will tell you in detail later. Don't roll over me. Let me calm down first. Tell your disappointing little brother to calm down." Wanna glanced at his lower body and suddenly bit her lips. She didn't say anything and blushed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Young Fan. She only said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Look at your uncomfortable look. I will use other ways to serve you." Wanna had read many ancient books on bedroom techniques and erotic paintings. Although she had no practical knowledge, she had indirectly learned a lot. She had also tried it before. But that was just an entertainment before the big fight. Young Fan did not believe that she could calm his angry little brother with just her words. Young Fan did not believe that she could calm his angry little brother down with just her words. Young Fan gently kissed her lips and said lovingly, "Forget it. I don't want my Wanna's cheeks to be sore and her lips to be numb. If I still can't do anything, then I will be in a difficult position." Wanna's face became even redder. She lowered her head and brushed her long hair back. She said in a low voice, "I have a way. You go, And lock the door.
Oh.
Young Fan got down from the bed, half believing. He put on his boots and hurried out of the screen. He went to the front and locked the door. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Wn pulling the blue silk blanket that covered her chest, revealing only a pair of smooth and white shoulders. Her shoulders were bare. It was clear that she had taken advantage of this time to remove her clothes. Young Fan looked at her charming and cute appearance and was even more tempted. He couldn't help but get closer and asked, "What should I do now?" What is this smell?" Young Fan suddenly smelled a delicate and elegant sweet fragrance. Just a sniff of that fragrant and refreshing fragrance was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. Wanna's face became even redder, like a cooked shrimp. She pulled the quilt up even more, covering her nose. Only a pair of shy and timid eyes could be seen. "Under the quilt," she said in a low voice, "Silly husband, why don't you get on the bed? On the dressing table, there is a jar of top-quality honey and a bottle of orange essential oil. In a while. At this point, Wanna couldn't go on. Her body slid down and she pulled the quilt up, hiding her entire head. Her shy look was indescribably moving.
Oh.
Young Fan turned his head and saw that there was an open orange jar on the dressing table. Young Fan knew that Wanna had a habit of drinking a cup of honey water before going to bed. He picked it up and saw that there was only half a jar of sticky, flowing, and appetizing honey left. Next to it was a thin white bottle. The cork had already been removed. When he brought it closer, the sweet smell that made one feel relaxed and happy was even stronger. What he had smelled earlier was this bottle of orange essential oil. Young Fan looked at the honey and then looked at the essential oil. He suddenly understood and was overjoyed. He had never tasted something like this before. For a beautiful woman like Wanna, he didn't dare to make such a request. But when he was in the marketplace, he had heard the man show off. Young Fan was surprised and happy. He moved to the bed and burrowed his head under the quilt. He said happily, "Good Wanna, you really are a good woman who knows what's good for you." From under the quilt came Wanna's soft voice, "Bad man, it's only when you get something good that you say sweet words." Young Fan laughed and said, "Of course not. I haven't used the honey yet." Wanna was embarrassed and angry. She said, "Bad man, if you make fun of me again, I won't give it to you." Before she finished her sentence, a charming and enchanting moan came from under the quilt. It was unknown which vital part of her body was attacked by Young Fan. Soon, the quilt under the quilt twisted like two snakes. The sapphire blue quilt twisted into all kinds of shapes. After an unknown amount of time, the quilt was finally lifted by Young Fan, revealing two different beautiful bodies. One was masculine, the other feminine. Wana was sweating profusely. Her hair was messy, and her lips were wet. She looked even more charming. A strange charm came from the depths of her bones. She was indeed a woman who was extremely charming on the inside. Wanna was panting and lying on the bed. Her black hair was scattered on her smooth and white back, hanging down to her round and plump buttocks. Her delicate and round body was half covered and half exposed. Young Fan propped himself up with his elbow and reached for the essential oil and honey on the dressing table. The lines of his fit and beautiful body appeared even more obvious. His robust and powerful body was as sturdy as a wild leopard, full of strength. His muscles were tough yet flexible, fierce and brave, and masculine. Looking at her man's strong and healthy body, Wanna's beautiful eyes were so wet that water was about to drip out. Suddenly, the delicate and elegant sweet smell of citrus became stronger and filled the whole room. "Ah, lighter. Ah, bad man. Lighter. Ah." The voice was delicate and timid, and the alley was narrow and quiet. The front of the hall was crooked, and no one could enter. Young Fan was willing to hit, and Wanna was willing to take it. Other people couldn't be jealous, but they couldn't blame. In the torture chamber, Wei Suezhong sat with his legs crossed, picked up a mouthful of food, and took a sip of wine. Then, he glanced coldly at the person being tortured and asked lightly, "Are you going to confess or not?" Left Minister Lu Xian was bending his body and sticking out his buttocks. A thin iron chain went through his nose and was tied to an iron ring that was nailed to the ground. The iron chain was only 2 feet long, and he couldn't even straighten his body. He could stand like this for a while, but it would be unbearable for a long time. The sweat on Lu Xian's forehead dripped down like soybeans. He wanted to squat down, but it was impossible. There was a small weapon rack on the ground, and there was a row of sharp knives on it. The handles of the knives were all inserted into the grooves, and the tips of the knives were pointing up. If he bent down, the sharp tips of the knives would be able to pierce through his chest and abdomen. His hands were like the wings of a phoenix, and they were tied to 2 iron chains. The iron chains were tied to the iron rings on both sides of the prison wall. A jailer was holding a red-hot steel needle, and the needle was moving towards the gap between his fingers. When the needle got close, Lu Xian was so frightened that he struggled with all his might. However, he couldn't dodge at all. In the midst of his struggle, the sharp tip of the knife cut through his swollen belly, and blood immediately flowed down the edge of the knife. Lu Xian cried bitterly, "Confess! Confess! I will confess everything, don't torture me. I have already confessed to rebelling, there really is no need to torture me." Wei Suizhong snorted, and indifferently said, "Left Minister Lu, I think you are scared silly. Your confession of rebelling has already been signed. Why am I still asking you? I want you to confess to your accomplices. According to the information I found, Li Zun is one of your accomplices, right?" Lu Xian hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Li Zun is my accomplice, Li Zun is my accomplice." Wei Suizhong smiled in satisfaction. He bared his teeth and said, then confess. How did the two of you get together, and how did you conspire? This official wants conclusive evidence." Lu Xian was beaten to the point that he already had the experience of confessing. It was just that the torture had made his mind a little muddled. He blankly thought for a while, and only when the red-hot steel needle neared did he suddenly cry out, I remember, I was originally a scholar of the same imperial examination, and we have always been close friends. A few days ago, when I returned to the capital, he even held a banquet for me. Yes, it was that time. We discussed that we would support the crown prince to restore Li Tang's empire. When our troops surrounded the emperor's palace, I was the left minister of Wenchang, and he was the junior eunuch. The two of us would forge an imperial edict, add the emperor's seal, and announce to the world that the emperor would abdicate the throne, and the crown prince would succeed. Wei Suizhong snorted, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." He turned his head to the scribe and asked, "Did you write it all down?" The scribe nodded. Wei Suizhong knocked his fingers on the table twice, and said, "There is also a young fan. As far as I know, he is also your accomplice. Confess together." Lu Xian was at a loss. "Young fan?" Lu Xian asked, "Who is young fan?" Wei Suizhong coldly glanced at him and said, "Young fan is a general of the left Imperial Guard, and the emperor had arranged a marriage for him. You don't even know this kind of glorious matter." With a sullen face, Lu Xian said, "Wei Taiyuan, I am at home and have just returned to the capital 10 days ago. I really don't know who this person is. How should I confess?" Don't use torture. If Wei Taiyuan wants me to confess, I will confess, but I have never met this person, I don't know how to confess." Wei Suizhong angrily said, "You are a Buddhist monk from the Phoenix Pavilion, and you often walk around the palace. Don't tell me you don't even know the high-ranking military officers in the palace." The high-ranking military officers in the palace? Lu Xian thought that Wei Taiyuan wanted to recruit more people to enter the palace, so that he could gain merit and at the same time extort more money. As for who he was trying to recruit, it was not important. Therefore, he thought about it seriously, and as if he had found a treasure, he called out, I know the Imperial Guard of Jin Wu, Commandant Zhu Bin." Wei Suizhong flew into a rage and shouted, "You know Zhu Bin, what I want you to confess is." At this point, Wei Suizhong's voice suddenly stopped. He had received orders from Lai Junchen to conduct a detailed investigation on Yang Fan, so he knew that Yang Fan had been in the Imperial Guard. Wei Suizhong suddenly had a bright idea. He thought, Lu Xian has never met Yang Fan. If I force him to confess, it will inevitably be full of loopholes. I might as well let him bite out Zhu Bin, and after catching Zhu Bin, let Zhu Bin bite out Yang Fan. This way, I can guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Thinking of this, Wei Suizhong's anger turned to joy, and he said with a smile, "Good, then confess. How did this Zhu Bin collude with you?" Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin. Lu Xian racked his brains to imagine. Wei Suizhong smiled and said, "Think slowly, don't rush. If you confess full of loopholes, I will not forgive you." Chapter 336. In the Martial Achievement Hall, Lai Junchen stood respectfully. He first presented the confessions of the prime ministers. After Wu Zetian finished reading them, she was silent for a long time. In a low voice, she asked, "The prime ministers have all confessed?" Lai Junchen said in a clear voice, "Yes, the facts are there and the evidence is conclusive. How can they argue? The prime ministers are all intelligent people. Once they were arrested, they knew that the situation was hopeless. Even if they delayed it for a few more days, it would not help them escape punishment. Thus, they all confessed to their crimes." Wu Zetian pointed at the confessions and asked doubtfully, "Why is there only the sentence 'the confession is the truth'? There is no list of accomplices or details of the rebellion." Lai Junchen's heart tightened. He hurriedly pretended to be calm and said, "Your Majesty, the prime ministers have been blessed by your Majesty, but they have betrayed your Majesty. Now that the matter has been exposed, they are ashamed. Thus, I only need to interrogate them and they will admit to their crimes. At this point, the prime ministers only wish for a quick death. What else can they say? After all, they are the prime ministers of the country. I can't force them too much." However, Lai Junchen stole a glance at Wu Zetian. Seeing that she was listening attentively, he said, "Criminals are all like this. At the beginning, most of them still have the thought of taking responsibility and protecting others. Moreover, as prime ministers, they are second only to the emperor and above tens of thousands of people. How could they be willing to confess everything so easily? However, as long as they admit to their crimes, the guard in their hearts will be lifted. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will first lock them up for a few days to temper their minds. When the time comes, I will interrogate them again. I will definitely make them confess to all their crimes." Wu Zetian nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "We must find out who their accomplices are. I don't want to keep a group of ingrates by my side. Who knows when they will bite me?" Lai Junchen licked his lips and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Your Majesty, please take a look. Sai Li official Pei Xuanli and Fengji Ren Luxian are not as difficult to deal with as these prime ministers. They have already confessed some of their accomplices." As he spoke, Lai Junchen handed over another confession. Wu Zetian stared fixedly at the names that Lai Junchen had deliberately circled on the confessions. Her lips gradually revealed a trace of a sneer: Minister of Winter official Li Yudao, Minister of Autumn official Yuan Jihong, Minister of War official Kui Shenji. Haha, these are all people that I have put in important positions after I ascended to the throne. Lai Junchen hurriedly said, "Your Majesty's candlelight illuminates tens of thousands of li, illuminating the world. In front of Your Majesty's pair of wise eyes, no crafty person can hide. It's just that these people are glib with their words and are the best at covering up. Your Majesty is busy with a myriad of affairs every day, so how could you have the time to investigate them one by one? That's why they were able to take advantage of the loophole. Now, aren't they still seen through by Your Majesty?" Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said, "You, don't flatter me. I only have a pair of eyes, how can I see through the hearts of the people of this world? Now, you are the eyes and ears that I have placed beside the hundreds of officials. You have done a good job." Lai Junchen was in fear and trepidation. He hurriedly kowtowed and thanked her, saying, "I have received Your Majesty's great kindness. I have become the minister of the imperial censor with a commoner's body. I have received Your Majesty's trust and entrusted with the heavy responsibility of supervising the hundreds of officials. I am willing to do my best for Your Majesty, until my death." Wu Zetian lightly said, "Get up. There's no need to kneel down for no reason. Capture all these people and interrogate them carefully one by one. However, how many demons and monsters are there? I want to sweep them clean and clean my imperial court. Yes." Wu Zetian looked at the signature at the bottom of the confessions and said, Is the person in charge of interrogating this Pei Xuanli imperial censor Lai Zixuan? Lai Zixuan was Lai Junchen's cousin. Both families lived on Vermilion Bird Avenue in Chang'an City and grew up together. They were a pair of bad guys who got along very well. However, because Chang'an City was divided by Vermilion Bird Avenue, the east was under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County, and the west was under the jurisdiction of Chang'an City. The two families lived on the east and west sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue respectively. Therefore, in terms of birthplace, they belonged to two different counties. After Lai Junchen made his fortune, he needed a large number of trusted aides. Naturally, he also brought this cousin who grew up with him to be his confidant. Hearing Wu Zetian's words, Lai Junchen hurriedly said, "Yes, Pei Xuanli originally refused to tell the truth. It was Lai Zixuan who guided him patiently and used the great way of ruler and minister to influence him. Only then did he suddenly repent and confess to his crimes." Wu Zetian nodded and said, "Yes, Lai Zixuan is a capable official. He is now an imperial censor. Promote him to a supervisory censor." Lai Junchen hurriedly said, "I thank your majesty on behalf of Lai Zixuan. Your majesty, here is the confession of Lu Xian from the Phoenix Pavilion." Wu Zetian took over Lu Xian's confession. After a few glances, her face darkened. Just now, Pei Xuanli's confession only confessed to officials in the capital. But in Lu Xian's confession, the number of people he confessed to was much more complicated. Lu Xian had been in mourning for his father for 27 months. Now, Ding Yu had just returned to the capital. He had only been in the capital for less than 10 days, but he was already involved in such a matter. The changes in the capital in the past 2 years were too great. Officials rose and fell, and Lu Xian really didn't understand such frequent changes. If he were to confess to officials in the imperial court, he was too familiar with the situation in the capital. It would be very difficult for him to give a convincing confession. Hence, under the torture, other than being induced by the cruel officials to confess to some of the enemies that the cruel officials wanted to get rid of, in order to avoid suffering, Lu Xian could only randomly confess to some of his close friends and colleagues in the officialdom. He confessed to Imperial Censor Ren Ji, who had been promoted to the imperial examinations in the same year, and Steward Fan Yunxian, whom he had met in the Phoenix Pavilion, as his accomplices. He was also induced by Wei Suizhong to confess the Secretary Li Zun and the Imperial Military Officer Zhu Bin. The other two people were the Provincial Governor of Lu Province, Li Xizhen, who had a close personal relationship with him, and the Chief Administrator of Yi Province, Ren Linghui. Among these people, the ones that Wu Zetian cared about the most were Zhu Bin and Fan Yunxian. Although the senior supervisor of Imperial Censor was not the main general in charge of security in the palace, he still had hundreds of men in his hands. He was responsible for the ceremonial duty of the ordinary posts and the inspection of the ceremonial guards. If he was an accomplice of the rebels and was in the palace, he would be a force that could not be ignored. Fortunately, they had discovered their conspiracy in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was also the inner palace steward, Fan Yunxian. He used to serve the former emperor. Although Wei Tuana was now in charge of everything in the inner palace and Fan Yunxian was no longer in charge, he still had a certain amount of influence in the palace. If the rebel army entered the palace and he acted as a spy, opened the palace gates and led the rebel army in, he was afraid that he would be turned upside down in his sleep. As for Li Zun, the provincial governor of Lu Province, and Ren Linghui, the chief supervisor of Yi Province, they were clearly their accomplices in the various prefectures outside the capital. The secret letter said that if the forced abdication was successful, the local officials would coordinate with each other to build momentum for the crown prince's ascension to the throne. If it failed, the prime ministers and the conspiring generals would protect the crown prince to escape from the capital and establish a new court. It seemed that the letter was true. If the 3 prime ministers were to protect the crown prince and escape to establish a new court, the impact of the turmoil would be 10 times greater than Xu Jingye's rebellion. After all, they had Li Tang's crown prince in their hands. If she had not discovered it in advance and they had started a mutiny, the more Wu Zetian thought about it, the more scared she became. After looking for a while, she said in a deep voice, "Capture all these people and interrogate them strictly." "Yes." Wu Zetian looked at the name of the interrogator and said, Wei Suizhong is the deacon of the Taiyuan? Yes. Wei Suizhong has done a meritorious service in eliminating the traitors. He will be promoted to the imperial censor. Li Junchen was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." In the past few days, people in the court were constantly being arrested and the number of accomplices of the rebels was increasing. For the sake of caution, Wu Zetian would change her lodging place every night. Except for the two trusted armed forces, the 100 horsemen and the internal guards, no one knew where the emperor would stay that night. The armed forces responsible for guarding the palace were also adjusted every day. Except for the armed forces under the personal command of Wu Yuyi and Wu Yuji, who controlled several key places in the palace such as the Xuanwu Gate and the Duanmen Gate, the other armed forces would be changed every day. The generals of the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen had completed the mutual transfer. The general of the Longwu Guard was transferred to the Jinwu Guard, the general of the Jinwu Guard was transferred to the Hu Guard, the general of the Hu Guard was transferred to the Leading Guard, and the general of the Leading Guard was transferred to the Valiant Guard. Through this unconventional emergency rotation, Wu Zetian separated the generals from their subordinates so that the soldiers did not know the generals and the generals did not know the soldiers to cope with the current dangerous situation. The left Featherwood Guard led by Yang Fan belonged to the 6 guards of the Northern Yamen. This was the most trusted armed force of Wu Zetian and had been responsible for guarding the palace for the past few days. Even so, Wu Yuyi would adjust the area he was responsible for 3 times a day in case there were rebels among the armed forces guarding the palace. If they stayed in one place for too long, they would collude with foreign enemies. With such frequent adjustments, it was difficult for people inside and outside the palace to collude with each other. It was not until 3 days later, when Li Duozhua, the general of the Right Featherwood Guard, was ordered by Wu Yuyi to lead the Right Featherwood Guard into the palace to exchange with the Left Featherwood Guard, that Yang Fan was able to leave the palace. Yang Fan could not stay at home for a long time. At such a critical moment, he had to stay in the army and be on standby. However, because his home was in Luoyang and he had a special relationship with Yi Huli, he asked for a leave. He just went home to visit and give a few instructions so that his family would not be worried. He had to report back to the barracks before evening. After handing over the defense, Yang Fan was about to leave the palace through Zwaya Gate when he suddenly saw a group of officers and soldiers and servants of the censorate coming over with 2 people in custody. One of them was nearly 60 years old, with grey hair, a thin face full of wrinkles, and no beard on his chin. It could be seen that he was a eunuch of high rank. Yang Fan had met him several times but had never talked to him, so he did not know his name. However, Yang Fan recognized the other person. With just a glance, Yang Fan was shocked. This person was Commandant Zhu Bin. "I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. You bastards, you even dare to frame me, Eunuch Fan. Do you know who Hubby is?" Hubby is someone who served Emperor Gaozong. Back then, when Emperor Gaozong was still a young prince, Hubby had accompanied the emperor, studied, and served the prince. Later, when the prince became the crown prince, Hubby became the chief steward of the crown prince's palace. "You dare to capture Hubby?" Hubby served the late emperor and worked hard and made great contributions. When the current empress became a monk at Ganya Temple, it was Hubby who went to Ganya Temple to bring her back to the palace by the late emperor's decree. "Hubby has worked hard for so many years, Hubby." Slap slap slap. One of the censorate's attendants jumped up and gave him a few big slaps on the face, hitting this husband until his cheeks were red and swollen like a monkey. A few of his remaining teeth also fell out, and his mouth was full of blood foam. Immediately, he could not get up from his husband anymore. Zhu Bin was tied up and shackled. His expression was extremely dispirited. Seeing husband Fan being beaten, his face turned pale. Seeing this, Yang Fan was also secretly shocked. Another person from the palace has been captured. Even a eunuch and Zhu Bin are involved. Looking at this situation, could it be that there really is a rebellion? Zhu Bin turned and saw Yang Fan standing on the side of the imperial road. He could not help but reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. "Let's go. What are you waiting for?" Zhu Bin's footsteps had only slowed for a moment when a servant of the imperial censor used his windfire rod to stab him in the back. Zhu Bin was in pain and did not dare to stay. He was quickly escorted away by a group of servants and soldiers. Young Fan stared blankly at their backs and thought to himself, "This is big trouble." It was still unknown if Grandpa Di and the others really had a plan to start a rebellion. However, the situation this time was very different from the time when the Grand Chancellors and Wu Chengxi were fighting. Now that the Emperor was panicking, even Princess Taiping would not easily intervene. It would be a great thing for Wu Sanxi if he could get rid of all these officials who were unwilling to flatter the Wu clan. It would be good enough if he did not add fuel to the fire. He would definitely not intervene to stop it. Moreover, if Grandpa Di and the others did not have the intention to rebel, this matter might have been orchestrated by him. This person could not be used either. Shenmu was not in Luoyang now. Even if he was here, he might not have the ability to intervene in such an important matter. His hidden sect had always been operating in the western region. His hands might not be able to stretch so far. Moreover, he was a representative sent by the aristocratic families after all. His ultimate goal was for the interests of these aristocratic families. Their usual method was to silently guide the direction of the imperial court. As long as the development of the imperial court was in line with their interests, these aristocratic families who hid their forces in the Nine Earths would be fine. It was impossible for them to go into battle and directly participate in the imperial court's struggle. Moreover, Shenmu and Grandpa Di had only formed a temporary alliance because of common interests. Such an unforeseen event in the imperial court would not affect his strength. Even if he was here and had the ability to intervene, the current situation was unclear. He might not be willing to get involved in this mess. What should I do? Seriously speaking, I am considered to be on Shenmu's side. So many influential figures in the imperial court have been harmed. Those who can intervene are all watching from the sidelines. What can I, Young Fan, do as a Mirlang general? Could it be that I should really listen to WN and stay out of this matter to protect myself? Young Fan pondered for a long time but could not think of a solution. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What he didn't know was that while he was sitting at home, trouble came from the sky. Even if he didn't want to participate in this matter, he would soon be involved in it. Wu Chengxi, Wu Sanxi, Princess Taiping, and the other influential forces would never have thought that just because Lai Junchen coveted Young Fan's wife, he had conveniently dragged Young Fan into this political whirlpool that had engulfed countless influential figures. This added the biggest variable to this storm. Not only would this political storm, which was already destined to end, be changed because of this, but there would also be another unpredictable variable in the Battle of Zhulu in the next few years. Although the weight of a stilliard was small, it weighed 1,000 catties. Chapter 337. Young Fan left the palace and walked along the imperial road. In his heart, he was still thinking about whether or not he should do something in such a complicated situation. As he crossed the Tianjin Bridge, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. A man in his 50s wearing 2 pieces of clothing called out in panic, my raccoon, my raccoon. Ayo, my dear friend, be careful with your carriage. Don't run over it." Young Fan looked up and saw a carriage parked on the side of the road. There was a cage on the carriage. The cage's mouth had been opened for some reason and a few raccoons had escaped from the cage and were scurrying around on the ground. The man and his 2 assistants chased after the raccoon in a flurry. The raccoon was very nimble and weaved in and out of the crowd. The 3 of them were so tired that they were gasping for breath and were in a sorry state. The 3 of them spent a lot of effort to catch a few raccoons with the help of passers-by. However, one raccoon had scurried to the roof of a house on the side of the road. The 3 of them were so anxious that they jumped up and down but were helpless. Young Fan had wanted to ride past them when he suddenly saw that the man in 2 pieces of clothing looked somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but rein in his horse. Seeing that the raccoon had jumped onto the roof and was about to escape along the roof, the man was so anxious that he stamped his feet and shouted. However, he didn't have the ability to run up the roof. In his anger, he couldn't help but pounce over and viciously grab one of the assistants by the collar. He shouted, "Trash. You really are trash. You can't even lock the cage door properly. What else can you do? If you can't catch the raccoon, I'll deduct 3 months of your salary." Yang Fan looked at the man's exasperated expression and felt a sense of déjà vu suddenly. A scene flashed through his mind. He remembered that he had seen this man in 2 pieces of clothing at the Lantern Festival 2 years ago. At the time, this man was selling firecrackers. Because Ma Qiao and the female guards had a quarrel, this man had accidentally set off a few carriages of firecrackers and caused a big fire on Ding Ding Street. Yang Fan's ability to remember people was not strong, but what happened that night was really not easy to forget. Especially that night, on top of the 100-foot-tall flowering tree, he and Li Lingyu, the flower of Luoyang, had an extremely fragrant taste. That was the first time in his life that he had tasted a woman's lips. How could he forget everything that happened that night? That day, this man had also pounced on him like a hungry dog trying to snatch food, angrily grabbing his collar and demanding him to pay up. Now, seeing the same action and the same expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh, his mood suddenly becoming somewhat agitated. At that time, his only desire was to sneak into the palace, capture Shanghai Wanna, and force her to reveal the whereabouts of Miao Shunke. His only goal in life was revenge. Who would have thought that in just 2 years, there would be such a huge change? This person was Lu Mo, a small businessman who wanted to make a fortune by selling firecrackers at the Lantern Festival 2 years ago. That night, he suffered heavy losses. The person who caused the trouble escaped, and he was worried that he would be caught by the officials to take the blame. Seeing that the situation was out of control, he could only run away. Although his firecrackers became famous because of this, not all of the firecrackers scattered on the street that night were ignited. Some were trampled by the fleeing tourists, revealing the saltpeter stuffed inside. This secret was discovered by other merchants who sold firecrackers, and they immediately followed suit. In Luoyang, Lu Mo wasn't the only one who sold firecrackers. In the next few days, although he also made a small profit, in the end, he couldn't recover his losses. Firecrackers were seasonal goods. After that, Lu Mo changed to helping people buy and sell pets. In the past 2 years, his business gradually grew. Although he still couldn't be considered one of the top pet merchants in Luoyang, he had already made a name for himself. Today, he had bought a few precious cat breeds, but he didn't expect that before they could be shipped home, something like this would happen. Ordinary house cats weren't worth much, but these mutant breeds trained by mountain cats, once they met a suitable customer, they could be sold for a good price. How could Lu Mo not be anxious? Yang Fan turned his head to look at the leopard cat on the roof. Suddenly, he leaped up and stepped onto the horse's back. Using the horse's back as leverage, he leaped up like a rock. In one step, he flashed to the top of the wall. His toes tapped on the top of the wall again, and he shot up like an arrow to the roof. His movements were swift and agile. The green tiles on the roof were quite old, and a light step could easily shatter them. However, when Yang Fan leaped into the air and landed on the roof, he didn't break a single tile. This level of kung fu was truly impressive. When the people on the street saw this scene, they couldn't help but cheer, and they all gathered around to watch the show. The leopard cat with gold patterns all over its body stood on the ridge of the roof and yawned lazily. It arched its back and took light cat-like steps, walking along the long ridge into the distance. It didn't notice that there were already so many people watching in front of the house, nor did it notice Yang Fan who had leaped onto the roof. Yang Fan bent his body and quietly approached it. This leopard cat was nimble and agile. In this kind of terrain, it would be very difficult to catch it without a net. The people on the street all held their breaths and watched curiously. Yang Fan stepped on the roof tiles and quietly approached. The leopard cat with gold patterns suddenly sensed him and suddenly leaped, flying into the distance. The surrounding people immediately hushed, thinking that he wouldn't be able to catch the cat. Lu Mo's face was even more dejected. When Yang Fan saw that the leopard cat was already vigilant, he suddenly leaped onto the ridge of the roof and quickly chased after it. The roof tiles were semicircular and covered the ridge, making it slippery to step on. Moreover, the roof tiles formed by the roof tiles were only the width of a palm. Even if one carefully walked on it, it would be very difficult to reach the end. However, Yang Fan actually ran as if he was flying, his movements even more agile than the leopard cat. This was the house of a wealthy family. It was a row of 5 rooms, and the roof was more than 30 meters high. Yang Fan crept behind the leopard cat, as agile as a cheetah, and in an instant, he had caught up. The leopard cat realized that someone was trying to catch it and ran to the wall of the house. Suddenly, it let out a meow and its tail straightened as it leaped off the roof. When the surrounding people saw Yang Fan's skills, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to succeed, he fell short at the last moment. They couldn't help but exclaim, feeling sorry for him. At this time, Yang Fan had already chased to the end of the house. He also leaped, pouncing out like an arrow released from a bow. In midair, Yang Fan grabbed the leopard cat's neck and flipped twice in the air before landing firmly on the ground. The surrounding people immediately started to clamor. Lu Mo was overjoyed and quickly rushed in front of Yang Fan. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Lang Jun, for your help, thank you, Lang Jun." Yang Fan smiled and handed the cat back to him. He said, "You're welcome, it was nothing." Lu Mo handed the cat back to his shop assistant and told him to put it back in the cage. He then thanked Yang Fan profusely. Yang Fan looked at the few leopard cats in his cage and asked, "Are you a cat dealer?" Lu Mo said, "I specialize in small pets in Luo Jing, but I don't just sell cats. I spent a lot of money to buy these leopard cats. It's a small business. If one of them ran away, it would be a big loss to me. Thank you, Lang Jun, for your help." Yang Fan waved his hand and smiled. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on a cat. He clicked his tongue and praised, "This cat looks so mighty. It's as mighty as a big worm." Lu Mo said, "Lang Jun, you have a good eye. This cat is called Black Eye Golden Silk, and it's a very famous breed. Look at its black body, it's as black as charcoal and as bright as silk. What's special is that from its eyes to its back to the tip of its tail, there's a gold coin hidden in its black hair. You can only see it if you look carefully under the sun." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I'm a layman when it comes to leopard cats. I'm just watching the fun, but after listening to you, I've learned a lot. Does this white cat have anything to say about it?" Lu Mo said, "This one is called the crossing water gourd. Its hair is as white as snow, its beard is golden, its head is round, its claws are short, and its body is as fat as a ball. This kind of cat is the best at swimming. Even if there's a big river with huge waves, it can easily swim across it. Because of its cute fat body, it's most loved by the ladies in the capital." When Yang Fan heard that he was very popular with court ladies, he suddenly thought of Xiao Man at home. After being married for so long, other than not fulfilling the duties of a wife in bed, Xiao Man couldn't be blamed in other aspects. She took care of the house, took care of the shop, and served him. She was worthy of the title of a good wife. But other than a title, what had he given her? The two of them had been respectful to each other up until now. Although Xiao Man had some quirks, he might not be completely free of responsibility. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but think and looked carefully. Lu Mo was a businessman. After observing his expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Lang Jun, you like cats too?" Yang Fan said, "I'm a government official and busy, so I can't always be at home with my wife. This cat is very cute, so I want to buy one for my wife to relieve her loneliness." Lu Mo heard this and quickly said, "In that case, what do you think of this golden jade slave? There are naturally yellow and white spots on its fur. The yellow spots are like real gold, and the white spots are like beautiful jade. Its fur is smooth, and its eyes are bright and full of spirit. Since the Han Dynasty, this golden jade slave has been a treasure among cats." Golden jade slave? Hearing the word slave, Yang Fan suddenly thought of Tin Ano. A cat with the same name as Tin Ano, Yang Fan felt very uncomfortable. He shook his head, and his eyes suddenly focused on the leopard cat with gold patterns that he had just caught. He asked, "What's this cat called?" Lu Mo complimented, "Lang Jun, you have a good eye. This cat's name is Chen Chen, and it attracts wealth and treasures. It's an auspicious thing." Yang Fan smiled and thought, "Chen Chen, this cat has such a beautiful name, it must suit that little miser's taste." So he said, "Okay, I'll take this one." Lu Mo said, "Lang Jun, you helped me just now, and I don't know how to thank you. Since you like it, I'll sell it to you at the purchase price. You only need 1 coin." While the two of them were talking, A cat with a huge face in the cage opened its two strange eyes, one yellow and one blue. It looked at young Fan in a daze and yawned lazily. This strange cat's head was strangely big, but its body was small. Its disproportionate appearance was very interesting. Young Fan found it funny and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of cat is this?" Lumo smiled and said, "This type of cat is called long-faced Luohan. It was born with the temperament of a Buddha. It's extremely gentle and never gets angry. I'm a businessman. If other people think this cat is cute and want to buy it, I'll just sell it and won't say anything. But Lang Jun, I owe you a favor, so there are some things I have to say first. This cat has a problem, it doesn't bark." Young Fan asked curiously, "How can a cat not bark? Is it a mute cat?" Lumo said, "It's not that this cat is mute, it's that this type of cat doesn't bark. It's not true that it never barks, but it's rare to hear it bark all year round. It's said that this cat is born with a vision that foretells good and bad things. If it opens its mouth, it must be warning its owner that something bad is about to happen." Young Fan found it funny and shook his head. "I haven't traveled the world, but I've traveled thousands of miles. I've never heard of a spiritual beast that can foretell good and bad things. I want this cat too, how much is it?" Lumo said, "Everyone is willing to report good news, no one is willing to report bad news. Who would like this kind of strange cat that only knows how to report bad news?" The seller also caught it in passing and didn't release it. "He gave it to me for free. If Lang Jun likes it, you can take it. It's free." Young Fan said, "You're a businessman, how can you do that?" Lumo looked around and lowered his voice. "I won't hide it from Lang Jun. I thought that there are very few people in Luoyang who know this kind of strange cat. If someone likes its strange look, I can sell it for some money, so I brought it back. Lang Jun is different from others. I got it for free, so I'll just give it to Lang Jun. How can I take money?" Young Fan shook his head and still didn't think much of it. He said, "This kind of saying is absurd. I definitely don't believe it. If this cat is really that magical, it's just a prediction of bad things to let its owner be prepared. It's not like it caused a disaster, so why do you have to treat it so badly? I don't have that much money on me. Come with me to Nanshan, I'll get the money for you." When they arrived at Nanshan, Young Fan went into one of his own shops and took some money from the shopkeeper to pay Lumo. He didn't give him 1 or 2 strings of coins, but a full 20 strings of coins. When Young Fan bought the cat, he already had the intention to compensate Lumo. Lumo didn't know that the bastard who burned a few of his carts of firecrackers at the Shongyuan Lantern Festival was this person's friend. Lumo held the 20 strings of coins and was dumbfounded. He had seen many customers with strange tempers in his business, but he had never seen a buyer like this customer who liked to raise the price himself. In Bo Jiu Zhai, the song "The Wind Enters the Pines" was like the gentle autumn wind. A couch, a table, and a stove. 2 beauties sat facing each other. The inchworm sitting on the stove had just begun to boil, and the water was covered with tiny bubbles. A graceful, elegant, and beautiful woman was sitting on her knees on the couch. She used a silver tongs to pick up a piece of tea cake, which she warmed over the charcoal fire. She placed it in a tea roller and crushed it evenly. Then she poured it into a sieve and sifted the crushed tea into a saucer. Xiao Man, dressed in white, knelt on the opposite side and watched her actions with great interest. The beautiful woman smiled and explained, "When the water first boils, it's called slight sound. When other people boil soup, they would add salt, onions, pepper, and other ingredients. My father likes light flavors and only likes to add some salt powder to taste. He doesn't use anything else. My taste is even lighter than my father's, I only like the fragrance of tea. Therefore, other than this cup of clear water, I don't add any other ingredients. Why don't you try it? The tea brewed this way will have a different flavor." Xiao Man put her hands on her knees and smiled. Xiao Man has seen some noble people use the way of drinking tea. Xiao Man has only tasted it once and really can't stand the taste of that medicinal soup. Although other people say that this thing dispels greasy and refreshes the mind, I still don't want to taste it again. Xiao Man has never tried the way Madam is drinking tea. Today, I must have a taste. At this time, the water was already flowing like a pearl spring. The woman used a small and delicate ladle to scoop out a ladle of water and gently put it to the side. She picked up the porcelain plate with the tea powder and used the silver clip to gracefully stir it in the inchworm until the water flowed in one direction and a deep whirlpool appeared in the middle. Only then did she pour the tea powder into the whirlpool. The woman smiled and said, "When the water boils 3 times, then add this ladle of water back and you can taste it." This woman was the daughter of the Wang family of Taiyuan that Li Junchen had forcefully married. She usually liked to walk around Nansha and go shopping. Bo Jiu Zhai specialized in selling antiques. Madame Wang was quite knowledgeable about antiques and especially liked to collect them. She used to often come to the shop. Later, she found that the shop had been renovated and the mood was more elegant than before, so she became a frequent customer. Over time, Madame Wang, this generous customer, became acquainted with the owner of Bo Jiu Zhai, Xiaoman. Madame Wang was very lonely in the Fu. She was too lazy to interact with the family members of Li Junchen's gang of scoundrels, and Li Junchen was a lonely official in the court. The noble matrons that she really wanted to befriend were not willing to interact with her. Now that she had a friend like Xiaoman, when she was not shopping, she liked to come and sit here. When the water boiled, Madame Wang poured the ladle of water back into the inchworm. She took a towel and wrapped it around the arm of the inchworm and moved it to the metal rack on the side. She used the ladle to scoop out the tea and gracefully divided the tea. She said with a faint sense of desolation between her brows, "As a general of the Imperial Army, your husband rarely comes home. It is fortunate that he trusts you so much that he has handed over such a large family business to you to manage. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the Fu all day like a bird in a cage. It is very boring." Xiaoman blinked and said, "Xiaoman is his wife. He has no time to care about these things. Isn't it only right that he leaves it to me to manage?" Madame Wang glanced at her and said with a smile, "Your husband dotes on you so much, it is only right that you do so." She made a gesture of inviting Xiaoman to have tea. She picked up the teacup, blew on it, and took a small sip. She closed her eyes and savored the taste. She said, "In the hot summer, drinking some other drinks, although it feels cool at the time, later on it will feel even more unbearably hot. But this tea is different. It can disperse the heat of the body from the inside to the outside, using heat to dissipate the heat. It is very miraculous. Please." Xiaoman also picked up the cup. Madame Wang continued the previous topic. She sighed faintly and said, "Some men like to control everything in their own hands. How can they let women make decisions? Some men don't want their wives to show their faces in public, especially businessmen. They are afraid that they will lose their identity. Some men, even though they are husband and wife, are wary of their wives. There are also some men who are very jealous and are deeply afraid that their wives will interact with all kinds of people and do things that will let him down. Listening to what you said just now, your husband not only believes in your ability to do business, but he also believes in your character. What makes people especially envious is that he left this shop to you to manage. It is not because there is no one to use it, but because he is worried that you will stay in the mansion all day with nothing to do. You will be bored and depressed. Such a good match, it really makes people envious. If a man is guarding against you like a thief, then no matter how much he loves you, he will only see you as a rare bird in a cage. He will not be happy." Xiaoman took a sip of this tea without any seasoning. She carefully tasted it. There was indeed a special fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. She was about to praise it when she suddenly heard Madame Wang's words. She couldn't help but be startled and thought about it. The two chatted for a while. A servant girl came over and said, "Madam, it is getting late, we should return to the mansion." Madame Wang indifferently responded and said to Xiaoman, "I should go, this tea set is for you. Tomorrow afternoon, if I have time, I will come find you again for tea." Xiaoman stood up to send her off. She returned to her original seat and sat down. She picked up the teacup and brought it to her lips. Thinking of what Madame Wang had said, she suddenly became a little absent-minded. Is it really like what Madame Wang said? Yesterday, I even laughed at myself for being his free worker. Now that I think about it, all this money has only passed through my hands, but he has never asked about it. He really thinks of me as his most trusted family member. Am I not aware of my good fortune? Just as Xiaoman was lost in her thoughts, Yang Fan found out from the shopkeeper of a shop that Xiaoman was currently in Bojiu Zhai, so he carried the two kittens into the shop. When he saw Xiaoman sitting there in a daze, he couldn't help but laugh. Wife. Ah, Langjun. How did you manage to come back? I thought it would be a few more days. When Xiaoman saw Yang Fan, she immediately stood up, her heart full of joy. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, You already know about these things in the court. With my status, how could I leave at this time? It's just a temporary change of guard, and I still have to stay in the barracks to wait for orders. I was worried about you, so I asked for leave to come back and have a look. I will be leaving in a while. When Xiaoman heard this, the joy in her heart was swept away. She responded in a low voice and turned to see the two cats in Yang Fan's arms. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Langjun, where did you get these two leopard cats? Yang Fan said, Oh, I saw someone selling cats on the road. I thought that you were alone at home and might be bored, so I bought two for you to relieve your boredom. If it was any other time, Xiaoman wouldn't think too deeply about it. But today, with Madame Wang's emotional words, and hearing Yang Fan's words, she suddenly felt that Yang Fan cared about her. If he doesn't have me in his heart, would he ask for leave at this time just to see me? If he doesn't care about me, as a man, would he have the thought to buy cats to make me happy? Xiaoman's heart was filled with a kind of warmth, but she couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. At this time, the human-faced Ahut yawned lazily and meowed. Yang Fan said with a smile, Look, this cat has seen its mistress and is greeting you. Yang Fan looked down, and his smile suddenly froze. He thought that the cat that meowed was the Thousand Wen Qian, but he didn't expect it to be the thousand-faced Ahut who was said to never meow and would always be fierce when it meowed. Xiaoman saw Yang Fan's strange expression and couldn't help but ask with concern, Langjun, what's wrong with you? Yang Fan stared at the thousand-faced Ahut and said, No wonder it doesn't like it. Even I, although I don't believe this nonsense, I still feel uncomfortable when I hear you meowing. Xiaoman was amused and said, Langjun, why are you talking to this cat? Yang Fan said with a smile, Nothing, I suddenly thought of something. As he said that, he handed the two cats to a servant to take away. Xiaoman carefully looked at his face and said with some distress, Langjun, you must have been working day and night for the past few days. It's rare for you to rest, and your face is full of fatigue. Yang Fan touched his cheek and said blankly, Really? I think it's okay. As soon as he said that, he suddenly felt a little sleepy and actually yawned. Xiaoman suddenly remembered the refreshing tea and quickly sat down behind the table. She poured a cup of tea and said softly, Langjun, this is a tea that I have just learned from a lady. It is the most refreshing thing. Langjun, try a cup. Yang Fan walked over and sat down on the soft cushion opposite her. Xiaoman blew away the floating tea foam on the surface of the water and gently handed the cup to him with both hands. Yang Fan reached out to take it, and when he touched Xiaoman's fingers, he couldn't help but look at her. Their eyes met, and Xiaoman couldn't help but lower her head and eyebrows, just like a water lotus that couldn't withstand the cold wind. This situation and this scene really had the flavor of raising a case to meet eyebrows. Chapter 338. Yang Fan chatted with Xiaoman for a while and drank some tea. He was worried that he would miss the time to return to the camp, so he stood up to say goodbye. Xiaoman walked him to the door of the shop and suddenly called out, Langjun. Yang Fan stopped and turned around to ask, Is there anything else? Seeing Yang Fan looking back, Xiaoman suddenly became timid and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She hesitated for a while and asked, No. When will Langjun come back? Yang Fan thought for a while and said, This storm is not ordinary. The situation will be settled in 10 days or half a month, and then you won't be so nervous. Yes. Then, I will wait for Langjun to come back with peace of mind. Xiaoman saw that there was some sweat on Yang Fan's temples, so she quickly took out a sweat towel from her waist and gently wiped the sweat for him. Yang Fan was slightly surprised by her gentle action. He stood still and let Xiaoman wipe the sweat on his temples. Because of her gentle and considerate action, there was a touch of gentleness in his eyes. Xiaoman gently wiped the sweat for him. Thinking that he rushed over in the hot summer just to see her and tell her that he was safe, she felt even more warm in her heart. She said softly, "Lang Jun, you have to take care of your body when you are outside. In the hot summer, you have to pay special attention to your 3 meals a day." "Yes." Yang Fan nodded and his tone became gentle. "When I have the chance, I will come home to visit. You don't have to work too hard. The shopkeeper will take care of the shop. When you feel tired, you can rest in the mansion. When you feel bored, you can go play and relax. Wife, I'm leaving." For a moment, Yang Fan also had a feeling of reluctance to leave. He could feel that Xiao Mang's dependence or attachment to him had become stronger and stronger. Of course, this was a good sign. However, this was not the time to be sentimental. Yang Fan looked at Xiao Mang deeply and turned to leave. Butchie stood at the door of the shop until Yang Fan's figure disappeared at the end of the long street. She then returned to the shop. Of the 2 cats that Yang Fan brought back, the long-faced Ahat had the most gentle temperament. It didn't struggle when it was being hugged. It was completely at ease. The waiter seemed to have noticed this and tried to put it on the ground. It didn't run away, it just lay there lazily. 1 yellow and 1 blue eyes were half open, staring at its mistress. It looked like it was sleeping but wasn't sleeping at the same time. The other civet cat, Qian Wen Qian, was different. Its body was curled up and its limbs were flailing wildly. It looked like it would escape at the first opportunity. The waiter didn't dare to let it go, so he held it tightly in his arms. Xiao Mang returned to the shop and looked at the 2 cats. The long-faced Ahat had a big head and a short body. It was strange. Compared to the Qian Wen Qian, which looked cute. This was not out of Yang Fan's expectations. His little moneygrubber was born with a fondness for money. It would be strange if she didn't like the Qian Wen Qian with its gold patterns. Ouch! The cat was very fierce. It couldn't struggle, so it scratched the waiter hard, leaving a few bloody scratches on the back of his palm. Xiao Mang smiled and said, "This raccoon slave is still wild, but it looks really cute. Come, give it to me." Xiao Mang put 1 hand under the cat's neck and the other against the cat's buttocks. She cleverly grabbed it and pulled it into her arms. The cat struggled a few times but couldn't escape. Suddenly, it felt that its body was bouncy, soft, and had a faint fragrance. It was very comfortable lying there, so it didn't think about escaping. Its 2 eyes narrowed, and it obediently lay in Xiao Mang's arms. Xiao Mang's jade-like breasts had never been touched by anyone in her life, but this raccoon was the first one to have such luck. When Yang Fan and Xiao Mang were having a small gathering in the shop, the shopkeeper was very tactful and had already moved to the side. Only now did he come back and said with a smile, "Owner really loves his wife very much." Xiao Mang stroked the cat's silky fur and said with some embarrassment, "No way, shopkeeper Qi is just praising him." Shopkeeper Qi shook his head and said, "This old man is not complimenting owner. Men take care of the outside world and support the family. As for women, they can only wait at home. If the man comes back, then he comes back. If he doesn't come back, it's also justified. There are really not many men who care so much about the family. Especially those who are as attentive and considerate as owner, it's even rarer. His wife is really lucky." "Really?" Xiao Mang thought about it for a while, her eyes a little blurred. She gently pressed her face against the cat's body and gently stroked it a few times. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The woman playing the zither glanced at her, and a trace of mischief suddenly appeared in her eyes. She pressed her slender fingers down and stopped the sound of the zither. She picked up the strings again and changed the song. She opened her mouth and actually sang. A magnetic and mellow voice like that of a flute suddenly sounded from Boji Yuzhai. 2 mandarin ducks in the color of literature, cut to make a happy quilt. Longing for each other for a long time, fate knotted. Throwing glue into paint, who can leave this place? Although Xiao Mang wasn't good at poetry, she could still hear the teasing meaning in the song. She couldn't help but glare at her coquettishly, but her smile became even sweeter. It turned out that being cared for by a man in the heart was actually so happy and sweet. In the prison of the Senate, Pei Xuanli, the official of Sai Li, who had been tortured but was forced to confess to the crime of rebellion and had also bitten out many of his accomplices, saw that his so-called accomplices were all locked up in the prison, and some of them were in the same cell as him. He was extremely ashamed and didn't dare to face them. He just faced the wall and muttered to himself, praying the Diamond Sutra. Those colleagues who were falsely accused by him were originally angry, but when they saw that Pei Xuanli was tortured to a point where he didn't even look human, they had nothing to say. Censor Renji was also a Buddhist. When he saw Lu Xian of the Phoenix Pavilion lying on the ground, badly mutilated and dying, he couldn't help but be frightened. He hurriedly imitated Pei Xuanli, putting his palms together and chanting the sutra. The Buddha said Prajna Paramita, not Prajna Paramita, but Prajna Paramita. Damn you, can you lower your voice? Do you think this is a temple? A rough voice with a strong Chang and Spring accent sounded. Renji was so scared that he shivered and quickly lowered his voice. Only then did the man snort heavily. He turned around and spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. He glared at the criminals tied to the pillars and shouted, "You've all committed treason. The facts are right in front of you. Are you still not willing to confess?" The person who interrogated them was Hu Cixi. He used to make a living selling cakes in his hometown, and he also became an official by snitching. Because he could not read a single word, Wu Zetian had originally planned to give him the position of UG general and just give him a salary. Although Hu Cixi was illiterate, he was very cunning. He pointed to the stone statue of the Xieji beast in front of the hall and said to Wu Zetian, "Your Majesty, this Xieji also can't read, but it can distinguish between loyalty and treachery." The Xieji was a type of mythological beast in the legends. It was said that it was born with a pair of divine eyes and could distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. Once it discovered someone who was treacherous, it would use its horn to knock him down and eat him. Hearing this, Wu Zetian was very happy. She felt that although this person was illiterate, his knowledge was not ordinary. So she gave him the position of a court official and the left imperial censor. Imperial censor who saw that Wei Suizhong and Lai Zixuan were promoted because they found out about the conspirators of the rebels. He was very envious and rushed to interrogate Wei Yuanzhong. He wanted to pry open Wei Yuanzhong's mouth and dig out a few traitors so that he could also be promoted. Wei Yuanzhong had been an official in the judicial system for many years. Before he was imprisoned, he was the right minister of the imperial censor and was on the same level as Lai Junchen. How could he care about this illiterate country bumpkin? He glanced at Hu Cixi with disdain and arrogantly said, "This old man has not rebelled, what crime have I committed?" Hu Cixi slightly narrowed his eyes and threatened, "Wei Yuanzhong, don't be unappreciative. You saw with your own eyes how much Lu Xian and Pei Xuanli have suffered. Do you want to have a taste of it?" Wei Yuanzhong coldly laughed and looked at him. "Kid, are you trying to scare me? When I was in charge of the penalty prison, you were still selling dumplings in Chang'an City. Who are you to threaten me? The right imperial censors are all my subordinates. If you dare to use torture on me and let one of them know, they will report you to His Majesty and accuse you of using torture to extort a confession." Hu Cixi did not expect to meet such a prick. He was angry and anxious. He wanted to use torture, but he was afraid that Wei Yuanzhong would be injured all over and the right imperial censor would have something on him. If he were to send Wei Yuanzhong back to prison, he would lose face. Hu Cixi thought for a while and angrily shouted, "Someone, hang this old man upside down." Wei Yuanzhong mocked, "This old man has tasted the feeling of hanging upside down. Once when I was riding home on a donkey, I accidentally fell off the donkey's back. One of my feet was caught in the stirrup and I was dragged by that stupid donkey for a long time. Ha ha. Ha ha." Hu Cixi was furious and shouted, "You old man, don't be arrogant. Where do you think you are? This is the censor yard, not your right imperial censor. In a place like this, those who recognize Bai Sima do not recognize Meng Qingdu. No one has ever been able to walk out of this place unscathed. Do you still think that someone will save you?" Hu Cixi's words were slang in Luoyang. The so-called Bai Sima was because there was a place in Luoyang called Bai Sima Ban. People used Bai Sima Ban to refer to the beating board. Meng Qing was a military general who used a cudgel. When Prince Li Chong rebelled, he died under Meng Qing's cudgel. Putting these two sentences together, It means that in my sensorate, even if someone is willing to obediently confess, he will be beaten with a paddle, beaten until his buttocks bloom. If he is not willing to confess, he will end up like Li Chong, beaten to death with a big stick. Do you think you can walk out of this place unscathed? Wei Yuanzhong looked up and laughed. Hu Siji, you admire Zhu Zi. As the imperial censor, you should be familiar with etiquette, know what is important and what is not. What by Sima, Meng Qing, such vulgar slang. If your colleagues knew about it, they would laugh at you for being ignorant. But if His Majesty knew about it, he would definitely punish you. Hu Siji jumped in fright. These two phrases were his catchphrases when he threatened prisoners. He had said them many times before. He was illiterate and didn't know what taboo he had violated. He was truly intimidated by Wei Yuanzhong. Wei Yuanzhong was a scholar and had been in charge of the imperial censor for many years. He must have his reasons for saying this. Thinking of this, Hu Siji restrained his arrogance and anxiously asked, "Is there something wrong with this official's words?" Wei Yuanzhong sneered, "Since you are asking for my advice, you are sitting there while I am tied up here. What kind of logic is this?" Hu Siji quickly stood up and ordered, "Come, untie Zhongqing Wei." The two jailers untied Wei Yuanzhong. Hu Siji respectfully said, "Zhongqing Wei, please take a seat." Wei Yuanzhong rubbed his wrist and boldly sat down on the chair. Hu Siji stood beside the desk and carefully smiled. Zhongqing Wei, may I ask if what Siji said offended the imperial court?" The so-called rebel was sitting on the judge's seat, but the judge was standing at the side like a lowly clerk. The two prison officials saw this scene and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They thought of how they, who were well-read and talented, were now under the control of such an ignorant village scoundrel. They couldn't help but feel sad. Originally, Wei Yuanzhong only wanted to ridicule Hu Siji. He never expected that Hu Siji would have such a reaction, causing him to be extremely surprised. With his knowledge, it was naturally easy to fool this illiterate country hooligan. Wei Yuanzhong immediately began to explain in a bold and unconstrained manner. Wei Yuanzhong knew that Hu Siji was illiterate, so his explanation was easy to understand. He also gave many examples that he had encountered in the process of enforcing the law, making Hu Siji dizzy. Hu Siji didn't expect that there were so many rules and knowledge to be in charge of the prison. The more he listened, the more unfathomable he felt. Wei Yuanzhong spoke for a while and licked his lips, saying, "This old man is a little thirsty." Hu Siji hurriedly said to his subordinates, "Quickly pour water for Zhongqing Wei." "How can you be so blind?" In the meditation room of the abbot of the tranquil sect, Madame Yu, the wife of Sai Li official Pei Xuanli, couldn't help but cry again. "Abbot, my husband and I have always been devout to Buddha. My humble husband is an honest official and has never done anything illegal. I eat vegetarian, pray to Buddha, give porridge and do good. I am not inferior to others. How can I suffer such an undeserved disaster?" Abbot Ding Ding sighed softly and said slowly, "Some people are rich and noble, healthy, and live a long life. Some people are poor and humble, and die young due to many illnesses. Some people are poor and sick, but live a long life. Some people are rich but live a short life. These are all caused by the karma of each person in the past. They can't make their own decisions. There are 3 kinds of disasters and 8 kinds of difficulties in the 3 realms. Bitterness and hardship coexist with life. There is happiness in life, but the cause of happiness is still bitterness. It's happiness to meet with friends, bitterness to leave after drinking. It's happiness to meet with lovers, bitterness to leave in sadness. It's happiness to gain, bitterness to lose. It's happiness to be satisfied, bitterness to be dissatisfied. All things are impermanent, and impermanence is bitterness." Tin Ano was sitting quietly in a corner of the meditation room. She was dressed in black, her head was bald, she had become a little nun, her Buddhist name was Jing Lian. She was wearing a monk's robe, her beautiful hair was gone, but it still could not hide her outstanding beauty. She was sitting cross-legged, like a white lotus flower slowly emerging from the water, dazzling people's eyes. She did not seem to hear a single word of Madame Yu and the abbot's conversation. She was seriously writing down the last sentence of the Diamond Sutra on a piece of paper. All things are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, a dew, or a lightning, one should observe them as such. Then she put down her pen and thought in a daze. Shifu said, not emptiness and not existence, but also emptiness and existence. Existence is non-existence, non-existence is existence. If you treat it as existence, then it is existence. If you treat it as non-existence, then it is non-existence. Shifu also said, emptiness and existence are dharma, one must not be obsessed with dharma during cultivation. If one is not obsessed with the dharma, one must also be a devil. Why is it that the more I listen, the more I feel that it is illusory? Could it be that my perception is not good enough? Erlang, are you real or illusion to me? Are you my devil or my Buddha? Should I be persistent or should I let go? Chapter 339. The cells of the Council of Censors were packed with people. Led by Lai Junchen, the left censor of the imperial censor, and the many experienced and capable officials worked tirelessly day and night. The traitors were all caught. The eunuchs in the inner palace, the ministers in the court, the officials who had retired and returned to their hometowns, the heads of the prefectures, and even the generals in the army were all caught and sent to the imperial gate. The traitors who had just been caught could no longer be stuffed into the cells. The Council of Censors had no choice but to vacate the row of rooms at the back of the west wing that stored firewood, charcoal, office tools, and other sundries. The results of the imperial censor were brilliant. However, there were still a few cells in the prison that were very spacious. These cells were, of course, where the prime ministers were kept. In the beginning, these prime ministers were kept separately. However, as the number of cells in the prison grew more and more limited, and these prime ministers were the main targets of surveillance. If they were kept separately, they would need more people to look after each of them. Therefore, their cells were moved closer together. However, they had already confessed to their crimes, and the emperor believed that they had confessed to their crimes. In Lai Junchen's eyes, these people were already waiting for death, and it was impossible for them to rebel. Therefore, he didn't care much about keeping them together. Judge Wang Deshu paced back and forth outside Di Renjie's cell. Many times, he looked at Di Renjie's cell as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head and walked away with a heavy heart. Di Renjie sat cross-legged in his cell, leisurely eating his lunch, as if he didn't notice anything. However, Wang Deshu's hesitant expression caught every detail of it. According to the prison system of the Tang dynasty, the food and drink of the prisoners had to be sent to the prison by their families. This law was originally made to prevent some poor people from treating the prison as a charity and committing crimes just to eat in prison. However, in China, there was a tradition of sympathizing with the prisoners. If the prisoners had no family, then the prison would provide them with food and drink. However, the quality of the food was unimaginable. These prisoners were all prime ministers. Naturally, their families would send them food, and their families wouldn't let them eat the disgusting food of the prisoners. However, when their families brought the food in, they would be inspected 100 times more strictly than normal prisoners. After Di Renjie finished his meal, he took out a water bottle and poured a bowl of water. He slowly drank it. At this time, Wang Deshu went out for a stroll and came back. He kept walking around Di Renjie's cell as if he was inspecting it, but his eyes were constantly on Di Renjie. Wang Deshu wasn't Lai Junchen's trusted aide. He came from the right path and learned the law at a young age. After many years of hard work, he became a judge. And became a judge. Wang Deshu was very envious of how others were able to easily get promoted just by digging out the conspirators of the traitors. Even if Lai Junchen let him interrogate these prime ministers, he wouldn't be able to interrogate them. Di Renjie, Pei Xingban, and Ren Jigu were all high-ranking officials. They were the leaders of the hundreds of officials. They had cultivated a dignified manner for many years. Their every action, and even their gaze, could give people great pressure. Lai Junchen's ruffians might not be able to feel this, but Wang Deshu, who had climbed his way up from a lowly official, could not ignore it. The pressure formed by the difference in rank had already seeped into his bones. Seeing others getting promoted, Wang Deshu was tempted. He wanted to find a few accomplices of the traitors through the prime ministers under his watch. He wasn't young anymore. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to get promoted in the future. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, but he didn't know how to start. After some thought, he set his sights on Di Rengier. Di Rengier had a nickname in the officialdom, Old Fox. Old Fox meant smart, and smart people liked to make deals with others. Smart people had many tricks up their sleeves, but people with many tricks up their sleeves weren't as firm as simple people. When Deputy Prime Minister Lai interrogated the three Prime Ministers, Di Rengier was the first to plead guilty. This point confirmed Wang Deshu's analysis, so he pinned the opportunity to be promoted on Di Rengier. But thinking was just thinking. When it came time to face Di Rengier, he still couldn't muster up the courage. Di Rengier drank water and quietly observed Wang Deshu's movements. Suddenly, he coughed and calmly said, "Magistrate Wang, this old man has finished eating. I'll have to trouble you to take the basket out for me." "Ah, okay. Magistrate Wang quickly moved to the front of the cell door. Di Rengier lifted the basket and handed it out through the door. Suddenly, he whispered, dusted his robe, and said, "This old man's court robe is a new one I got at the beginning of the year. Look, it's all wrinkled and muddy now. It's really a pity. I'll have to trouble you to take it back and have my family clean it up. Tomorrow, send me some lighter clothes. This cell is hot and humid, it's really uncomfortable." Okay. It's really inconvenient for Prime Minister Di to sit and lie down in this court robe. Wang Deshu finally talked to him, so he quickly agreed. Di Rengier slowly took off the clothes and handed them to him. Wang Deshu took the clothes, lifted the basket, and attentively said to Di Rengier, "Prime Minister Di, I'll take it out now." Di Rengier smiled and calmly said, "Thank you, Magistrate Wang." Ren Jigu and Pei Xing were in the cells on the left and right side of Di Rengier, so they saw the conversation between Di Rengier and Wang Deshu. As soon as Wang Deshu left, the two of them quickly approached Di Rengier's cell and said excitedly, "Grandpa Di, you are really astute. You actually did it this way." It turned out that yesterday, Di Rengier tore off a piece of his underwear when the jailer wasn't paying attention. He bit his finger and wrote something on it. Then, he pretended to rest and lied down with his back facing the cell door. As long as the jailer wasn't in front of the cell, he would use a hairpin to carefully pick out the thread of the patch of the court robe. Finally, he stuffed the bloody letter in and spent a long time smoothing out the thread. In the end, the robe looked normal. These things took him the whole afternoon. The two prime ministers who were locked in the cells to the right and left of Di Rengier could clearly see everything through the bars. Naturally, Di Rengier's actions couldn't be hidden from them. Just now, when Di Rengier and Wang Deshu were talking, the two were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. Only when Wang Deshu left did they become wild with joy. Di Rengier's expression was still very calm. He lightly sighed and said, "Lai Junchen has captured more and more people. The more people there are, the more it seems like it's the case. The greatest taboo for an emperor is rebellion. Lai Junchen is not the only one stirring up trouble here. There are also the kings of the Wu clan. Even if they don't show up themselves, they will take this opportunity to incite others to stir up trouble in front of the empress. I'm afraid that with all of them working together, the empress will no doubt believe it." Di Rengier gently stroked his beard and said worriedly, "Although the bloody letter has been sent out, I don't know if my family will find it. If my family finds it, will they have a chance to send it to the emperor? If not, we won't even have a chance to live. Now, we can only do our best and leave it to fate." At this moment, Lai Junchen was personally interrogating the general of the left Jade Seal Guard, Zhong Qianxuan. Zhong Qianxuan's feet were shackled and his hands were also shackled. When he was escorted into the main hall, the two rooms immediately shouted, "Might! Woo!" The rod slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhong Qianxuan was a veteran general who had been through hundreds of battles. How could he care about such a situation? He stood there steadily and looked at Lai Junchen with a cold smile. Lai Junchen slammed the gavel and shouted, "Sinner Zhong Qianxuan, kneel." Zhong Qianxuan curled his lips and said proudly, "This marshal has swept across the battlefield and made countless contributions to the empire. This great empire is partly due to this marshal's contributions. Who do you think you are? In terms of contributions, you are not even 1/10,000th of this Zhong. In terms of official position, you are also far behind this Zhong. This Zhong was imprisoned unjustly. What crime did I commit? Why should I kneel to a lowly person like you who only knows how to flatter others? Lai Junchen had arrested so many people, but he had never seen such an arrogant one. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and shouted sternly, Zhong Chenxuan, this official is here to interrogate you. You are a criminal who is guilty of treason, yet you dare to roar in court with such arrogance. If you don't plead guilty, this official will have to serve you with torture. Under Lai Junchen's order, his subordinates rumbled as they pulled out those strange-shaped, blood-stained torture devices. Zhong Chenxuan didn't even look at them. Looking up at the sky, he coldly said, Who doesn't know of your infamy, Lai Junchen? If you want to interrogate this marshal, you can, but this marshal doesn't trust the censorate. If you want to interrogate me, you will have to be interrogated by all 3 departments. After saying that, Zhong Chenxuan turned and walked down the hall. As he walked, he coldly said, When all the officials from all 3 departments are here, invite this marshal to the court. Lai Junchen was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He thought that he was already arrogant enough, but he didn't expect to meet someone even more arrogant than him in his territory. Lai Junchen slammed the wooden block in front of him and roared, Men, seize Zhong Chenxuan and serve him with torture. Who dares? Zhong Chenxuan's leopard eyes widened as he roared, scaring the servants who had just surrounded him into taking a step back. Seeing this, Lai Junchen angrily shouted, You bunch of trash, his hands and feet are tied and he is just a cripple. What are you afraid of? Take him down and torture him. Lai Junchen's words reminded the servants, and they suddenly rushed forward again. Zhong Chenxuan fought with the servants, but his hands were tied and the shackles on his legs were too short, so he couldn't even take a big step forward. At first, he used his brute strength to knock away a few servants, but he was soon beaten down by a club. His head was beaten until it bled and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. As the commanding general of an army, when had Zhong Chenxuan ever been humiliated by a group of lowly servants like this? His eyes were bloodshot from anger, and he roared, Even if this marshal has to die, I will kill you for the imperial court. Zhong Chenxuan turned around and pushed aside a few servants, charging straight for Lai Junchen who was sitting behind the trial platform. Seeing the furious and ferocious Zhong Chenxuan, Lai Junchen's heart also palpitated. He hurriedly left his seat and dodged while shouting, Fools! All of you are a bunch of fools. Hurry up and stop him. The court was instantly thrown into chaos. Lai Junchen ran around the hall while Zhong Chenxuan chased after him. Another group of servants chased after Zhong Chenxuan and struck him with their rods like a torrential rain. Zhong Chenxuan didn't care and only gritted his teeth as he chased after Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen ran around the silence and retreat boards while shouting, Zhong Chenxuan has no respect for the law and wants to assassinate the chief judge in the court. Hurry up and hack him to death. Kill him for me. As soon as the imperial bodyguards in front of the hall heard Lai Junchen's order, they immediately barged in. Wei Suizhong snatched the saber from one of the imperial bodyguards and in one big stride caught up with Zhong Chenxuan and fiercely hacked down with his saber. Ah! Zhong Chenxuan screamed as his back was hit and blood gushed out like a fountain. At this moment, Zhong Chenxuan only cared about Lai Junchen and didn't care about anything else. Enduring the pain, he continued to chase after Lai Junchen. After taking 2 steps, his steps were a bit too big and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, another guard took the opportunity to strike again, almost chopping off one of his arms. When the guards attacked, they didn't care whether Zhong Chenxuan was the commander-in-chief of an army or not. They only cared about chopping down the sabers in their hands. In just a short moment, Zhong Chenxuan was cut into a bloody man. Zhong Chenxuan's body was bathed in blood and his eyes were spitting fire. Glaring at Lai Junchen, he hissed, Lai Junchen, this marshal can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. He kicked off the ground with both feet and abruptly left his original position. Using himself as a weapon, he threw himself at Lai Junchen like a spear. 7 or 8 wind and fire cudgels were thrust in front of him, blocking his arms. Then the cudgels flicked downwards, forming a net of cudgels. Lai Junchen's entire body was impaled in the air, unable to move. Lai Junchen pointed at him and shouted, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" A servant carefully approached and saw that Zhong Qianxuan was still in the position of pouncing forward with the cudgels. His body was motionless and his eyes were wide open, but they were lifeless. The servant tested Zhong Qianxuan's breathing and reported, "Deputy Premier, he is dead." Lai Junchen let out a breath of air and adjusted his official hat and robe. He said hatefully, "It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. This Zhong Qianxuan is lawless. You all saw how he attacked the chief judge in the court. Bring out the corpse. Bring out the next criminal." County Commandant Zhu Bin was brought into the court. Seeing the blood all over the floor, his legs turned to jelly. He already knew that Zhong Qianxuan, the general of the Left Jade Imperial Guard, was killed by Lai Junchen. After Zhong Qianxuan, the person to be brought to trial was Chief Chamberlain Fan Yunxian. Fan Yunxian had served the previous emperor, Li Ji, so he didn't put Lai Junchen in his eyes at all. The moment he entered the court, he began to list the injustice he had suffered and his contributions. Lai Junchen had just been humiliated by Zhong Qianxuan and was filled with anger. How could he be willing to listen to Fan Yunxian's rambling? He slammed the gavel twice but still couldn't shut Fan Yunxian up. Enraged, Lai Junchen ordered someone to cut off Fan Yunxian's tongue. He even dared to kill the general of the Left Jade Imperial Guard, so why would he care about a eunuch? Squatting in the waiting room, Zhu Bin had seen Zhong Qianxuan hacked to death and Fan Yunxian's tongue cut off. Lai Junchen sat behind the table and glared at Zhu Bin. He shouted in a deep voice, "Zhu Bin, all of you have colluded and rebelled. The facts are clear. In the court, confess obediently and you will be spared physical pain." Zhu Bin was so frightened that his knees turned to jelly. He knelt on the floor and said, "I confess. I confess. Deputy Prime Minister, please do not use torture." Wei Suizhong moved to Lai Junchen's side and whispered into his ear, "Deputy Prime Minister, this person is just a small shrimp picked up along the way. He used to be Yang Fan's superior." Oh! Hearing this, the anger on Lai Junchen's face vanished. He slowly turned his head and looked Zhu Bin up and down. He smiled and said, "Sinner Zhu Bin, according to the information this official has found, that general of the Yulin Woods, Yang Fan, is also your accomplice. Is this true?" Zhu Bin was even more afraid when he was smiled at than when he was glared at. When he heard Lai Junchen's words, he nodded as if his soul had left his body. "Yes, yes, yes. Deputy Prime Minister is wise. Deputy Prime Minister is wise. Yang Fan is my accomplice." Yang Fan? Yang Fan? Zhu Bin only remembered who Yang Fan was after he said this. He couldn't help but raise his head and stare at Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhu Bin, you can be considered one who understands the circumstances. As long as you are willing to honestly confess, this official will not make things too difficult for you." Lai Junchen put his elbow on the table and leaned forward. He said softly, "Yang Fan has 17 shops in the most prosperous part of Nan City. His wealth is truly comparable to that of the nobility. How can someone like him, who has just been promoted to general, possess so much wealth? You are his accomplice. Do you know who gave him so much wealth? Why did they give him such a large sum of wealth? What do they want him to do?" At this moment, Lai Junchen really looked like a patient teacher. However, in Zhu Bin's eyes, this expression seemed to be a devil smiling at him. Zhu Bin was even more afraid. He trembled and thought for a long time before hesitantly saying, "According to what this sinner knows, this Yang Fan is highly appreciated by Shangguan Weiji." Lai Junchen's expression immediately changed. His goal was only to bite Yang Fan to death. He did not want to bite out such a great bodhisattva. Shanghai Wn was His Majesty's favorite. Even when His Majesty went to 5 Phoenix brothel at night, he did not forget to bring her along. This person was not so easy to bring down. Not waiting for Zhu Bin to finish, Lai Junchen slammed the gavel on the table and shouted, "How dare you! Shangguan Weiji is loyal to His Majesty. How can he be an accomplice of a rebel?" You cannot indiscriminately accuse others. Zhu Bin jumped in fright and quickly corrected himself. Yes, yes, yes. This sinner did not say that Shangguan Weiji is Yang Fan's accomplice. I only said that Yang Fan used glib words to seek Shangguan Weiji's appreciation in order to get close to His Majesty. He did not have good intentions. Lai Junchen impatiently said, All right. Don't mention Shangguan Weiji anymore. You just need to tell me who used so much money to bribe him. This. Zhu Bin swallowed. After thinking for a long time, he carefully said, Assistant Minister Di Renjie. Lai Junchen coldly glared at him. Zhu Bin immediately shut his mouth. Lai Junchen endured, but finally, he could not take it anymore. He muttered loudly, You idiot. Everyone knows that Di Renjie has no money. If he had that much money to give to Yang Fan, would he need to move to the southern part of the city and wake up early every day to come to the palace? Zhu Bin hurriedly said, Yes. This sinner was afraid of the deputy minister's might and was momentarily confused. Please give this sinner some time to think about it. Zhu Bin thought to himself, this person needs money. Xue Huai is rich. When Yang Fan got married, Xue Huai even gave him a huge gift. No, even Shangguan Weiji is not enough. If I give up Xue Huai, Lai Junchen will tear me apart. Who else? Even King Liang is not enough. Zhu Bin couldn't think of a suitable candidate even after thinking for a long time. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It's hard for others not to confess, but it's hard for me to confess even if I want to. Just who should I recruit? Lai Junchen looked at his stupid expression. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and tried his best to maintain a pleasant expression. He patiently said, Among the rebels that I have arrested, there is a minister of works, Li Yudao. This Li Yudao comes from the Li clan of Zhao Commandery, and his wealth is comparable to that of a noble. Moreover, as the minister of works, he is in charge of engineering, water conservancy, salt ponds, gardens, weapons, farming, mining, and coinage. He has a lot of money in his hands. Zhu Bin was a good student. He immediately understood what Lai Junchen was trying to say. He hurriedly said, Deputy Minister, this Yang Fan holds an important position and commands the Yulin army. They are. No, it's us. We want to rebel, but we won't be able to open the palace gates without a capable person like him. That's why. Li Yudao promised him great benefits, and also promised to make him a great general once the rebellion was over. That's why he bribed Yang Fan to act as a spy in the palace. Once the army arrives, he will coordinate with Yang Fan from the palace and lead his trusted aides to open the palace gates, welcome the rebel army into the city, and force the emperor to abdicate. Lai Junchen sat on his side and raised his head with a smile. He stroked his beard in a leisurely manner. His eyes gazed at the dust on the ceiling. It was as if a beautiful and charming woman in a light yellow dress was slowly flying down and throwing herself into his arms. The young married woman was beautiful and charming. She was like a fresh flower after the rain, and also like the most plump grape on the branch. He raised his head and closed his eyes slightly. It was as if he could pluck that juicy grape with a single stretch of his hand. Even though the great hall was still filled with the stench of fresh blood, his nose seemed to catch a whiff of the beautiful woman's faint, enchanting body fragrance. Lai Junchen's soul was intoxicated. Everyone had their own pursuits. Some worked for the country and the people, some for 1,000 years of meritorious deeds, some for high positions and generous salaries, some for wealth and glory, and some were intoxicated by power. Lai Junchen felt that compared to these people, he really didn't want much. In fact, he just liked to moan. He wanted men to moan under his torture tools, and he wanted men's women to moan under his penis. Chapter 340. Today, the sky was gloomy. It had been gloomy since the morning. You couldn't see any dark clouds, but they had already covered the entire sky. The sky was dark, but there was no rain. Every now and then, a gust of wind would blow. It was damp, heavy, and annoying. The swallows would either skim across the ground or quickly fly into the sky. It looked like a heavy rain was inevitable, but no one knew when it would come. The Empress's expression was gloomy. If the gloomy sky was said to make people feel vexed, then the gloomy sky of the Empress would make people feel fearful. Everyone in the Hall of Martial Accomplishment was very careful, afraid to offend the Emperor. Wanna, who was always cautious, was no exception. She was even more careful than usual. Wu Zetian was in a bad mood. One official after another was imprisoned. One official after another, whom she thought was loyal to her, became a traitor. How could her mood be good? She was not worried that without these officials, the imperial court would not be able to function. There were many people in the world waiting to become officials, and these officials in the Yamen had been waiting for a long time. If no one made room for them, they might have to wait for a very, very long time. This storm was an excellent opportunity for them. But for Wu Zetian, who could guarantee that the newly appointed officials would be loyal to her? She was very old. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she was too old. Once upon a time, she used all her schemes and did not hesitate to get rid of so many important officials just to become the Empress of the Tang dynasty. Later, the officials that died by her hands were still uncountable. Countless royal family members and nobles became sacrifices for her to ascend to the throne. At that time, she wanted to become the Empress. But now, she had to consider the issue of the inheritance. Wu Chengxi's entanglement and the Prime Minister's counterattack had caused both sides to lose. But they had succeeded in one thing: the Empress had to face the matter of her death. Once an emperor was planning for his death, he would mercilessly eliminate those who were loyal, had no problems, or just had too much power and might threaten the authority of his successor, not to mention those whose butts weren't clean at the moment. Wu Zetian didn't mind killing them all. The problem was, she still hadn't decided who would inherit her empire. If she chose her son in the end, then these officials who were inclined towards the crown prince would be useful, very useful. If she killed them all, her son would be useless, and the Wu clan would take the opportunity to grow stronger. She was afraid that once she died, a thunderstorm would erupt in her territory. But these officials were too impatient. They actually wanted to start a mutiny, forcing her to abdicate, forcing her to pass the throne to her son. If these people were not killed, her authority would be challenged. There would be more and more ambitious people, like weeds that could not be burned by a wildfire. One after another, they would appear. However, if she killed all of them, she would no longer be able to choose her own successor. At that time, the court would only be left with the forces loyal to the Wu clan's kings. When she grew old and no longer had the power to control the court, regardless of whether she was willing or not, she could only choose one of the Wu clan's kings as her successor. This was a problem that Wu Zetian, who liked to control her fate in her own hands forever, did not want to face. Her mood was very contradictory and complicated. During the morning court, she found that so many familiar faces had disappeared, and those who took their positions were all ministers that she was not familiar with. She was in a very bad mood. The Empress returned to the Martial Achievement Palace in a bad mood. Just as she sat down, Lai Junchen came to annoy her again. Wu Zetian looked at the confession that Lai Junchen presented, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. Shangguan Wn, who was standing to the side of the imperial table, did not dare to peek at the confession in the Empress' hands. She could only guess in her heart, which minister is going to suffer this time? This was the third time the Empress had this kind of reaction. The first time, the Empress heard that 3 prime ministers had participated in the rebellion. The second time, the Empress heard that 4 ministers and vice ministers were accomplices of the rebellion. This time, the official's position will not be small. Thinking of this, Shangguan Wn suddenly felt a kind of sorrow for Wu Zetian. The Empress is really old. I remember when Xu Jingye raised his troops in Yangzhou, the Empress was talking and laughing. When the king of Langya, Li Chong, called for the Li clan's kings to rebel, the Empress was still calm and collected. She has never had such a big reaction. In these 2 years, the Empress had really aged too quickly. Her mental and physical strength could no longer cope with such a big change. Her mood seemed to be more temperamental than before. Young Fan. What a good young Fan. We personally promoted him to be a minister, we gave him a beautiful wife, and this is how he repaid us. Very good, very good. Wu Zetian laughed angrily. When Shangguan Wn heard the 2 words young Fan from Wu Zetian's mouth, her expression suddenly changed. Her pretty face became as white as paper. Fortunately, Wu Zetian did not notice her. Lai Junchen was focused on watching Wu Zetian's expression. Everyone thinks that I won't live long, they are all busy looking for a way out. I promoted him to be a minister, and the traitor gave him a great general. I gave him a beautiful woman, and the traitor gave him 16 shops. Generous. Much more generous than I am, Wu Zetian said angrily. Her 2 eyebrows gradually rose, and her murderous aura soared to the sky. She really wanted to kill. It must be known that even if they were all on duty in the palace, different positions played different roles. There was more than one chamberlain, and there were no less than dozens of chamberlains in the palace. Each of them had their own responsibilities, and Fan Yunxian's role was limited. Leading Commandant Zhu Bin's role was also limited. Although he had 600 bighorn warriors under his command, they did not play much of a role other than the ceremonial review and daily sentry duty. At night, they had to camp in Jiacheng. Not to mention that Zhu Bin might not be able to incite all 600 bighorn warriors to rebel with him. Even if he could, if they wanted to break through the gate between Jiacheng and the palace, they would not be able to do so until dawn. The gate was also locked and guarded at night. But Yang Fan was different. He was the emperor's most trusted general of the garrison troops, guarding the most critical places. He was even qualified to carry his sword to the palace hall and meet the emperor. He controlled one of the most critical forces that could decide the fate of the emperor and the lifeline of the dynasty. If he participated in the rebellion, as long as he could incite dozens of people to rebel with him and open the palace gate unexpectedly, the great Zhu dynasty would collapse overnight. Wu Zetian gritted her teeth and ordered, "Arrest him and immediately execute him. No. Death by 1,000 cut. Everyone, don't." Wan had been so shocked by Wu Zetian's words that her vision had darkened. Now that she had come back to her senses and suddenly heard such a decree, she didn't care about anything else and immediately spoke. "Why not?" Wu Zetian coldly glanced at her. Wanna knew how to protect herself, and she never interfered in these kinds of matters. She had taken the liberty to speak up today, which was a very strange thing to do. However, in her anger, Wu Zetian had forgotten about it. Wan always planned before she acted. If she had something to say, she would have thought about how the emperor would ask and carefully thought about what to say. This time, she spoke in a hurry and did not have time to think. When the emperor asked, she thought quickly and slowly answered, "Yang Fan has always been loyal to everyone. He may not have rebellious thoughts." Before she finished, Wu Zetian interrupted her and said indifferently, "Not necessarily. Can something not necessarily be done accurately? The Yulin Guard is a treasured sword that I use to protect myself. It is also a dagger that cuts my throat. This weapon cannot be used by the hands of others. If there is even a hint of suspicion, it is enough." Wan was scared witless. At this time, she only wanted to slow down and think of a good plan. She casually said, "Everyone, at least, we should ask how many accomplices this person has in the army. Killing him in a hurry is actually helping him." These words moved Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian thought about it and nodded. "Yes. The Yulin Guard is where my safety lies. There can be no mistakes. Lai Junchen, capture him and interrogate him. I want to know how many accomplices he has." At this point, Wu Zetian angrily slapped the imperial table and shouted, "Tell that idiot Wu Yuyi to personally accompany you to capture him. Me. I gave him such an important task, and he can't even watch over his own people. He really gives me face." When Lai Junchen heard the emperor's decree to execute Yang Fan, he was already overjoyed. He didn't think that Shanghai WNR would suddenly interrupt and lose a thread of hope. He was annoyed. Now that he heard Wu Zetian's decree, he quickly agreed and hurriedly left Wucheng Hall. Lai Junchen left Wucheng Hall and stood on the steps. He thought, "It seems that this Yang Fan really climbed up the high branch of Shangguan Weiji. There is an 80 to 90% chance that he was recruited by Shangguan Weiji. Unfortunately, this is a major case of rebellion. You can protect him for a while, but you can't protect him forever. This person is dead for sure." When Lai Junchen left Wucheng Hall, Wan gently leaned against the imperial table. Her small hands under her sleeves tightly held onto the table. If she didn't do this, she would have fallen to the ground. Her heart was beating wildly, and her legs were trembling. She felt a chill in her heart. She had long sensed that there was something wrong with her Langjun, but she didn't expect Langjun really participated in the rebellion. WNR, Wu Zetian turned to WNR and suddenly saw that Shanghai WNR's face was grey and her forehead was covered with a fine layer of sweat. She couldn't help but be startled and asked, WNR, what's wrong? Everyone. WNR. Shanghai WNR wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and forced a smile. She said, I was frightened a few days ago, so I haven't slept much. Today's weather is hot and stuffy, so my chest feels stuffy. I am old, but you are still young. Your body can't take it anymore. Go and rest for a while. Yes, WNR will leave now. Shanghai WNR moved her trembling legs and forced herself to walk out of Wucheng Hall. As soon as she left the hall, she took 2 quick steps and held onto a pillar. She took a few deep breaths and said, whether or not my Langjun is an accomplice of the rebellion, I can't let him die. I can't. Inside the hall, Wu Zetian watched Shanghai WNR's somewhat weak back disappear through the door. She gently shook her head and waved her hand to summon the chamberlain, Little Hai. She ordered, pass on my decree. Transfer the right guard into the palace. Therefore, the Yulin Guard and the right guard will jointly guard the vital areas. They will not be subordinate to each other. Outside the Black Tortoise Gate, Great General Wu Yuyi of the Yulin Guard had a gloomy face. He led a group of cavalry and rushed towards the Yulin Guard's camp with Lai Junchen. In the sky, there was a loud crack of thunder, shaking the window frame. The heavy rain that had been brewing for a long time finally poured down. Chapter 341. A bolt of lightning like a ferocious purple snake hovered in the sky, followed by a loud thunder that shook the whole earth. Following the sound of thunder, Wang Deshu rushed into the cell. He placed the rice basket hidden in his bosom on the ground, untied his raincoat and hung it on the wall. Shaking the hem of his wet robe, he picked up the basket again and walked from cell to cell. Wang Deshu came to Di Renjie's cell and poked his head in to take a look. Di Renjie was standing in the middle of the cell with his hands behind his back. He was looking up at the air vent on the high wall. The rain outside weaved into a curtain, covering the small hole tightly. Wang Deshu raised his voice. Prime Minister Di, your family has sent you food. Di Renjie turned around and slowly walked to the cell door. Wang Deshu took out 2 sets of thin clothes from the basket and said as if he was presenting a treasure, Prime Minister Di, look, these are the clothes sent by your family. Di Renjie smiled and said, thank you Magistrate Wang. Hihi, Prime Minister Di is too polite. Wang Deshu said and handed the basket to Di Renjie. Di Renjie took the basket and turned to leave. Wang Deshu was anxious and quickly called, Prime Minister Di, please wait. Di Renjie put down the food basket and walked back to the cell door. He said in surprise, is there anything else Magistrate Wang? This. Wang Deshu looked around with a bashful expression. He hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice and said, Prime Minister Di, Deshu is under the command of the Deputy Prime Minister and has no choice but to do so. I can't give more convenience to Prime Minister Di, but as long as Prime Minister Di gives the order, Deshu will definitely do it. Di Renjie said, thank you Magistrate, I am grateful. Wang Deshu waved his hand and said, it's nothing, it's just a small matter. But, cough. It's like this, Prime Minister Di has been convicted. Although the Deputy Prime Minister did not interrogate you these days, you will not be able to pass if you don't confess your accomplices. Deshu intends to make use of this treason case to make some contributions and seek a small promotion. Sooner or later, Prime Minister Di will have to confess. Can you help me with this contribution? Di Renjie raised his eyebrows and said with surprise, what do you want me to do? Wang Deshu said hesitantly, I thought of a candidate. Yang Jiro, who is now the Minister of Lands, used to work under Prime Minister Di. As long as Prime Minister Di admits that he is your accomplice, I will report it. First, Prime Minister Di will pass the trial and will not be punished. Second, Deshu. Hee hee. Di Renjie's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, outrageous. Wang Deshu was stunned and mumbled, Prime Minister Di, you. Di Renjie threw his head back and laughed 3 times. Then, he said with grief and indignation, Di Mao was sent to prison for no reason and pleaded guilty against his will. This is already a great humiliation. Now, a small prison official actually looks down on my character and wants me to help him frame someone else. Heaven above, I, Di Renjie, am willing to die and keep my innocence. How can I commit such a heartless and unjust act? Finished speaking, he held the cell door and slammed his head against the pillar. Immediately his head was broken and bleeding. Wang Deshu was frightened by his sudden action. As soon as he saw he was going to slam the door again, he shook his hand in panic and hastily said, Prime Minister Di, please stop, you must not do this. Deshu does not ask for help, I'll take my leave, I'll take my leave. Wang Deshu ran away like a wisp of smoke. He pulled open the cell door and rushed out. After a short while, he ran back again. His whole body was dripping with water. He took the straw raincoat from the wall and draped it over his body. He did not dare to take another look at the cell and rushed out in a sorry state. Ren Jigu and Pei Xingban grabbed the fence and asked anxiously, Diweng, how are you? Di Renjie took out a handkerchief and covered the wound on his head. He said nonchalantly, it's okay. I'm just trying to scare that unscrupulous person away. I don't want him to have any ideas about me again. Pei Xingban heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, now we don't know if Diweng's family has found that bloody letter or if they have gone to court to complain. I hope so. Di Renjie furrowed his white eyebrows and said in a deep voice, whether they have found the bloody letter or not is still uncertain. As for whether they can enter the palace to see the emperor, alas, now we don't know what the situation in the palace is. If it has already been completely controlled by the Wu clan, I'm afraid we won't be able to see the emperor. He raised his hand and pointed at the rainwater that was as dense as a curtain at the air vent. He said worriedly, we are all prisoners here. Once the court is completely controlled by the thieves, the emperor will become a prisoner sitting in the palace. We are just waiting for death, and the emperor will be blind and deaf. Catcher. There was a sudden clap of thunder, followed by a flash of lightning that lit up the hall. Then there was another clap of thunder. The claps of thunder struck one after another, making people shudder with fear. When the first clap of thunder exploded abruptly, Princess Taiping was startled. But after that, she didn't pay much attention to it. Princess Taiping walked around the room in a hurry amidst the deep claps of thunder. Her heart was churning as if it had exploded. My little enemy, have you really rebelled with old Fox Di? I'm not even in a hurry about the affairs of the Li clan. Why are you joining in the fun? Now that you have been caught and sent to the Jing Gate, do you still have a way out? Princess Taiping had been paying close attention to the series of events that had happened in the imperial court recently. Lai Junchen had some taboo in biting others. Aside from Yang Fan, who was determined to kill Yang Fan no matter who he was because he coveted his wife, there was no need for him to carelessly offend others. Therefore, he didn't dare to offend people who were more troublesome like King Liang, King Wei, and Xue Huai. If the criminals made careless confessions and tried to accuse these people, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Therefore, these major factions were not implicated at all. Princess Taiping took advantage of this opportunity to promote some of the officials she had recruited to more important positions. It could be said that she was also a beneficiary of this political storm. Therefore, she had been very concerned about how long this struggle would last and who would be implicated. She had placed many spies in the palace. She knew the news of the capture of Yang Fan as soon as she left the palace. At that time, Wu Yuyi and Lai Junchen had not yet arrived at the left feathered forest guards camp. Princess Taiping was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around. With a flash of lightning, a figure suddenly plunged into the hall from the rainstorm. Catcher! Another clap of thunder. In the midst of the thunder, the rainwater where the figure was standing had quickly formed a small stream. Princess Taiping rushed in front of him and asked anxiously, Li Yi, how is it going? Your Highness, this servant has already informed them of this. Money makes the world go round. You can rest assured. As the man spoke, he pushed his straw hat down from his head, revealing a fair and clean-shaven face. He had a chubby and round face, and was naturally filled with a sense of joy. He was the external steward of the princess mansion, Li Yi. Princess Taiping stamped her feet and said, "How can I rest assured? What is that place?" "That is the Yijing Gate. Once you enter that gate, not even 1 out of 100 will survive. Lai Junchen, that madman, enjoys torturing people. How can I rest assured?" Princess Taiping suddenly noticed Li Yi's somewhat strange expression. She immediately realized that she had lost her composure. No one knew that she liked Yang Fan. Even her most trusted people did not know. She wanted Li Yi to help Yang Fan get through the joint. The reason she gave him was that she had fought with Yang Fan in the past and she appreciated Yang Fan very much. In order to help Yang Fan get through the joint, she had to pay an unusually large price. The reason she used to fight with Yang Fan was not very credible. However, Li Yi was only a servant by her side. She did not care whether he believed her or not. Even so, if Li Yi really found out something, it would be embarrassing. Princess Taiping tried to calm herself down and asked slowly, "I asked you to ask where Shu Yugong is now. Have you found out?" Li Yi said, "I have. Censor Shu is in Xinan County handling a case. He has been there for more than 10 days. Princess Taiping said, "You send someone to tell him to put down the case and return to the capital immediately." Li Yi said, "Okay. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange someone." Princess Taiping interrupted, "Go now." Li Yi said in surprise, "Princess, it is already late. The city gate will be closed soon. Now it is raining heavily. If we arrange people to leave the city now, I am afraid they will not be able to go far." Princess Taiping said word by word, "Go now." "Yes." When Yang Fan was escorted into the Senate, his whole body was already wet. Strands of his hair stuck to his face and shoulders, still dripping with water. His leather armor had already been soaked through, as if he had suddenly gained 30 kilograms in weight. The wet clothes stuck to his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. He was tied up tightly. The rope used to tie him up was ox tendon. After being soaked in water, it was tough and slippery. It had sunk deep into his flesh. Any slight movement would cause pain. He did not know how he became an accomplice of the rebels. Whether he was involved or not, he could not be clearer. He also knew that once he was arrested and sent to the Senate, he would be in danger. He had heard of the Jing Gate before, but he had no way to escape. At the time, he had been in the army. Wu Yuyi had brought a large number of guards with him. In broad daylight, the camp was on high alert due to the many matters of the court. It was impossible for him to escape from the heavy encirclement. Moreover, he already had someone to tie him down. How could he just leave? "Magistrate Wang, take the criminal away and keep a good watch." Lai Junchen, who was walking side by side with Wu Yuyi, saw Wang Deshu walking over with his tail between his legs. Wang Deshu, who had just come back from Di Renjie's place, was very unhappy. However, since Lai Junchen had given him an order, he didn't dare to disrespect Lai Junchen, so he quickly agreed and asked someone to take Yang Fan with him. Lai Junchen smiled at Wu Yuyi and said, "General, please come in and rest for a while before leaving." Wu Yuyi quickly cupped his hands and said, "You are too polite. There are many things to do in the palace and I do not dare to leave. The criminal is here and I have completed my task. I will take my leave now." Although Wu Yuyi was a core disciple of the Wu clan and was heavily relied upon by Wu Zetian, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Lai Junchen. Wu Zetian used people. It was better to be close to someone close to her than someone close to her. Those who were able to gain her trust were more useful than the Wu clan's relatives. Lai Junchen didn't want him to stay, he was just being polite to him. Since he said he wanted to leave, Lai Junchen didn't try to stop him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lai Junchen sent him to the eaves. As soon as his figure disappeared from the second door, Lai Junchen hurriedly rushed back to his own room, called Wei Suizhong, and impatiently ordered, "Yang Fan has been caught, kill him for me tonight." Chapter 342. Hearing Lai Junchen's words, Wei Suizhong couldn't help but be startled. "Lieutenant Minister, he was just brought into the censorate today and was still alive and kicking. Suddenly dying, isn't this a little too obvious?" Lai Junchen snorted. This person has a close relationship with King Liang and Shui Huai, and Shangguan Daiji is also very protective of him. If I'm too late, those people might interfere, and I won't be able to avoid some misgivings. I'll kill him before they even have the chance to say anything. What's done can't be undone. Do you think they'll fall out with me over a nobody like him? Wei Suizhong nodded. Fine, I'll go strangle him right now and make it look like he's hung himself. Lai Junchen stopped him. What an idiot. Is there a place for him to hang himself in that cell? Besides, he's shackled and tied up, unable to move at all. Do you think the Emperor, King Liang, and Shui Huai are that easy to fool? Then, poison. Wei Suizhong hesitated. Poison? Isn't it obvious that someone wants him dead? Lai Junchen smiled sinisterly. How could that be? This person is an accomplice of the rebels, and his accomplices have been captured one after another. How could he not be afraid? He must have prepared poison just in case. Now that he's been captured, what's wrong with him committing suicide? Wei Suizhong smiled. Since Deputy Minister says so, this lowly one understands. Lai Junchen said, when he's dead, I'll do something to his collar, make a gap where he can hide something, and then I'll confirm that he committed suicide by taking poison. Even if other people are suspicious, what can they do to me? Wei Suizhong gave him a thumbs up. Deputy Minister is truly wise. This lowly one will get to it right away. Wait. Lai Junchen called him back. Find a reliable subordinate to take care of this first. Don't be in a rush to make a move. It's best if we aren't here when he dies. Wei Suizhong smiled knowingly. Deputy Minister, you're a meticulous person. This lowly one understands. Wei Suizhong hurried out. Lai Junchen stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. A faint smile appeared on his face. It had to be said that although Lai Junchen was a famous ruthless official, his appearance and temperament were truly handsome and extraordinary. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a somewhat demonic smile. It really had a different kind of charm. Near dusk, the rain became lighter. The officials of the censorate hall left the yamen and went home. A short and stout middle-aged man in a black jailer's uniform stood under the dripping eaves of the long corridor. Seeing the last official leave, he ordered the servants to close the door. The heavy mansion door closed with a peng sound. Two servants carried the thick and heavy door latch and put it on with a peng sound. The two sides of the door were then wrapped with iron chains, and a large iron lock weighing 5 to 6 catties was locked with a catcher sound. The jailer watched them go through all the procedures meticulously, then turned around and limped away. The bunch of keys around his waist rattled as he moved. This jailer's name was Zhong Lilei. He was originally a captain of the Imperial Guard. In order to maintain the fighting strength of the Imperial Guard, the royal court had always maintained the tradition of rotating the Imperial Guard into battle. This Zhong Lilei had killed an enemy Helan official in the battle against the Turks and achieved a great merit. He originally had the opportunity to be promoted, but his injuries were too severe. By the time he recovered, he could no longer hold a position in the army. Thus, he was transferred to the censorate hall and became a jailer. Wu Zetian took good care of her personal troops. She did her best to eliminate as many worries as possible so that they would be loyal to her. Most of the people who were caught and sent to the censorate hall were officials. Even though they knew that once they were caught and sent to the censorate hall, they would still willingly bribe their family members to prevent their loved ones from being mistreated. Thus, the jailer's income was quite generous. However, for a soldier who had the potential to become a general and bring glory to his family, coming here meant that his life would end here. Zhong Lilei, who had suffered a setback, had always been a man of few words. Even the jailers and servants who were close to him were somewhat fearful of him. Rice was being cooked in the kitchen. There were 2 kitchens on the left and right. Smoke billowed from the kitchens. Even though the firewood was stored under the shed, because of the heavy rain, the firewood was damp and thick smoke was coming out. The cooks who were cooking were constantly coughing. The kitchen on the left was used to prepare food for the jailers and jailers. Even though it was a big pot of food and not exquisite, it was still very sumptuous. The kitchen on the right was used to prepare food for the prisoners. There were 3 big pots, all of which were porridge cooked with aged rice. Inside were some vegetable stalks. This way, there would be food, rice, and water. Zhong Lilei stood at the entrance of the kitchen and looked inside. He raised his voice and shouted, "Zheng Xiaobu." In the kitchen, a burly and fierce-looking chef was stirring the rice pot with a thick wooden stick. When he heard someone calling him, he quickly threw the stick away and grabbed the handkerchief on his shoulder to wipe the sweat off his face as he rushed to the door. When he saw Zhong Lilei, he quickly bowed and said, "Chief Zhong, what can I do for you?" Zhong Lilei said with a poker face, "Lin 7th prison just caught a prisoner. We haven't had time to inform his family, so no one will send food today. When you send food to the prison, remember to prepare an extra basin." "All right. Don't worry, Chief." While the two of them were talking, in the hallway opposite the kitchen, two servants quietly walked together. Through the thin curtain of rain, they glanced in this direction, whispered a few words, and then walked past each other. In the wind and rain, all of this faintly revealed a strange atmosphere. Clank. With a click, the prison door opened. Zhong Lilei held the key in his hand as he limped in. There were 8 cells in this prison, all of which were the trusted aides and subordinates of the high-ranking officials who had committed crimes. Their families were all in other places, so no one sent them meals. They could only be provided by the prison. Above the passage in the middle of the cell, there was an oil lamp hanging at regular intervals. There were 3 lamps in total. As soon as the cell door opened, the bitter wind and bitter rain rushed in. The flame of the lamp flickered in the wind and rain, making Zhong Lilei's face look green. 4 prison guards carried a large bucket of vegetable porridge in and stopped at the first cell door. Behind them were a few helpers. One of them took out a bowl from the bucket of porridge, while another scooped out a spoonful of vegetable porridge from the porridge bucket and poured it into the rice bowl before handing it to Zheng Xiaobu. Zheng Xiaobu walked to the cell door and shoved the rice bowl into it. Soon, the porridge was delivered to all 8 cells. The metal door closed with a bang and was locked again. Then, they ran to the next cell. When County Commandant Zhu Bin was brought to the Senate, the prison was already full. He was detained in a temporary cell against the wall in the West Wing. This temporary cell was originally used to store coal. It was built with brick walls, unlike the regular cells that were separated by thick wooden pillars. From the gap in the middle, everything inside could be seen clearly. The cell was not big. There were no windows or air vents. There were no lights inside, so it was dark. Because the door was not a regular cell door, there was no food door to pass things in. There was a spare torch on the wall outside the cell door. Someone lit the torch. Zhong Lilei opened the door, and the servant holding the torch bent over and walked into the cell first. Zhu Bin was tied to a pillar in the middle. Because this cell was not a regular cell, the people outside could not see inside without opening the door. If they entered rashly, they might be attacked by the prisoners, so the prisoners inside could not move freely and were all tied to the pillar. A bowl of vegetable porridge was scooped out. Zhong Lilei glanced at Zhu Bin, who was tied to the pillar. Zhu Bin hurriedly smiled fawningly at him and begged, "Chief Zhong, I want to relieve myself." Zhong Lilei asked with a straight face, "Urinate or urinate?" "Urinate. Then do it in your pants." Zhong Lilei replied impatiently, then said to Zheng Xiaobu, "Hurry up." Without another word, Zheng Xiaobu brought the bowl of vegetable porridge to Zhu Bin's mouth and poured it down. Zhu Bin hurriedly opened his mouth and tried his best to swallow. Be it the porridge or the vegetables, he could not be bothered with chewing at all. He only gulped down mouthfuls of food. Even so, he could not keep up with Zheng Xiaobu's speed. By the time he finished the bowl of porridge, Zhu Bin's face was red and he was panting. Zhong Lilei turned around and walked away. The cell door slammed shut with a bang, and the cell was instantly plunged into darkness. The next cell was where Yang Fan was imprisoned. Zhong Lilei walked up to the cell and took out a key to open it. The servant holding the torch walked in first. This cell was built according to the terrain, with its back against the wall. It was originally used to store the various supplies of the Imperial Censorate. The cell that Yang Fan was in also had no windows, and it was pitch black inside. However, his cell was much more comfortable than Zhu Bin's. This cell was more orderly, twice as wide as Zhu Bin's cell. The frame was also higher, so there was no need to bend over to enter. This cell had originally been used to store paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, and various office tools, so it was very clean inside. Everything had not been cleared away, and there was a wooden frame against the wall. There were some papers scattered on the floor. Yang Fan was tied to a pillar, and in the darkness, he was thinking hard about how to escape. He knew that he had been bitten, but who could have bitten him? Yang Fan thought about it and quickly thought of Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin had never been on good terms with him, and after seeing him promoted, he had become jealous. Now that he had been captured and brought to the Senate, it was very possible that he had bitten him to vent his personal hatred. When he thought of this, Yang Fan calmed down a little. Zhu Bin hadn't interacted much with him, so there was no way he would be able to produce any concrete evidence once he was interrogated and questioned. He was a commander of the Featherwood Guard, the most trusted military force of the Emperor. His trial would definitely be more cautious. Moreover, he had a huge network of connections. WN was out of the question, and King Liang and Master Shui wouldn't just stand by and watch once they found out about his situation. That was why he was quite optimistic about his chances of escaping. Yes, entering the Imperial Censorate was a perilous situation, but there were still exceptions. He hadn't participated in the rebellion, so even if Zhu Bin had bitten him, there would still be plenty of loopholes once he was interrogated. Even if the various factions of the Imperial Court were fighting each other, given his current position, he shouldn't have caught the attention of those important figures. He shouldn't have become a target that they would want to eliminate. He believed that the people of the Imperial Censorate wouldn't risk offending people like Master Shui and King Liang just to put him to death. At this moment, he would never have guessed that there was indeed an important person who wanted to put him to death, and that this person was actually the Censorate's main hall. Outside the prison, in the darkness of the night, the two jailers looked at each other, their eyes shining. One of them took out a rice bowl and tapped it lightly. The other nodded in understanding. He took the bowl, scooped up a spoonful of vegetable porridge, and passed it to Zheng Xiaobu. When Zhong Lilei entered the cell, he still put on a stern face that seemed to indicate that strangers and acquaintances should not get close to him. He only said one sentence as if it were gold. "Hey." Zheng Xiaobu walked up to Yang Fan, who was tied to the pillar, and said in a bad mood, "Open your mouth." Yang Fan couldn't get used to the sudden brightness. He squinted his eyes, but before he could see the person in front of him clearly, the bowl was already at his lips, and a bowl of vegetable porridge was poured down his throat. Chapter 343. The rain stopped in the middle of the night and it started drizzling again in the morning. Lai Junchen did not ride a horse today. Instead, he rode a carriage and rushed to the Senate early in the morning. Wei Suizhong knew that something must have happened this morning and rushed here early. However, he did not come to collect Yang Fan's corpse but to tamper with Yang Fan's corpse to prove that Yang Fan committed suicide to escape punishment. Although Lai Junchen's faction covered the sky with one hand in the Censorate was not a monolithic entity. There were still some censors who dared to challenge Lai Junchen. Therefore, it was better to do this kind of thing secretly and not let others have any evidence against him. The main doors of the Senate were already open. Wei Suizhong was about to enter with an umbrella when he inadvertently turned his head and saw a carriage coming from afar. There were several armed guards in front and behind the carriage. Wei Suizhong quickly stopped in his tracks. When the carriage stopped in front of the door, the coachman alighted and put down the steps. The guard beside him took down the umbrella from the saddle and before he could open it, Wei Suizhong dashed over. The guards in Lai Junchen's residence all recognized him and naturally did not stop him. Lai Junchen opened the curtain of the carriage and got out. Wei Suizhong quickly stood on his tiptoes and stretched out his arm to hold the umbrella over Lai Junchen's head. He attentively said, "You are diligent in your work. You are really early." "Oh, it's Suizhong." Lai Junchen saw him and nodded with a smile. He walked down the steps and Wei Suizhong followed closely behind him. He allowed the rain to soak his clothes and only held the umbrella to protect Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen strolled over and asked meaningfully, "This morning, nothing happened, right?" Wei Suizhong took small, quick steps and said with a smile, "This lowly official was only one step ahead of the deputy premier. Before I even entered the Yamen, I saw the deputy premier and hurriedly came to welcome you. Lai Junchen grunted and said, "The heavy rain last night will inevitably affect the patrol and defense of the prison. Let's check on the prisoners earlier today and make sure nothing goes wrong." According to the regulations, prisoners had to be checked according to the name list every day to ensure that there were no mistakes. However, even though the time requirement was to be carried out early in the morning, in reality, it could be carried out at any time. It all depended on the personal wishes of the chief officer. Sometimes, the chief officer even forgot to check the prisoners for a few days in a row, and no one paid any attention to it. Today, Lai Junchen had deliberately made this request. Wei Suizhong naturally knew what he wanted, and he couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. After Wei Suizhong sent Lai Junchen to the detention room, he quickly came out and ordered his men to start checking the prisoners. At this time, the drizzle had stopped. Although the sun had not yet appeared, the sky was much brighter. Wei Suizhong first checked the important prisoners locked in the official cells, hastily called out the names, and then left the cell. He went to the row of temporary cells in the west wing and checked them one by one. Zhong Lilei seemed to be eternally expressionless as he woodenly opened the cell doors and locked them one by one. As a general who had once shaken the battlefield, this was his daily work. The door to Zhu Bin's cell opened, and two armed guards walked in with their backs bent. Wei Suizhong casually stood at the door, his eyes already staring at the door to Yang Fan's cell. He slightly moved his facial muscles, thinking about what kind of expression he should show when he heard the news of Yang Fan's death in a while to make it seem natural. Not good. Censor Wei, the prisoner is dead. A guard ran out in a panic. Before he even reached the door, he straightened his back and hit his head on the door frame, causing it to tilt. Wei Suizhong was stunned. At this time, there was no need for him to pretend to be shocked. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to turn his head to look at the cell where Yang Fan was being held, but with just a thought, he twisted his neck and repeated, "The prisoner is dead?" The guard grimaced and rubbed his head, nodding. "Yes, the prisoner is dead." At this time, another guard also walked out. Wei Suizhong blurted out, "Who's in this cell?" The guard who had just crawled out replied, "This cell is holding Commandant Zhu Bin." Wei Suizhong pushed the two of them aside and bent down to enter the cell. The door was open, and with the light from the door, he could still see the inside clearly. Wei Suizhong walked in and saw a man tied to a pillar. His head was slightly drooping, and he was still wearing a military uniform. Wei Suizhong lifted his chin and lifted the man's head. When he saw the man's appearance, he couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. The person who had died was indeed Zhu Bin. Although his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth were all bleeding and his face was somewhat distorted, making him look like a ferocious ghost, Wei Suizhong would never mistake one person for another. He was long dead, and his body was already stiff. Wei Suizhong held his chin and felt the coldness of his skin. Wei Suizhong hatefully withdrew his hand and walked out of the cell. With an ugly expression, he said, "Go to the next cell. No, inform. Report to the lieutenant minister immediately." Someone had died here, so how could he continue to investigate the next cell as if nothing had happened? Originally, Wei Suizhong should have called Lai Zai, but he didn't know what Lai Junchen meant, so he changed his words and told them to report to Lai Junchen first. Not long after, Lai Junchen, who was sitting in the detention room and waiting for the news of Yang Fan's death, rushed over and entered the cell. A moment later, he came out again and calmly said to Wei Suizhong, "Continue to investigate the other prisoners." "Yes." Wei Suizhong replied and said to Zhong Lilei, "Open the cell door." Even though someone had died in the cell, Zhong Lilei's expression didn't change. It was still that wooden coffin face. He opened the door to Yang Fan's cell, and Wei Suizhong pushed away the two servants and rushed in first. When the door opened, light shone in. Yang Fan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Fortunately, it was cloudy today, and the light wasn't bright. In a moment, he could clearly see the person standing in front of him. Wei Suizhong stared at Yang Fan with a gloomy expression. Yang Fan was also looking at him. How could he not hear what was being said through the door? Originally, it wasn't a big deal for someone to die in the prison. Whether it was because of illness or prisoner abuse, it was common for prisoners to die. Yang Fan didn't take this matter to heart, but when he saw Wei Suizhong's eyes, a sense of danger arose spontaneously. This expression, this gaze, there was something wrong. Wei Suizhong only looked at him for a moment before turning around and leaving like the wind. With a bang, he closed the door and said, "The prisoner is fine. Lock the door and check the next cell." Wei Suizhong forced himself to remain calm and continued to check all the prisoners. When he returned to the row of cells, Zhu Bin's corpse had already been carried away. 2 servants were cleaning the cell and sprinkling lime on it. Wei Suizhong looked inside and outside before rushing to Lai Junchen's office. Because he was in a hurry, he almost bumped into the 2 servants who had just opened the door and came out. When Wei Suizhong entered the room, he impatiently asked, "Lieutenant Minister, how did this happen?" Lai Junchen looked at him coldly. That gaze was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass. Wei Suizhong felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but close his mouth. Lai Junchen indifferently said, "The weather was hot and there was a rainstorm. The temporary cell was poorly ventilated and the environment was filthy. Zhu Bin contracted an acute disease and died. Remember to clean the cells in time to prevent the disease from spreading." Wei Suizhong was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, I understand." The corner of Lai Junchen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Gently stroking his beard, he muttered, "Zhu Bin contracted an acute disease and died. Yang Fan was in the same cell as him. If he also contracted an acute disease and died, don't you think this is? Haha, it's really flawless." Wei Suizhong smiled and said, "Lieutenant Minister is wise. With a light touch, you've solved 2 major problems in one go." Slap. A heavy slap landed on Wei Suizhong's face. Wei Suizhong covered his face and stood there in a daze. Lai Junchen's face darkened. He sternly scolded, "What a waste. How did you arrange it? Why did you let Zhu Bin take the medicine?" Wei Suizhong stammered, "Lieutenant Minister, I've arranged everything well. I really don't know why. I'll call them over and ask them in a moment." Lai Junchen coldly snorted, "Zhu Bin didn't die earlier or later. He only died after 3 days in prison. It's too far-fetched to say that he committed suicide by poison. I had no choice but to make him suffer an acute disease. I've already arranged for those 2 offenders. They'll be fine. However, you're not allowed to be late on business anymore." Wei Suizhong repeatedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. This time, I'll make the proper arrangements. Your humble servant will immediately investigate this matter." Lai Junchen coldly waved his hand and shouted, "Scram! He wants to kill me." The moment the cell door closed, this thought flashed across Yang Fan's mind like lightning. His recent life might have been too peaceful and comfortable, but the vigilance that Yang Fan had developed over the years hadn't disappeared. When he heard what happened outside the door and saw Wei Suizhong's startled, surprised, and slightly doubtful eyes, he immediately understood Wei Suizhong's thoughts. When he thought of this, Yang Fan immediately broke out in a cold sweat from shock. Being in prison, it would be too easy for them to kill him quietly. Even the dignified border General Blacktooth Changji could muddle-headedly commit suicide in prison. What was so great about him, Yang Fan, dying? What should I do? Yang Fan struggled with all his might. The ox tendons that bound his body hadn't been untied yet. Now that he was firmly tied to a pillar with iron chains, he probably wouldn't be able to break free even if his hands and feet were all tied up. The current Yang Fan was like the monkey under the 5 Elements mountain. Even if he had the ability to transcend the heavens, he couldn't curse anymore. Oh my God! I, Yang Fan, have been through great rivers and waves. Am I going to die today in the gutter of Yijing Gate? Yang Fan struggled a few times and knew that it was impossible for him to break free. He couldn't help but raise his head and hit the pillar with the back of his head a few times. For a moment, he felt as if he was immersed in a cold cellar, and his heart was as cold as ice. After a night of heavy rain, Xiao Man was very worried that some shops would be flooded and the things stored there would be flooded. This year's rainstorm was really too heavy, and it was rare. Thinking about this matter, she took an umbrella early in the morning and was ready to go out after eating. Xiao Man held an embroidered umbrella with the words "fish playing with lotus" in one hand and leisurely walked to the second door. Suddenly, She remembered that the marketplace was not open in the morning. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, shook her head, and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Look at my memory." Xiao Man turned around and was about to go back when she suddenly heard a shout from behind, "Sister-in-law." Xiao Man turned around and saw Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga rushing over with big strides. The rain was not heavy, but there was a lot of water on the ground. Water splashed everywhere as they stepped. Chen Shou, the doorman, was running behind them. When young Fan got married, Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga had been busy with the wedding. The gatekeeper, Chen Shou, recognized them, so he directly led them in. Xiao Man remembered them. Her bright eyes turned and she said in surprise, "Brother Chu, Brother Ma, why are you two brothers here? My Langjun is not at home." Ma Qiao stamped his feet and said, "Hey, of course I know that Xiao Fan is not at home. Sister-in-law, something has happened to Xiao Fan. Something big has happened. Don't you know?" Xiao Mang was a little surprised. She looked at the serious faces of the two. Although she didn't know what had happened, her heart gradually sank. She forced a smile and asked nervously, "What happened to my Langjun?" Ma Qiao said angrily, "The censorate said that Xiao Fan participated in the rebellion and arrested him. I only heard it last night. At that time, I couldn't leave the camp gate, and even if I did, I couldn't enter the city, so I asked for leave early in the morning. I didn't dare to tell Langjun that something had happened to Xiao Fan. I only said that there was something urgent at home. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether he would give me leave or not." Clatter. The embroidered umbrella in Xiao Man's hand suddenly fell into the rain. Xiao Man's pretty face was pale. She muttered to herself, "How could this be, Langjun? How could he be a rebel?" Before she said a word, tears were already rolling in her eyes. As soon as her voice fell, tears also flowed down. Ma Qiao was so anxious that he repeatedly rubbed his hands and said loudly, "This is bad. That is a crime of rebellion. It's going to be beheaded. What should we do?" Hearing this, Xiao Man became even more afraid. Her body was like a flower that couldn't stand the wind and rain, and she couldn't help but tremble. "Pa." Chu Kuanga slapped Ma Qiao's shoulder. This palm was not light at all, causing Ma Qiao's shoulder to sink. He couldn't help but shut his mouth and turn his head in confusion. Chu Kuanga ignored him and said to Xiao Man, "Sister-in-law, now is not the time to cry. We rushed over because we wanted to discuss with you and see if there is any way we can save Brother Fan. Do you think we should go to the hall and talk about it in detail?" "Ah, good, good." When Xiao Man heard the word save, she suddenly came to her senses. She quickly wiped her tears and let the two of them into the guest hall. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony. They entered the guest hall and recounted the news they had heard from the beginning. After Chu Kuanga finished speaking, he frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, this council is not a good place." "I heard that place." Xiao Man smiled miserably and said, "Big brother Chu, I know even if you don't tell me. When I was working in the palace, the council was not far from where I lived. I know very well what kind of place it is." Chu Kuanga nodded his head heavily and said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. This is the situation right now. To be honest, with our ability, it would be nonsense to say that we can fish people out of the gate. It's hard to say if we can fish people out or not. According to the method there, I'm afraid that before we can fish them out, they will be beaten to death or crippled." Ma Qiao blurted out, "That's right. I heard that the general of the Zuoyu Imperial Guard was chopped to death, and a chief eunuch had his tongue cut out. Say, although Xiao Fan is a general and is considered a high official in our eyes, she can't compare to this general. Even the general was chopped to death, Xiao Fan, he." When he said this, Xiao Man was so scared that her heart tightened. Her tears couldn't help but flow out like spring water. Chu Kuanga unhappily glared at Ma Qiao and said rudely, "Can you shut up?" Ma Qiao shut his mouth and blinked at Chu Kuanga. He didn't know why Chu Kuanga was angry at him. Chu Kuanga sighed and said to Xiao Man, "Sister-in-law, on the way here, I have thought about it carefully. Now I have a plan in mind. What do you think?" Chapter 344. Xiao Man's mind was in a mess. She was at a loss, so how could she come up with an idea? Hearing Chu Kuanga's words, she quickly said, "Brother Chu, tell me." Chu Kuanga said, I don't believe that Erlang will participate in the rebellion, but as long as he bears this reputation, the court would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Lai Junchen is a cruel person who enjoys torturing people. He will definitely not let Erlang go. He doesn't care about so many important officials of the court, so how could he care about Erlang? Therefore, if we don't want Erlang to come out, we must find a big shot to rely on. Such a person might not be easy to find for others, but our beta Percy just happens to know a few big shot. Xiao Man was very smart. Although she was confused by Chu Kuanga's words, she had already understood. She blurted out, Brother Chu, is it Great Master Huaiyi? Chu Kuanga said, not only that. Great Master Huaiyi is one, and so is King Liang. Don't forget that when Erlang and you got married, someone of King Liang's status also came. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a close relationship with Erlang, this would not have happened. In addition, there is also Princess Taiping. These three people either personally came to attend your wedding with Erlang, or have sent gifts. They are all people who might help. Xiao Man wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said simply, fortunately, Brother Chu reminded me. There's no time to lose, I'll go now. Chu Kuanga nodded and said, good. You are Erlang's wife, so you are the most suitable person. Prepare a food box for me, and I will send it to Erlang. 3 meals a day will be delivered by the family in the future. Don't forget. Xiao Man asked, my 2 brothers came here in a hurry. Have you eaten? Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga had rushed over early in the morning, so they really hadn't eaten yet. Xiao Man's words made the 2 of them feel hungry. Seeing this, Xiao Man said, brothers, have breakfast at home first before going. Chu Kuanga said, no need. Prepare more food. Brother Qiao and I will talk when we get there. Perhaps there are some old comrades of mine in the censorate courtyard. I can also entrust them to take care of Erlang, so that he doesn't have to suffer too much. The earlier he leaves, the earlier he can be at peace. Xiao Mang nodded and hurriedly ordered the kitchen to prepare some food boxes. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao carried the food boxes out of the door, mounted their horses, and went straight to the Senate. Xiao Man sent the 2 away and immediately changed into riding clothes. This time, she did not disguise herself as a graceful young woman. She whipped her horse and went straight to the White Horse Temple. Not long after she left, the official sent by the Imperial Censorate to inform young Fan of his imprisonment slowly arrived. When the gatekeeper, Chen Shou, heard that young Fan had been imprisoned, he was just about to go out to inform Zhao Yu when he happened to meet the official. He perfunctorily accepted the notice and sent the official away. Like a wisp of smoke, he dashed off to Zhao Yu's lair in Renfeng Lane. Xiao Man whipped the horse like it was flying, her heart burning with anxiety. Back then, when she saw her elder brother vomit blood, the fear of losing her elder brother forever suddenly enveloped her body and mind. She was no longer the lonely beggar girl from back then, but this kind of fear was still the same. After being married to the Yang family for so long, she had unknowingly accepted her new identity and integrated into the family. In fact, ever since she was a child, when did she have a family? This was her first family, almost a perfect family. Except for the fact that she had not found her brother and had not consummated her marriage with Lang Jun, she cherished it very much. All of a sudden, Xiao Man burst into tears. She suddenly felt that she had let Lang Jun down. Lang Jun had a beloved woman before her, but Lang Jun had already accepted her, hadn't he? She was already Lang Juan's wife. What knot in her heart couldn't be untied, couldn't she? She was an orphan, and Lang Jun was also an orphan. Now, she was Lang Juan's only family in this world, and she had been married for so long, but she had not even given her body to her man. Xiao Mang suddenly remembered that under the moonlight, she and Lang Jun knelt side by side to worship the spirits of her father-in-law and mother-in-law in heaven. Lang Jun said that he married a gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and lovely wife. He would shoulder the responsibility of bringing glory to the family and restoring the family's reputation. Lang Jun must have wanted to say that he would let the Yang family have many children and make the family prosperous. But because of my feelings, he didn't say it out loud. If Lang Jun died like this, the Yang family's bloodline would be cut off. I would be a sinner of the Yang family, and I would never be able to redeem myself. Xiao Man's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In front of the White Horse Temple, a horse flew. Before the horse could stand still, a strong figure jumped off the horse and rushed into the temple gate. It was raining today, so there were not many believers at the White Horse Temple. There were only a few people at the gate. They were shocked to see the back of the person who rushed in, and then they saw that it was a woman. The receptionist monk, Monk Yixian, saw a beautiful young woman in riding clothes. Her clothes were wet from the drizzle, and her hair was still dripping with raindrops. He couldn't help but be surprised and came forward. He put his palms together and said, "Ah, Lady Benefactor, I'm here to greet you." I don't know why Lady Benefactor braved the rain too. Before he finished his sentence, Xiao Man rushed in front of him and asked hurriedly, "Where is Master Huaiyi?" The monk Yixian was startled. He subconsciously pointed to the back and said in surprise, "Why does Lady Benefactor want to see?" Before he finished his sentence, a figure flashed in front of him. The beautiful young woman had already flashed over the mountain wall and rushed to the back along the side corridor. The monk Yixian had been a receptionist monk for many years. He was not good at other things, but his eyes and mouth were the fastest. However, he only saw a corner of the clothes flashing, and the beautiful young woman disappeared. The people of the yellow court wear embroidered clothes, the purple flying skirt shrouds the clouds, the painting lines are green and green. Taoist Yi Zhuo changed to a more comfortable position. He leaned against the door frame and continued to sing, "Among the three fields, the gentle and graceful beauty shines in the night sky, the hall shines brightly, the heaven and the earth pass." Two monks of the White Horse Temple walked past him and glanced at him with a strange look. One of the monks whispered, "Senior brother, I heard that this old man was a Taoist." The senior brother said, "Yes, after following Shui Huaiyi for 2 years, he unexpectedly became like this. At such an old age, he is full of dirty words, and what skirt and beauty. He is a disgrace to the White Horse Temple." Senior brother, be careful. Don't call Monk Shui by his name. Be careful that his disciples hear it. As the two gradually walked away, Taoist Yi Zhuo curled his lips and said with disdain, "A group of ignorant stupid monks." This Taoist was singing the Yellow Emperor's interior scripture, an orthodox cultivation technique. The purple flying skirt and the gentle beauty are all terms of my Taoist cultivation technique. Do you think this Taoist is thinking of women? Just as Daoist Wan Zhuo's voice fell, a figure floated down in front of him. It was a pretty young lady. Daoist Wan Zhuo was startled. He looked at Xiao Man in surprise and then looked up at the sky. There was only a drizzle in the sky and he didn't see countless young ladies floating down. "Monk, may I ask where Great Master Huaiyi is?" The beautiful young woman spoke, and her words destroyed Yi Zhuo's illusion of a miracle. Taoist Yi Zhuo composed himself and said, "The abbot of the temple lives in this courtyard. May I know who you are?" Xiao Man sighed in relief and said, "Great Master, please take me to see Abbot Huaiyi. I am the wife of Abbot Huaiyi's direct disciple, Yong Fan." Ah, this poor Daoist. I remember now. Yes. I followed the abbot to attend Yong Fan's wedding and saw you there. Daoist Yi Zhuo hurriedly led Xiao Man inside. As they walked, he asked, "Little girl of the Yang family, why did you come to see the abbot in such a hurry? What happened?" Ha, Hong Liu, your song is still the most interesting. Come, sing another song." Shui Huaiyi put down his wine cup and laughed heartily. His chest was still bare, showing off his strong muscles. It seemed that he was already 70% drunk. He had nothing to do in White Horse Temple, and only wine and meat accompanied him every day. As soon as Shui Huaiyi finished speaking, Taoist Yi Zhuo came in and bowed, "Disciple Yi Zhuo greets the abbot." Shui Huaiyi glanced at him and smiled maliciously. "What? Do you also want to learn from Hong Liu and sing a song for me?" Yi Zhuo bitterly smiled and said, "Abbot, something happened to 17th junior brother. His wife came to ask for help and is waiting outside the meditation room." Shui Huaiyi patted his bald head and said, 17? Oh, you mean Yang Fan. What happened to him?" Daoist Yi Zhuo leaned to the side and called out, "Miss Yang, quickly come and greet our temple's abbot reverend." Xiao Man came in and knelt in front of Shui Huaiyi, crying and begging, "Master Huaiyi, Master, please save my husband. Shui Huaiyi stretched out his hand and pulled the wine jar on the table to the side. He stared at her and said in a rough voice, "You are 17's wife. Oh, I remember now, you do look a bit familiar. Tell me, what happened to 17? Xiao Man told Shui Huayixiu about Yang Fan's capture. In fact, she knew very little about the details of the incident. In her narration, she constantly emphasized that her husband could not have participated in the rebellion and that he was framed. Before Xiao Man could finish, the monks under Shui Huaiyi exploded. These hooligans were definitely not good people. They bullied the good, swindled, and did all kinds of bad things. They were originally a group of scoundrels who ran amok in the streets. However, the scoundrels were also loyal. They would help their brothers regardless of whether they were in the right or not. Yang Fan didn't spend a lot of time with them, but that period of time was the most glorious and the happiest for them. Even now, they still talked enthusiastically about how they defeated the inner palace, how they became the champion of sumo, and how they made a name for themselves in the sumo arena. Of course, Yang Fan was the one who enjoyed the most glory in the match with the inner palace, but his group of brothers had also participated in the battle. Although the sumo championship was Chu Kuanga was a monk of the White Horse Temple at the time. Especially the battle between Shang Yuan and Zhu, it was a fierce battle. The battle between them and the Hui Huang directly turned into a hand-to-hand fight. With such a friendship of life and death, Yang Fan was like a brother to them, and brothers could not be bullied by others. A group of hooligan monks who ate meat and drank wine smashed their cups and bowls and shouted, "Master, we have to do something about this. 17's matter is our brother's matter. If we just stand by and watch our brothers get bullied, how can we raise our heads when we leave the White Horse Temple in the future?" Hong Liu said sinisterly, "Master, how is 17 rebelling? If Lai Junchen proves 17 brothers' crime, he will probably follow the disciples to find trouble with you, right?" Although Shui Huaiyi was born a hooligan, he had been in the palace for so many years. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, he more or less understood. He knew that the crime of rebellion was not to be trifled with, so he was a little hesitant. However, his disciples egged him on, and especially Hong Liu's words immediately ignited his anger. Shui Huaiyi rolled his eyes and shouted sternly, "Disciples, get your weapons. Follow me to find that scoundrel named Lai." Chapter 345. A group of monks picked up their rods and escorted Shui Huaiyi out of White Horse Temple. Priest Yizhuo chased after them and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he pulled Xiao Man and whispered, "Miss Yang, the abbot can stand up for your Lang Jun, but you shouldn't go with him." Xiao Man was startled. "Why? Lang Jun has been in prison for a day and I'm really worried about him. I just need to go and see him safe and sound." Priest Yizhuo shook his head. "Miss, you really shouldn't go. Let Master Shui go first. If he can save your Lang Jun, you and your wife will be able to see each other. If anything happens, you will still have a chance to turn things around. If you go now, people will know that you asked the abbot. Not to mention anything else, the abbot's reason for standing up for your husband will be untenable." Xiao Man heard his vague words and wanted to ask again. Shui Huaiyi turned his head and saw Yizhuo pulling Xiao Man's sleeve. He couldn't help but stare at him and shouted, "Shiliu, what are you doing pulling your sister-in-law's sleeve? This is not proper." Daoist Yizhuo hurriedly let go of Xiao Man and said to Shui Huaiyi, "Abbot, this disciple thinks that as 17's master, it's best for Abbot to stand up for him on the grounds that the censorate is unfair. If the young lady from the Yang family goes with you, it's clear that Abbot was asked by Yang Fan's relatives. This would be unfair." Shui Huaiyi frowned. "Why are there so many reasons? Stop talking nonsense." He thought about it again and nodded. "That makes sense. Daughter-in-law, if that is the case, you don't need to go with me. I will protect your Lang Jun." Xiao Man was still reluctant and begged, "If that is the case, Xiao Man can go with Master and just wait outside the censorate." Shui Huaiyi said, "That is fine." Shui Huaiyi turned around and rushed out of White Horse Temple. Someone had already led the horses over and a group of monks got on them. They held their rods and left. The pedestrians who were taking shelter from the rain at the foot of the White Horse Temple looked at their backs as they left. One of them asked curiously. This group of bald donkeys braved the rain. Who are they going to harm this time? Another person said, why is there an extremely beautiful young lady accompanying him? Although Monk Shuer is overbearing, I've never heard of anyone in the White Horse Temple allowing women to stay or molesting women. Someone beside him smiled sheepishly and said, Master Shuer is mighty. The awe-inspiring Grandmaster Shuer barged into the council with a majestic gait, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. A group of servants wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare to. They could only form a semicircle, and when Shuer Huai advanced, they would retreat. Shuer Huai's disciples raised their rods and whacked any servant who retreated too slowly. A high-ranking official ran like a wisp of smoke toward the office of a handsome minister. Just as Lai Junchen had settled the matter of Zhu Bin's sudden death, an official rushed in and reported breathlessly, Deputy Prime Minister. The monks of the White Horse Temple had arrived. Shuer Huai is here. Oh! Lai Junchen had also thought that Shuer Huai would come to cause trouble once he received the news. This fellow was a person who only allowed himself to bully others, not others. Therefore, he wanted to kill young Fan as soon as possible. Once the rice was cooked, he believed that Shuer Huai wouldn't fall out with him over a dead body. However, he didn't expect that something would go wrong in the middle, and in the end, Shuer Huai would get ahead of him. Lai Junchen dusted his sleeves and pretended to be calm. What are you panicking for? Since he is here, let me go and welcome him. Before he finished speaking, the official was pushed away. Shuer Huai barged in with his chest and stomach exposed. He said loudly, there is no need to welcome him. I have come by myself. Lai Junchen was startled at first, but he immediately pretended to be calm. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Master Shuer, you are a great Buddha. Why do you have time to visit my small temple today? Ha, old Lai. Don't play this trick with me. Shuer Huai arrogantly walked up and occupied Lai Junchen's seat. He sat down in a grand manner, glanced at Lai Junchen, and lightly slapped the table, saying, Old Lai, I heard that someone falsely accused my disciple. Has my disciple been captured by you? Lai Junchen waved his hand, and the official hurriedly retreated, closing the door behind him. Looking around, he saw a group of monks at the door, all of them looking at him with malicious intent. One of them looked at his head, another looked at his feet, as if they were looking for a place to attack. The official couldn't help but shiver and quickly slipped away. After the door was closed, Lai Junchen's expression became serious. He said to Shuer Huai, Master Shuer, please be careful. It is true that Master has a disciple locked up in this council. However, whether this is a false accusation or a rebellion, we have not yet found out. How can Master Shuer say that he is innocent? Shuer Huai stood up and grabbed Lai Junchen's collar. He pulled him in front of him and angrily said, Are you saying that I have a bad eye for people or that I am an accomplice to the rebellion? Lai Junchen's face was sprayed with spittle, but he didn't wipe it off. He calmly said, Master Shuer is loyal to His Majesty and naturally does not have any rebellious thoughts. However, Master Shuer has many disciples. How can we be sure that none of them have rebellious thoughts? Yang Fan is Master Shuer's disciple, but he is also the Emperor's official. Does Master Shuer think that there are any of the Emperor's officials who are plotting a rebellion? This sentence slightly dispelled the anger in Shuer Huai's heart. He wouldn't jump into the pit that Lai Junchen dug. He gently let go of his hand and slowly sat down. He looked at Lai Junchen and sneered, Old Lai, are you sincerely going against me? Lai Junchen's expression turned solemn. He bowed slightly to Shuer Huai and said, Master Shuer, Lai Junchen has no enmity with that Yang Fan in the past. Yang Fan isn't anything special, but no one would dare to offend you, Master Shuer. Tell me, is there a need for me, Lai Junchen, to go against Master Shuer for a mere Yang Fan? Shuer Huai said, That's for the best. Then let me take him away. I will naturally owe you a favor. Lai Junchen said, I wouldn't dare to disobey Master Shuer's orders. However, this is a major case of rebellion. His Majesty already knows about it. Because Yang Fan is the Yulin general and the Emperor's personal guard, the Emperor is especially furious. He has personally instructed Lai Junchen to interrogate Yang Fan strictly. He must find out who his accomplices are and eliminate them one by one. Lai Junchen tidied up his clothes and sighed. Since Master Shui has stepped forward, Lai Junchen definitely wouldn't dare to offend him. If Master Shui wants to take him away, Lai Junchen definitely wouldn't dare to stop him. However, if the emperor asks, how should Lai Junchen answer? Master Shui, you have to at least give Lai Junchen an explanation, right? This, Shui Huai had previously hesitated in the White Horse Temple because the crime this time was rebellion. Rebellion directly targeted the emperor, and the emperor was most afraid of this. Shui Huai was the person who slept with the empress, so how could he not know that rebellion was the emperor's reverse scale? Now that he heard Lai Junchen's words, he couldn't help but hesitate. Although the empress doted on him, she wouldn't let him do as he pleased. Seeing his expression, Lai Junchen said again, how about I ask Master Shui to go to the emperor and ask for an imperial edict? With the imperial edict, Lai Junchen will release him according to the edict. Wouldn't that be good? Oh, two ideas in a row, and both were bad luck that Shui Huai didn't want to touch. Shui Huai's arrogance immediately subsided. Lai Junchen observed Monk Shui's expression, but he didn't dare to push him too hard. If he drove this Monk Shui crazy, even the emperor wouldn't be able to suppress him, then it would really be hard to deal with. Lai Junchen quickly changed his tone and said, Master Shui, to be honest, after hearing that this person is Master Shui's disciple, Junchen was also in a difficult position. I don't dare to offend Master Shui, but Junchen is enforcing the law for the country, so I can't ignore this matter. Naturally, Master Shui knows what kind of place Junchen is in. Just because Yang Fan is Teacher Shui's disciple, Junchen gives him the treatment of a prime minister. The cell he stays in is extremely spacious. Ever since he was sent to prison, he hasn't been punished at all. Junchen gives him preferential treatment because of Teacher Shui. Hearing this, Shui Huai's anger gradually subsided. Lai Junchen continued, Junchen knows that Yang Fan is Master Shui's beloved disciple. Now that he is in the censorate, it's still unknown whether he is guilty or not. Junchen is about to interrogate him, so why doesn't Master Shui let Junchen interrogate him? If Yang Fan is really innocent, then letting him go will not affect Master Shui's reputation. If he is really guilty, I believe that Master Shui will not ignore the law and cover up for a rebel. Shui Huai's anger dissipated. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and stared at Lai Junchen with bright eyes. Old Lai, you won't play tricks with me, right? Lai Junchen pretended to be terrified. Why would Master Shui say that? Even if Junchen had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to Master Shui. The emperor already knew about Yang Fan's case, and the emperor was the only person Shui Huai didn't dare to disobey. Shui Huai thought about it and had no choice but to accept Lai Junchen's explanation. He nodded heavily. Fine, since you said so, I will listen. I will watch with my eyes wide open, no matter what you do. I won't make things difficult for you now. I won't take my disciple away today. I'll let my disciple stay here for a few days. After you've cleared his name, I'll welcome him out in a grand manner. Lai Junchen heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, Don't worry, Master Shui. I will definitely enforce the law impartially. I won't let anyone off unjustly, nor will I wrongly accuse anyone. Shui Huai chuckled and said, Old Lai, if you want to wrongly accuse others, then do so. I can't be bothered as long as you don't wrongly accuse my people. Let's go, bring me to C-17 first. As long as he's fine, I will leave immediately. To be honest, Lai Junchen would have helped this unreasonable monk, who was also the emperor's lover. If the suspect wasn't Yang Fan, but anyone else, he would have done Shui Huai a favor. However, this Yang Fan was out of the question. He wanted to make the person who slept with Yang Fan become his. He, Lai Junchen, had no other interests but beautiful women. This hobby of his had already become a kind of addiction. Once he took a fancy to a woman, he would spare no effort to get that woman. For this, he had already destroyed the families of countless officials, and most of them had higher positions than Yang Fan. If it wasn't for Yang Fan having such a powerful backer, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort. However, even if Yang Fan had such a powerful backer, Yang Fan's crime involved his backer's backer. Lai Junchen naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Lai Junchen was relieved when Shui Huai relented, but he was startled when he heard that he wanted to see Yang Fan. He hesitated and said, "Master Shui, it's a rule that suspects who are involved in a rebellion can't be seen." Shui Huai snorted, "Rules? Rules, my ass." He placed his hands on the table and said boldly, "If you don't let me see him, then I won't leave. I will chant sutras, set up a vegetarian diet, and worship Buddha. I will make your council yard my White Horse Temple." Chapter 346. Lai Junchen had no choice but to say, "If that's the case, Master Shui, please." Shui Huai stood up and walked out of the room. He said loudly to the disciples, "I've just discussed with old Lai. Even though 17 was wronged, he is still guilty of a crime. If I take him away now, the suspicion will not be cleared and it will delay his future. Why don't we ask old Lai to clear 17's name first and then walk out of this censorate courtyard with dignity? If you guys are worried about your brother, then follow me to see him." Lai Junchen stood beside Shui Huai with a slight smile on his face. He didn't say a word, but he secretly shot Wei Suizhong, who had rushed over after hearing the news. At first, Wei Suizhong didn't understand what he meant, but halfway through Shui Huai's words, he understood and immediately turned to leave. Lai Junchen waited for Shui Huai to finish and said with a friendly smile, "Master Shui, this way please." A group of bald monks surrounded Shui Huai and flaunted their prowess. Lai Junchen, the master, was more like a guest. They left Lai Junchen's detention room and went to the prison area at the back. Lai Junchen walked steadily and introduced the layout of the censorate courtyard to Shui Huai from time to time. Looking at him, Shui Huai looked like an imperial envoy sent by the court to record prisoners. Wei Suizhong hurriedly rushed to the temporary prison area in the west wing and hurriedly ordered people to open the cell door. Last time, he did not take a careful look, but now that he took a look, the environment inside the cell was not bad. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief and immediately called a group of people to clean the room, nail the iron rings, untie Yang Fan, and remove the shackles. When the iron rings were nailed to the wall and the floor, someone took out the long shackles used to hang people in the air and shackled Yang Fan's hands and feet. This way, Yang Fan was more comfortable than being tied to a pillar. He could also move around in a small area and even lie down to rest. However, no matter where he went, his range of movement was very limited. At this time, Wei Suizhong asked someone to untie the ox tendons on Yang Fan's body. 2 prisoners brought in a set of mattresses. Just as they placed it on the ground, Lai Junchen led Shui Huai into the courtyard. Yang Fan was baffled by the prison guard's strange actions. It was only when he saw Shui Huai leading a group of monks in that he came to a realization. 17. Lai Junchen coughed and said to Shui Huai, "Master Shui, Yang Fan still has a crime on him, so we can't make things easier for him. These torture tools are still necessary. Master Shui, please don't feel sorry for your disciple and make things difficult for me." Shui Huai was silenced by Lai Junchen first, but after some thought, he didn't object. He only snorted coldly and parted the crowd of disciples. He walked in front of Yang Fan and asked loudly, 17, "Tell me, did you participate in the rebellion?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I didn't." Shui Huai patted his shoulder and said loudly, "Good. With these words of yours, your master has the confidence to back it up. Who would want to bully the people of our White Horse Temple for no reason? Hey! What happened to you?" Halfway through his sentence, Shui Huai suddenly saw Yang Fan's pained expression and couldn't help but be startled. Wei Suizhong, who was standing at the side, had an ominous glint in his eyes, threatening Yang Fan with his eyes. Yang Fan wasn't willing to pay attention to him. If he didn't seize this rare opportunity, he would definitely die. Yang Fan said, "Master, I was originally tied to a pillar. I was tied for a day and a night, and the rope cut into my skin. My hands, feet, shoulders, and back are all cut." "What?" When Hong Liu heard this, he stepped forward and tore open Yang Fan's clothes. The place where the ox tendon was tied was already bruised and swollen. Because the ox tendon had pierced through the clothes, the wound was blunt and not deep, but it covered a large area. At first glance, Yang Fan could see that Yang Fan's flesh was badly mangled and looked frightening. The crowd of disciples started cursing. Shui Huai roared and suppressed everyone's voices. Mother **K, didn't you say to treat my disciple well? What happened? This, Lai Junchen was very embarrassed. Wei Suizhong hurriedly went forward and said, Master Shui, please calm down. Ever since Yang Fan entered the council, he hasn't been beaten once. This is the truth. Master Shui, you can ask him if you don't believe me, or you can examine his injuries. As for this wound, it was caused when we caught him and we were worried that he would escape, so we tied him up too tightly. Speaking of which, the people who tied him up were soldiers of the Featherwood Guard. This has nothing to do with the censorate. Wei Suizhong's words were smooth, pushing the blame away completely. However, it was the truth that he didn't torture Yang Fan. If it was really examined, it could confuse people. But before he could finish, Yang Fan interrupted him and said in a deep voice, Master, I'm afraid that today will be the last time we meet. Hearing this, the monks stopped arguing. Hong Yi asked curiously, 17, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you say that you didn't participate in the rebellion? Yang Fan said, eldest senior brother, it is the truth that 17 didn't participate in the rebellion. It is also the truth that 17 will die in the council. He raised his hand and the iron chains clanked. He pointed at Wei Suizhong and said, this morning, I checked the prisoners and the cell next to mine. Zhu Bin suddenly died. It was this person who was responsible for checking the prisoners. When he checked my cell, his eyes revealed a murderous glint. Wei Suizhong was about to explain, but Yang Fan interrupted, although Yang Fan is young, I have seen people from all walks of life. I can't be wrong if he had murderous intent in his eyes. Wei Suizhong laughed and said, ridiculous. Really ridiculous. This official is in charge of the prison, how can I be nice to the prisoners? Look at the people around me, which one of them isn't a fiend? Yang Fan, you are a prisoner, not a friend of mine. When I check your cell, do you think I have to smile and be polite? The monks looked towards Wei Suizhong's side and saw that the prison guards and servants all had gloomy expressions on their faces, as if someone owed them 800 strings of money. Someone like Zhong Lilei looked more like a butcher. Although his face was expressionless, his murderous aura was soaring. Lai Junchen shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Teacher Shui, this disciple of yours is too gutsy and suspicious. This bunch of people have always been unkind and unloved. Today, it's only because you, Teacher Shui, are here that their appearances are still acceptable. If it were any other time. Wei Suizhong has no enmity with Yang Fan, why would he want to kill him? Shui Huai looked at Yang Fan, then at Wei Suizhong. He looked up at the sky and laughed. He said to Yang Fan, 17, I think you're frightened and are starting to talk nonsense. Don't worry, as long as I don't do anything wrong, I won't be afraid of ghosts knocking at my door. Lai Junchen knows that you have been wronged and will clear your name and let you out of prison. Just stay here and don't worry. Yang Fan panicked and shouted, Master. Shui Huai said, all right. I heard what you said, and so many of your fellow disciples heard it as well. Deputy Lai, the officials, the prison guards, and the prison guards all heard it. If a rebel suspect says that he will die at the monster trainer station, then he really does die at the monster trainer station. Hong Yi, what do you think this is? Hong Yi puffed out his chest and said, what else is there to say? Someone must be deliberately going against our White Horse Temple. Shui Huai raised his leg and kicked him, scolding, you pig head. Shui Huai angrily turned to Hong Liu and said, Hong Liu, speak. Hong Liu immediately changed his tone and said, if 17 is really dead, then he must have killed her to silence her. There must be an accomplice in the monster trainer station. Deputy Lai said that he would take care of 17. If 17 can still die at the monster trainer station, then the murderer must have a high position. Master, you must immediately report to the Emperor. The monster trainer station is unreliable. There is a big fish inside. We must investigate. We must investigate to the death. Shui Huai nodded and said with a smile, of course. I am loyal to the Emperor. Once I find something like this, how can I not investigate? 17 said that his surname is Wei. Remember his name. If something really happens to 17, the first person to investigate is him. Wei Suizhong's expression became unnatural. Shui Huai then said to Lai Junchen, whose smile was a little stiff, Lai Junchen, look at my disciple's injuries. Lai Junchen coughed and said, I will send someone to apply medicine and bandage it. Shui Huai said, all right, then I will not disturb you anymore. Let's go. Shui Huai looked back at Yang Fan and turned to walk out. Lai Junchen followed Shui Huai out of the Senate. When they reached the door, Shui Huai suddenly stopped and turned to Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen quickly stepped forward and asked, Master Shui? Shui Huai raised his hand and placed it on Lai Junchen's shoulder. Then, he pulled Lai Junchen into his embrace. The two of them leaned against each other intimately. Shui Huai sneered beside Lai Junchen's ear and said in a low voice, Lai Junchen, both of us used to be in the same place. I know your tricks very well. Lai Junchen quickly struggled and said, Master Shui, you misunderstand. Shui Huai's hand tightened and pulled him back. He said coldly, a man lives with a face, a tree lives with a layer of skin. I, Shui Huai, live for this face. If 17 dies inexplicably in your Senate, you will be stripping my face. If you make me lose my face, then I will lose my face. At that time, Shui Huai heavily patted Lai Junchen's back and let him go. He loudly said, Old Lai Junchen, I will take my leave now. Shui Huai left with a series of arrogant laughter in Lai Junchen's ears. Lai Junchen's face turned red and green. Xiaoman was a meticulous person. Since Daoist Yizhua said that it was not convenient for her to show herself, she stopped not far from the Senate. She led her horse into an alley and waited until the people from the Senate returned to the Yamen. When she saw that Shui Huai was empty-handed and didn't bring Yang Fan out, she panicked. Master Shui. Shui Huai saw her and stopped his disciples. He pulled Xiaoman to the side and whispered, Daughter-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help, but 17's case is related to rebellion. Even the emperor knows about it. I can't just bring him out like this. If the emperor says it, he will have to go back in and I won't be able to show myself. Xiaoman's face paled and said in fear, Master, Shui Huai said, don't worry, 17 is fine now. I have already warned Lai Junchen, he won't dare to do anything. But, Shui Huai repeated Yang Fan's words to Xiaoman and said, 17 is bold but meticulous. He has a lot of skills. I don't believe that he was scared out of his wits and was suspicious of everything. If he's telling the truth, then there's more to this. I'm just afraid that Lai Junchen will fabricate a lot of false evidence. If the emperor orders to kill him, I won't be able to save him. Don't worry, go home and wait for my news. I'll think of a way. Xiaoman quickly curtsied and said, Thank you, Master. Shui Huai felt embarrassed that he didn't bring him out. He only waved his hand and walked away with a gloomy face. Xiaoman's heart sank when she saw his expression. She thought to herself, this monk's expression means that the matter is 100 times more serious than he said. If even he can't do anything, then won't Langjun be dead for sure? Xiaoman stood by the side of the road with her horse and watched Shui Huai and the others ride away. Her heart was at a loss as if it was hanging in the air. Suddenly, she also got on her horse and galloped away. If Shui Huai, this big bodhisattva, can't do it, then I'll go beg all the gods and Buddhas in the world to save Langjun. Xiaoman was really anxious now. Fortunately, although Yang Fan entered the officialdom late, he miraculously made friends with many important people. For example, Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang and Princess Taiping Li Lingyu. Since they paid so much attention to Yang Fan's marriage, they must have an unusual relationship. No matter whether begging them would work or not, Xiaoman had to try now. Xiaoman believed that Shangguan Weiji must also be thinking of ways to save Langjun. Unfortunately, Shanghai WN was deep in the palace and couldn't meet him. She couldn't wait for WN to make a move, and she couldn't put all her hopes on Shanghai WAN. She was now worshipping every temple and burning incense every time she saw Buddha. She already looked like a desperate patient who would try anything. Xiaoman had been raised according to the standards of a female palace guard since she was a child. She was the defender of imperial power and order. She wanted to save Yang Fan, even at the expense of her own life. But she never had the thought of resisting from the beginning to the end. All her thoughts were about how to save her husband under the order of imperial power. Different education, different experiences, and different lives would cause people to have completely different thoughts. If Xiaoman had been a defender of order for so many years, then what about Tin Ano? Tin Ano was copying sutras. In the meditation room of the abbot of the Tranquil sect, Pei Xuanli's wife, Yu, came to complain to Ding Ding Nun again. The little nun of the Pure Lotus was still sitting on the side, holding a brush in her hand and concentrating on copying the Diamond Sutra. She had copied this sutra 80 times, and now she was copying it for the 81st time. As she copied the sutra, she recited the sutra silently. Gradually, she had a strange feeling. She felt that she had seen her own nature, that the 5 skandhas were empty, that there was no self, no human, no sentient beings, and no immortal. Buddha was her, and she was Buddha. She had understood the true meaning of the Buddhist sutra. "Shatai, Madam Yu complained tearfully, I am afraid this time my husband's crime has been confirmed," she said. "They have made a lot of accusations against my husband, and now they have arrested a Yulin general called Yang Fan, saying that he was bribed by the winter official Li Yudao, and that my husband is the middleman. Oh my God, when did my husband collude with this person?" The little nun of the Pure Lotus placed her brush on the paper and said complacently, "This feels like an epiphany. Actually, I have the root of wisdom." As soon as the words Yang Fan entered her ears, the tip of her brush sank and stained the Diamond Sutra that she had just written. The little nun of the Pure Lotus, who had just become a Buddha, had a cold look in her eyes. She was about to turn into Azura. Chapter 347. Vermilion pavilions, elegant rooms, winding gardens, and long corridors. In the gentle breeze, it was picturesque. Within the study of the Liang estate's 3rd courtyard, there were several folding screens and a few ancient bookshelves, dividing the entire room into several different spaces. The main hall was spacious and elegant, and when one occasionally caught a glimpse of the other entrances hidden by the folding screens, it gave off a feeling of winding paths leading to seclusion. Wu Sanxi was dressed in Yang Ju's attire, with a silk belt around his waist. He did not wear a headscarf on his head, only a xiao yarrow cloth. He stood beside the antique shelf, using a cotton handkerchief. He leisurely wiped an exquisite porcelain bottle. The vase had a long neck and was as thin as a cicada's wing. When it was lightly tapped, it produced a pleasant sound. It was clearly an excellent collector's item. Next to him stood the Minister of Honor, Song Zhishuan. From time to time, he would make a few comments, earning a pleased smile from Wu Sanxi. At this time, the sound of boots approached from afar. The housekeeper quietly appeared at the door. Wu Sanxi carefully placed the vase back on the shelf and turned to look at him. The housekeeper bowed and said, "Your Highness, the wife of Yang Fan's left Minister of the Imperial Guards, Lady Xie, requests an audience with Your Highness." Yang Fan's wife? Wu Sanxi's brows furrowed slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced a few steps in the hall and stood still. Shaking his head, he said, "Just say that this prince has a minor illness and will not see any guests." "Yes." The housekeeper acknowledged and turned to leave. Song Zhishuan's eyes flashed. He lowered his head to think for a moment before following behind Wu Sanxi. Cupping his hands, he said, "Your Highness, Yang Fan's wife must be here to beg Your Highness to save her husband." Wu Sanxi frowned slightly. Throwing the handkerchief on the small green jade table, he said in a deep voice, "This prince knows. It is precisely because this prince knows that I cannot see her. This is a major case of rebellion. The emperor is very concerned. Is this water something that can be waded into casually?" As Wu Sanxi's trusted aide, Song Zhishuan was one of the few people who knew that Yang Fan had once offered the Turkic spy, Yian, to Wu Sanxi. It was precisely because of Yian that Wu Sanxi was able to overthrow Wu Chengxi and become the most prominent representative of the Wu clan. Therefore, Yang Fan had contributed greatly to him. However, Song Zhishuan naturally couldn't directly say this matter and cause Wu Sanxi's face to turn ugly. Thus, he could only tactfully say, "Your Highness has always favored Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan is in trouble, Your Highness is indifferent. If this were to spread out, it would not be good for Your Highness's reputation." It wasn't that Wu Sansi hadn't considered the fact that young Fan had given Yian as a greeting gift to him. However, he really didn't want to be implicated in the crime of treason. On second thought, this matter was only known to a few trusted aides. Even if they didn't act, it wouldn't affect his reputation. Thus, he still shook his head and didn't say anything. Song Jishuan smiled slightly and said, "This lowly official knows what Your Highness is worried about. In truth, Your Highness doesn't need to worry about this. Your Highness still needs to help with this matter. Even if it isn't to help young Fan, it is to help Your Highness yourself."
Oh.
Wu Sansi was slightly moved. He said, "This prince knows that you are intelligent and resourceful. How is it to help this prince? Tell me." Song Jishuan said, "If Your Highness doesn't want to be involved in this matter, then when you meet Lai Junchen, Your Highness doesn't need to say it so clearly. You only need to use words to point him out and let him know that Your Highness is very concerned about young Fan's matter. Then he will have to act with some caution. In the future, if young Fan's innocence is proven, then it will be Your Highness's contribution. If young Fan can't be cleared of the crime, Your Highness can be considered to be a loyal and righteous person and won't let others talk behind his back. But this point isn't considered important. The most important thing is that the prime ministers, with the exception of Li Zhaoda, are now all dead. A large number of officials from the 6 ministries and below have also been arrested. Lai Junchen is like a mad dog that randomly bites people. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court are in a state of panic. This is a good opportunity for Your Highness to recruit people. Yang Jiawang is using 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bone. Can't Your Highness save young Fan? If Your Highness makes a slight gesture, regardless of whether or not you can save young Fan, as long as you make this gesture, to those officials who are in a hurry to find a big tree to shelter them from the wind and rain, you will be a wise ruler that they can pledge their loyalty to." Wu Sansi came to his senses and lightly nodded his head. Song Jishuan said, "Your Highness should go to the censorate. Not only should you go with great fanfare. Let everyone know that Your Highness has been to the censorate. When you go to the censorate, Your Highness doesn't need to directly say anything about protecting young Fan. Lai Junchen is an intelligent person. With a little nudge, he will naturally understand. In this way, if young Fan is safe, it will be Your Highness's merit. If something happens to young Fan, what does it have to do with Your Highness?" Wu Sansi chuckled and relaxed his brows. He said, "I understand. Pick it up heavily and put it down gently. Not bad. Should I call someone to chase after young Fan's wife and tell her?" Song Jishuan said, "That won't be necessary. Your Highness's action is for the world to see. So what if Madame Xie doesn't know? If young Fan can be released from prison and knows that Your Highness has been there, he will owe Your Highness a favor. If he is doomed, what use is this favor?" Wu Sansi laughed loudly and pointed at Song Jishuan. He said, You really are a devil." Wu Sansi turned around with a face full of smiles. He shouted outside, "Guards, help this prince change clothes. Prepare the ceremonial guards of a prince. This prince wants to go to the censorate." The continuous rain disturbed one's thoughts. Listening to the pitter-patter of water, it made one want to sleep. Princess Taiping had worked hard for young Fan's matter for the past 2 days and was really tired. Therefore, after her afternoon nap, she woke up at this time. Inside the boudoir, it was elegant, and magnificent. The dressing table, the small table, the silk curtain, and the embroidered pillow were all exquisite and beautiful. There was an incense burner on the table, which was burning with calming incense. Princess Taiping got up. She was wearing a fine silk nightgown. Her beautiful feet were bare as she stepped on the soft snow-white carpet. She leisurely walked to the dressing table and sat down. Her gown tightened and she bent her body to sit down. Her slender waist bent, revealing her round buttocks. Her posture was graceful. A woman with a lazy expression and a charming appearance appeared in the bronze mirror. Her spring clothes were loose, her fragrant shoulders were exposed, and the tender and tall breasts on her chest formed a deep and seductive ravine. Her plump and smooth skin complemented her alluring curves, and she revealed a mature and elegant charm. Hearing the sound, 2 personal maids came in and combed her long hair, preparing to tie it up with a hairpin. Her beautiful face in the mirror gently opened her cherry lips and said, "What news?" One of the maids answered, "The censorate sent news that Shui Huai went there and made a scene." The little lass was very eloquent. She vividly recounted the incident of Shui Huai causing a ruckus in the council from beginning to end, as if she was there at the scene. She said it word for word, as if she knew all the details like the back of her hand. Princess Taiping smiled, revealing a smile that could turn all living things upside down in the mirror. "All right, with Monk Shui's disturbance, he will at least be safe for the time being. Well, give him the rest of the title deed and add another 100 mu. Tell him that he is diligent, so I am very happy. Tell him to continue to look after it. I will reward him in the future." "Yes," the maid answered and tied up her long black hair. Princess Taiping sat still and thought for a while before asking, "Has Shu Yugong returned to the capital?" The maid said, "Shu Yugong came back in the morning. He sent someone to tell me that he went to hand over the case and then came to pay a visit." Princess Taiping bit her tender and beautiful red lips, and snorted softly from her nose. Shu Yugong was now the imperial censor of the imperial envoy station and was Lai Junshen's subordinate. However, this prosecutor, who was a few ranks lower than Lai Junchen, had the ability to challenge Lai Junchen. Princess Taiping urgently asked him to return to the capital because she needed him for something important. This person was strongly recommended by her, so he was indebted to her. If Taiping had something to entrust to him, as long as it did not violate the national law, he would definitely agree to it. Although he had received Taiping's great kindness, he was not the kind of person who would blindly follow Taiping's orders, who would listen to his advice, who would boast that he was under Taiping's tutelage. Taiping told him to put down the case on that side and immediately return to the capital, but in the end he waited until the case on that side was closed before he returned. For him to come back so quickly, it seemed that he had sped up the speed of the case. However, the first thing he did after returning to the capital was to hand over the case, which inevitably made Taiping unhappy. It was just that this person's temperament was like this. Public affairs were public affairs and private affairs were private affairs. Public affairs must be placed before private affairs. Taiping already knew his character. Since he did not cause any delay, then it was fine. Although Taiping's heart was in love with young Fan, she was an extremely calm person. This kind of temperament was somewhat similar to the young Wu Zetian. The more critical the moment, the calmer and more frightening she became. When young Fan was imprisoned, she was not in a hurry to save him, nor was she in a panic. As soon as she heard that it was a crime of rebellion and that the emperor already knew about it, she knew that if she could not get past the emperor, no matter who it was, they would not be able to save young Fan. Therefore, the first thing Princess Taiping did was to spare no expense to save young Fan's life. Money makes the devil turn millstones. What were the people who gathered around Lai Junchen for? Wasn't it for profit? She could not ask them to betray because they did not have enough bargaining chips to make them betray. As long as there was enough money, this kind of person could be easily killed. The second thing Taiping did was to obtain the crime of young Fan's rebellion. She wanted to know if young Fan had really participated in the rebellion. She wanted to know what evidence Lai Junchen had. She wanted to know what crimes were laid out for young Fan. What was tied to young Fan's body was not shackles or ropes. Instead, it was a list of crimes that would put him to death. She already knew all of this. Next, it was time to clear young Fan's name. This was the most troublesome step. She had to act carefully and plan carefully. If she failed at the last step, then that little enemy would not be able to come out alive. Taiping gazed at that tender and charming face in the mirror. Just as she was pondering quietly, the steward of the Princess Fu, Ju Minute, tiptoed in. When she came near her, she said in a low voice, "Princess, the left minister of the Imperial Guards, young Fan's first wife, Madame Xie, requests an audience." Her. Taiping came to her senses. When she heard the word first wife, she felt very uncomfortable. Xie Xiaoman didn't need to think to know why she wanted to see her. Princess Taiping's jade-like face turned cold. She said coldly, "I won't see her." Ju Minute agreed. When she was about to leave, Taiping suddenly called out to her. After thinking for a moment, The charming face in the mirror revealed a trace of slyness and pride. Princess Taiping said lightly, "Tell her that there is no need to go around asking for help. It's not that I don't want to help. In fact, Yang Fan's case is irrefutable. No one can save him. Tell her to make arrangements for Yang Fan's funeral." Chapter 348. Lai Junchen sat with a gloomy expression on his face. Wei Suizhong stood solemnly to the side, occasionally glancing at Lai Junchen. He was too timid to say anything. After a long time, Lai Junchen let out a long sigh and said, "Go do what you need to do." Wei Suizhong felt as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly replied, "This lowly one obeys." He had only taken 2 steps when he stopped and said hesitantly, "Lieutenant Minister, then this matter," Lai Junchen said, "that boorish Shui Huai has always been domineering. He treats everyone the same way. Even the current Prime Minister, Li Zhaoda, suffered a beating from him. He came to our doorstep, but he returned in defeat. King Liang's appearance is a bit unexpected. I really don't know what this Yang Fan did to make these two stand up for him." Wei Suizhong didn't say anything. Lai Junchen clenched his teeth and smiled. "This is beyond my expectations. This bone is indeed difficult to chew. However, it will be even more flavorful this way." Wei Suizhong's expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "Lieutenant Minister, do you have an idea?" Lai Junchen glared at him. "Like hell I have an idea. Do you really think I can disregard everything and slap Shui Huai and Wu Sance's faces?" "Ah," Lai Junchen sighed. "Let him live for a while longer. Once his crimes are confirmed and the emperor decrees his execution, I want to see who will save him then." Finished speaking, Lai Junchen glared at Wei Suizhong and said, "That old bastard Li Yudao still hasn't confessed. Put in more effort and force out a confession from him. Make sure that it matches perfectly with Pei Xuanli's confession. Have our eyes and ears scattered all over the country provide some relevant evidence based on this confession. The evidence must be overwhelming and closely linked." "Understood." Wei Suizhong hurriedly replied. Lai Junchen then said, "Interrogate Yang Fan again. Ask him who gave him those shops. Make sure to ascertain the identity of the person who gave them to him." Lai Junchen sneered, "Those who show courtesy must have a request. I believe that the person who sent the generous gift to Yang Fan must have a favor to ask of him, and the matter that he entrusted to him must be something shady. To send a generous gift to a Lang general, I believe that person doesn't have a powerful background. Once they interrogate him, they will be labeled as accomplices, and the evidence of Yang Fan's treason will be even more conclusive. Yes. This lowly officer will do it right away." Wei Suizhong replied and hurriedly left. In the narrow passageway between the 2 government offices, the limping Zhong Lilei bumped into Wei Suizhong, who was walking towards him. The usually expressionless coffin face actually revealed a hint of a smile. "Imperial Censor Wei." Wei Suizhong stopped in his tracks and said, "Oh, it's Jia Duan. The Yamen is a little chaotic these few days. We have to keep a close eye on the prison and not let anything slip. I will rearrange the patrols and defense. Come to my detention room in an hour." "All right, this lowly officer will be there in a moment," Zhong Lilei replied and stretched out his sleeves. Wei Suizhong raised his hand and caught it. It seemed as if their sleeves had only touched for a moment, and then a roll of items was already in Wei Suizhong's hands. Zhong Lilei's voice suddenly became a little lower. "The customer is very satisfied. He will give you an additional 100 mu of superior farmland as a token of gratitude." Wei Suizhong couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This person is very good at handling matters, and he is also very generous. Just who is he? I'm starting to get a little curious. Zhong Lilei said, "Imperial Censor Wei, I am only in charge of delivering messages, so I don't know about these things. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to say anything. This is our rule." Wei Suizhong chuckled and said, "I was just asking." Zhong Lilei laughed and said, "Master Shui has come to cause a ruckus, and King Liang has come to make a show of force. What plans does Deputy Minister have?" Wei Suizhong's expression suddenly darkened. He said solemnly, "Jia Duan, I only promised that one thing. I will ignore everything else." If anyone wants information, please find another way. Zhonglilei said, Fine, fine, fine. If you don't want this money, then forget it. I will think of another way. I still need you to continue to look after that person. They said that as long as you work hard, they will reward you handsomely. Wei Suizhong nodded and brushed past Zhonglilei. Even if one was as clean as water, one could not escape being as slippery as oil. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, the censorate yard, which was feared by everyone, had long formed an inseparable network of relationships. Xiao Man had been running around for the whole day. When she returned home, her body felt like it was falling apart. Her body was exhausted, and her mind was haggard. She was about to collapse. Third Lady and Daomai were frightened when they saw their madam's drenched clothes and pale face, as if she had contracted a serious illness. The two of them quickly helped Xiao Man change her clothes and boiled some water for her to bathe. Xiao Man seemed to have lost her soul. She didn't say a word and let them do whatever they wanted. After bathing, she changed into a clean and soft gown. Sanjie helped her to sit down at the table. Daomai brought her some light and delicious side dishes, the glutinous and delicious, fragrant rice porridge. Xiao Man picked it up and ate a mouthful. She felt her throat was swollen and painful, it was difficult to swallow. How could she eat? She had no choice but to put down the bowl. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao went to the Council of Hell early in the morning to deliver food to Yang Fan, but they had no way to see him. Chu Kuanga vaguely remembered that there was a comrade who worked in the Council of Hell. Unfortunately, after asking around, that person was no longer working here. Even so, the bailiffs of the Council of Hell knew his identity and were still polite to him. Chu Kuanga asked around and only knew that Yang Fan was still alive. As for the details, he didn't know. When Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao came back, Xiao Man was still running around outside. Now that the situation was tense, the military was the strictest. No one was allowed to leave, let alone spend the night outside. It took a lot of effort for Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao to ask for leave. The two of them waited for a while and didn't see Xiao Man come back. They were in a hurry to return to the barracks, so they had to give some ideas to Chen Shou. They also said that they would try their best to find a way to come back and discuss with her. They told her not to worry too much and fall down again. Ma Qiao wasn't as knowledgeable as Chu Kuanga, so he couldn't get a word in on these things. But he was always thinking about not letting Yang Fan go hungry, so he repeatedly told the servants in Yang Fan's house to not forget to send 3 meals a day on time. At this time, when the wind was blowing and the crane was in a state of panic, others were afraid to avoid people who were accused of treason. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao came to visit her without avoiding suspicion and gave her advice. It was enough to show that they were very righteous, and Xiao Man was very grateful to them. But with their abilities, the role they could play in such a big case was almost zero. Xiao Man didn't have any hope for them in this regard. Princess Taiping's words really scared her out of her wits. She didn't even know how she came back. After listening to Princess Taiping's words, thinking of King Liang's reaction and Xue Huai's expression, Xiao Man was completely disappointed. In her opinion, Princess Taiping had no reason to lie to her. If even the dignified princess had made such an assertion, wouldn't her Langjun be dead for sure? Xiao Man thought, and tears of sadness slid down her cheeks. What else could she do now? Who else in the world could save her Langjun from this disaster? Meow. Qian, when Qian meowed softly, jumped onto Xiao Man's knees and snuggled into her arms. The long-faced Ahut walked over slowly without saying a word. He just wagged his tail and lay down in front of her knees. Xiao Man hugged Qian when Qian and gently stroked its fur. She thought about how this was a gift from her Langjun. She thought about all the things that had happened between her and Yang Fan since they got to know each other. She thought about their experiences as strangers, as opponents, as friends, and as husband and wife. She thought about the night when she fell asleep peacefully in Yang Fan's arms. Her heart was about to break. It was late at night, but the light in Xiao Man's room was still on. Chen Shou walked over, looked at the light on the window, sighed softly, and turned back. After something happened to Yang Fan, he informed Zhao Yu immediately. Zhao Yu immediately mobilized the hidden sect's forces in the capital and concealed all the people who might be involved. Subsequently, Zhao Yu also used his power to start understanding Yang Fan's situation. When he heard that the 16 shops gifted to Yang Fan had become one of the evidence of Yang Fan's rebellion, he couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't that he wasn't thorough enough. The 16 shops gifted to Yang Fan wasn't presented at Yang Fan's wedding to show off. Instead, it was presented by Chen Shou after the wedding, and it was very secretive. Yang Fan was a military general and didn't involve himself in court politics. Even if this matter was spread in the streets, it was unlikely that those high-ranking officials would know. Even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. Why would anyone investigate him for no reason? Furthermore, this Lang Jiang was a member of the Wu clan's most prominent branch. He was a favored person of the emperor and had many connections and backgrounds. Those in the bureaucracy would not rashly try to figure out the roots of such a complicated character. If it wasn't for this major case of rebellion that happened to involve Yang Fan, Zhao Yu's generous gift wouldn't have caused any trouble. Who knew, sigh. It was possible to overlook it, but how could they have forgotten that the Empress's court would have a case of rebellion every now and then? Even if Zhao Yu stepped forward to prove that he was the one who gifted the shops, he wouldn't be able to prove that Yang Fan wasn't a rebel. Official Sai, Pei Xuanli, had already confessed and admitted that Yang Fan was his accomplice. Furthermore, he only confessed that Li Yudao had bribed Yang Fan with a large sum of money, but he didn't specify that it was these 16 shops. Even if Zhao Yu jumped out, he would only be getting himself into trouble. Moreover, even if this method was feasible, he wouldn't step forward bravely. They didn't have that kind of friendship to sacrifice themselves for others. Zhao Yu also wanted to rescue Yang Fan from prison, but the hidden sect's influence in Luoyang was already rather weak, and their influence in the court was especially weak. Now that Xue Huai and Wu Sanxi had already made their moves, if these two couldn't do it, what could he do even if he did everything he could? Zhao Yu could only continue to understand the progress of Yang Fan's case while writing down the details of this matter and getting someone to report it to Shenmu in Chang'an. Xiaoman sat there in a daze for half the night while Daomai and Third Lady kept her company. The two lasses were still young after all, and they were so sleepy that they couldn't sit still and were chased away by Xiaoman to sleep. Xiaoman grieved for a long time before she sorted out her emotions and started thinking about how to rescue her husband. After thinking about it for a long time, she could only place her last hope on WN. She believed that WN was trying to think of a way, but did WN have a way? Xiaoman had no idea. She had to see WN, but she no longer had the authority to enter and exit the palace. How could she see WN, who was in the imperial palace? After a long time, Xiaoman finally thought of a method. She didn't know if this method would work, but even if there was only a trace of hope, she had to try. In the dark night, she began to look forward to dawn. The night was dark, and the night that Tin Ano had been looking forward to finally arrived. Before she became a Buddhist nun, she had already thrown away some of the little toys that she brought along with her when she went to the capital. But when she reached this stage, although she couldn't just pick leaves and flowers to hurt people, she had already reached the stage where there was nothing that couldn't be used as a killing weapon. The Buddhist robe was originally grey, and after tying it up properly, it would be convenient for her to move. On her head, she used the lining of the monk's robe to make a simple hood. As for weapons, there was only a piece of rope and a candlestick. That was enough. Although Yang Fan had broken her heart, when she heard that Yang Fan was in trouble, the only thing that Anu could think of was to immediately save her. That night, she was no longer the little lotus nun who had cut off all her worries and accompanied the ancient Buddha with a wooden fish and a clear lamp. That night, she was still herself, and she was still Tin Ano. Only for one person, Tin Ano, who would spend her whole life praying for his safety to the ends of the earth. Chapter 349. That night, the sky was still gloomy and there were sporadic raindrops. The heat was about to pass and autumn was coming, but the rain suddenly became heavier. Recently, the Yi River and Luo River's water level had risen. Luoyang Prefecture had already sent people to patrol both sides of the river to prevent the water from overflowing. In the past, there was an incident where the water overflowed into the palace. With the communication capabilities of this era, it was impossible to send people upstream to warn them in time. Once the water came, it would be 100 times faster than them. Luoyang Prefecture had to take precautions and piled up a large number of sandbags along the river at the side of the palace to prevent any accidents. Although the rain was not heavy, the continuous rain caused a large amount of water to accumulate on the ground. Other than the iconic Ding Ding Street, the other streets in Luoyang were made of yellow soil. After being drenched by the rain, the streets became muddy, especially some alleys which were muddy and slippery. It was difficult to pass during the day. Therefore, most of the patrolling Marquis Wu were lazy and did not come out at night. With Tin Ano's skills, even if Marquis Wu and the others patrolled seriously, she could still climb roofs and vault over walls. At this moment, there were not many patrolling Marquis Wu, and Anu was like a fish in the water. Tin Ano knew where the censorate courtyard was. In order to assassinate the emperor, she had carefully studied the layout of the entire palace. She had even thought of using the censorate yard as a springboard to enter the imperial palace through the palace walls. Later, the young master arranged a spy for her in the imperial palace, so that she had a more convenient way to enter, so she gave up on this idea. In the past, Tin Ano saw young Master Jiang as her master and the only person who could control her. As long as she obeyed and executed, she would never question young master's decisions. Therefore, she never questioned any of young master's arrangements. But now, it was different. Some problems that she had neglected in the past started to raise suspicions in her heart. That day when she tried to assassinate Empress Wu, the key to her failure was that she did not know that Empress Wu's last line of defense came from the two female guards by her side. They were actually the two little palace maids who fanned Empress Wu. However, the existence of the Plum Blossom inner guards wasn't an absolute secret. Although the outside world didn't know much about them, from what Anu had learned, the important figures in the palace knew about them. Young Master arranged for her to sneak into the palace secretly, and there was a general of the Imperial Army secretly receiving her. This general of the Imperial Army was in charge of the safety of a large area, so his position must not be low. How could he not know that the palace maid with the fan beside the emperor was her female bodyguard? Young Master wanted to assassinate Empress Wu. How big of a deal was this? He knew everything beforehand like the back of his hand. He even knew how many secret guards were arranged by Empress Wu's side. However, he had left out these two most crucial but not absolutely secret people. Was this intentional or unintentional? Does young Master really want to assassinate Empress Wu, or does he have other motives? Although these questions had been raised, there was no need for her to find out more. Tin Ano had already disappeared from this world. She was now a nun in the Tranquil sect who had severed her ties with the mortal world. What was the use of knowing about these things? However, this nun of the Tranquil Lotus sect who had severed her ties with the mortal world was now dressed as an assassin. Moreover, it was a very unusual assassin. She didn't carry a sword at her waist, but a copper candlestick. This unusual female assassin leaped up the high wall. Her movement when she leaped up was very strange. It was as if she slid up the wall. Once she reached the top of the wall, she stuck to it and didn't jump higher. After pausing for a moment to see what was going on inside the wall clearly, she slid down like water. Tin Ano stood quietly at the bottom of the wall for a moment. After seeing the situation in the courtyard clearly, he flew over. Relying on the corridors, the corners of the walls, the bushes of flowers, and the pillars of the hall, he moved forward quickly and cleverly. She had seen the map of the Council of Censorates. Although this was not her target and she couldn't remember it clearly now, she still had a general idea of the layout. She knew where the prison was. Soon, she came to the entrance of the prison. Two pale lanterns swayed gently in the wind. On both sides of the courtyard stood two servants who guarded the prison. Each of them held a knife and leaned against the doorpost, as if they were dozing off. The walls of the prison were very thick. There were no doors or windows, only rows of small air vents. This was the only entrance and exit. There was a corridor in front of the prison gate area. There was a door in the corridor, which could only be opened to enter the real prison area. There was also an iron gate outside. The iron gate was built in a house, and the door of the house was guarded by the two servants. Anu glanced to the left and right. There was no one. She listened carefully, but she didn't hear any sound. Her hand quietly reached to her waist. On her waist, there was a candlestick. The candlestick was made of brass. It was solid and had a circle of thread from thick to thin. About the width of a palm, there was a circle of brass cast handle. In fact, it was a circle that was curved upwards to hold the candle tiers. Above the candlestick, there was still a spiral steel pillar. Until it was about a finger's length from the top, it was sharp and smooth. The whole candlestick was only about a foot high. If the top part of the brass handguard was extended twice, and all the threads became sharp and smooth, it would be a sword. The guard Tang Maro, who was leaning against the doorpost on the right, closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. At this moment, he yawned and opened his eyes slightly, as if he saw something. The opposite house stood quietly, and the shadow of the lamp was projected on the ground about 5 feet in front of him. That's right. It was light and shadow. Between the light and shadow, there seemed to be something flashing. If there was such a zoomed-in, slow-motion scene, a small caterpillar would pass through the stamen of the flower, and the breeze raised by its wings would blow the pollen on the stamen. The pollen would float up like fireworks, and it would be so beautiful that it would be intoxicating. What was the most easily neglected at this time? That's right, it was that caterpillar's high-frequency vibration of up to 1,000 times per second. When Tang Maro opened his eyes and saw the scenery in front of him, he ignored Tin Ano's strange figure. He only saw a flash of light and shadow, and then a sudden pain in his heart. It was just a moment, and although it was intense, it disappeared very quickly. It was so fast that just as he felt the pain disappeared. Then he saw a figure standing in front of him, with his back facing him, his right hand pulling something out of his companion's chest. The person pulled out a very strange weapon and turned to look at him. The lamp was high up, so Tang Maro could not see the person's face clearly. He only felt that the person's eyes were very bright. Then, the man pushed open the door and walked in confidently. The light shone on the person's back. Tang Maro leaned against the doorpost and looked at the person's back. Enu's clothes were very loose. Although her hands, feet, waist and other important parts were tied up to make it easier to move, the whole robe was very loose, so the lines of her body could not be seen at all. But with just a glance, Tang Maro felt that there was a kind of liveliness and agility, as if she was about to fly, flowing through the sleeves of her robe. This person must be a woman. Her figure must be very. Tang Mao's consciousness froze here. He died. The bell and drum on the gate of heaven sounded, and a new day had begun. The sky that had been quiet for a night began to rain again, as if the heavens were just taking a breather, and after resting enough, they would continue to pour the rain. Fortunately, these few days were not as torrential as the previous day, so the possibility of the Luo River flooding was not too high. It was just that the prices of rice, flour, oil, salt, vegetables and fruits on the market had risen due to the inconvenience of transportation. On such a rainy day, the common people still had to go out to work, and the peddlers still had to open their businesses. Regardless of the storm in the court or the storm in the sky, nothing could stop them from making a living. Food had to be eaten. There was a very well-dressed and pretty woman. She was holding a lotus umbrella with a picture of a fish playing with a lotus. In her arms was an expensive raccoon, and she was leading 2 young maidservants in green as they slowly walked in the rain. Her face was a little pale, but her footsteps were slow and leisurely, as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. The passers-by who were in a hurry couldn't help but cast surprised glances at her. Palace, Tranquil Gate. Xiao Man held a lotus umbrella and stood at the palace gate. The deputy general guarding the city stood in front of her with a difficult expression. Xie, this is making things too difficult for me. His Majesty has been living in seclusion recently, and the court meetings have all been stopped. Unless it is an important matter or an official above the rank of assistant minister asks to see him, he will not see anyone. The commandant is no longer an official of the court, and has no duties in the palace. How can I make an exception? Xiao Man smiled faintly and said calmly, Brother Fu, of course Xiao Man won't make things difficult for you. I only ask Brother Fu to help Xiao Man. If His Majesty is not willing to see Xiao Man will naturally leave. The deputy general guarding Tranquil Gate was called Fu Chen. When Xiao Man was a palace guard, They had a small friendship. Now that Xiao Man had come to ask for help, Fu Chen really wanted to make things easier for her, but he really didn't dare to overstep his authority. Fu Chen said awkwardly, "Xie Juwei, the emperor has already issued an edict. If I go to report it, wouldn't I be violating it knowingly? Moreover, if I break this rule, won't all the palace guards have to go in and report to the emperor if they want to see him? Won't that annoy the emperor?" Xiao Man said lightly, "Brother Fu, Xiao Man's situation is different from others. Xiao Man's husband is the Yulin General of the Imperial Guard, a fifth-rank official of the court. Xiao Man is a noblewoman, and as a noblewoman, I am asking to see His Majesty, not a court official. In His Majesty's edict, did it say that the noble women of the Ming dynasty will not be seen?" Fu Chen grinned and thought, Miss Xiao Man is quibbling. Does the emperor have to think of all possibilities when he gives the edict? Just one sentence, unless it's an important matter or an official above the level of assistant minister, I will not see anyone is enough to explain the problem. But if she is really serious about this loophole is indeed. Xiao Man said again, also, Xiao Man is not here for national affairs, but to thank His Majesty for a private matter. Therefore, Xiao Man's request for an audience is not prohibited by His Majesty. Fu Chen was startled. "Xie Juwei, what matter do you need to thank him for?" A sweet smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Man's mouth, but in Fu Chen's eyes, he didn't know why, but he only saw a touch of bitterness and a kind of desolation. Xiao Man said, "I want to thank the emperor for giving Xiao Man such a good husband. His Majesty is Xiao Man's matchmaker. Do you think this is considered a private matter?" Fu Chen looked at Xiao Man in shock, but he couldn't see a trace of mockery on her face. She spoke very seriously, and her originally pale and haggard face suddenly bloomed with happiness, satisfaction, and sweetness following her words. "Okay, wait, I'll go right now." Fu Chen was intimidated by the strange light on Xiao Man's face and couldn't help but agree, turning around and walking into the palace. At this time, there was another person in the distance, walking over cowardly. Chapter 350. The third young master of the Di family, Di Guangzhou, timidly walked to the front of the palace and hesitantly looked at the pitch-black city gate as if it was a prehistoric beast that would swallow him alive the moment he walked over. He did not bring any rain gear and his robe was already drenched in the rain, making him look somewhat disheveled. Di Guangzhou hesitated for a long time before hesitantly moving forward. He was slightly surprised to see a young woman holding an umbrella and wearing the uniform of a noblewoman. However, he only stole a glance before turning to the palace gate. A guard went up to him and asked sternly, "Who are you?" When Di Renjie's robes were sent home, his family was at a loss. When they heard the news from the servant who delivered the meal, they knew that Di Renjie was a thrifty person, so they thought that he was worried about the court clothes. They wanted to follow his instructions and clean the court clothes, so that they could bring a few more sets of clothes when they delivered the meal tomorrow. However, Miss Chan Huan, who was serving Di Renjie, became suspicious. Ever since Di Renjie had been captured and imprisoned, his family had not seen him at all. They had no way of knowing what was going on inside and had no way of making the appropriate rescue measures. What kind of situation was this? Once the evidence was confirmed, he would be beheaded. It was true that Di Gongzi was a thrifty person, but he would not go so far as to pity a piece of clothing at this time, right? The more Chan Huan thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. She took the initiative to clean the court robe. Then, she carefully checked the robe from top to bottom, not letting go of a single inch. Finally, she found the blood letter that Di Renjie had hidden. Since there was a blood letter, he could cry out for justice. Of course, the Di family would not be so stupid as to bring the blood letter to the Luoyang Prefecture, the Supreme Court, or even the Imperial Censorate. This blood letter had to be sent directly to the emperor to have a chance of survival. However, who was going to deliver this blood letter? One of the Di family's eldest and second sons was an official in another city and had yet to return. The other had also been implicated and imprisoned. The only male descendant was the third son, Di Guangzhou. Although Di Guangzhou was greedy and lustful, he still had feelings for his father, brother, and family. Furthermore, even if it wasn't for the sake of family, if his father and brother were convicted, his future would be over. This was for the lives of his father and brother, and also for his own future. No matter what, he had to fight for it. Di Guangzhou clenched his teeth, picked up the bloody letter, and ran towards the palace. But now that he was here, he couldn't help but feel afraid. After hesitating for a long time, he gathered up his courage and walked over. When the guard asked, Di Guangzhou hurriedly saluted and said, "I am Guangzhou, the son of the assistant minister of the prefectural official, Duke Di of the Phoenix Court. My father is innocent and was imprisoned unjustly. I am here to avenge my father to the sage." The imperial bodyguard glared at him and shouted, "If you have any injustice, you can go to the Supreme Court, the Censorate, the Ministry of Justice. A sage is not a judge. How would he have the time to go to court and ask questions? Mind your own business. Go away, go away, go away." Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, "My father is the current prime minister. The prime minister has been wronged, and this is a serious matter. I'm afraid that even the three-law division will not be able to resolve this case. I believe that the sage is very concerned about this case. I'll have to trouble you to report this to Guangzhou. Perhaps the sage will be willing to see me. Go away, go away. You really can think. Who will bear such a big responsibility for you? If I offend the sage, will you bear it for me? Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll arrest you and hand you over to the Luoyang government for punishment." Di Guangzhou was shocked. He didn't want to leave, but he also didn't dare to stay. While he was hesitating, Xiao Man heard the conversation between him and the imperial bodyguard. She walked over and said, "This Lang Jun, are you the third young master of the Di family?" The imperial bodyguard still wanted to scold him, but suddenly saw Xiao Man rushing over. He hurriedly stopped and lightly took 2 steps back. Xiao Man was originally one of the female imperial bodyguards in the palace. She often went in and out of the palace, so of course the imperial bodyguard knew her. Di Guangzhou saw this beautiful young woman in the palace dress asking him a question. He couldn't help but be confused and said, "Yes, it is me. Madam is. You come." Xiao Man called out to him, turned around and walked a few steps away. Di Guangzhou hurriedly rushed to follow. Xiao Man walked to a secluded place and stood still. She said to Di Guangzhou, "Do you have any evidence to complain about Duke Di's injustice?" Seeing Di Guangzhou's hesitant expression, Xiao Man hurriedly said, "I am the wife of the Yulin Forest's left officer Yang Fan. My husband was also imprisoned because he was wronged. I came here to complain to the emperor. Third young master can believe me." Di Guangzhou looked at her up and down and said, "So it is Madam Yang. I have also heard about Yong Lang Jiang's matter. I believe you." Xiao Man said, "Now that the palace is strictly guarded, you can't enter easily. You openly complain about your father. These soldiers are not willing to meddle, and they are also afraid of offending the imperial censorate. They definitely won't be willing to report for you. If you trust me, if you have any complaints or things you want to say, why don't you tell me? I will send them to the emperor for you." Di Guangzhou hesitated and said, Madam Yang, this matter is very important. Are you sure you can see the emperor?" Xiao Man smiled slightly and said with certainty, "Of course." Xiao Man's expression moved Di Guangzhou. Perhaps in his heart, the blood letter was a hot potato. He couldn't throw it away, but he couldn't keep it either. Now that someone was willing to take it, he couldn't wait to quickly hand over this responsibility. Di Guangzhou lowered his voice and said, "Madam Yang, my father wrote a letter in blood in prison. He hid it in a change of robe and sent it home. I found this letter in blood and wanted to go to the palace to complain." Xiao Man's eyes lit up and said, "Is young master willing to give this letter in blood to me?" Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, "Thank you, Madam Yang." He glanced left and right and sneakily took out a folded piece of cloth from his sleeve. It was inconvenient for Xiao Man to look at it in detail in front of the palace gate. She hurriedly took it and put it into her sleeve. After the letter in blood was put into her sleeve, Xiao Man's heart felt a bit more at ease. Shui Huai returned in failure, Wu Sanxi refused to show up, and Princess Taiping also said that Yang Fan would die. The last hope in Xiao Man's heart was only Shanghai Wana. However, If it was just to ask what Shanghai Wana did and whether she could save young Fan, there was no need for her to insist on going to the palace. Xiao Man came today because she knew the background of Shanghai Wana. Xiao Man didn't dare to say that she completely understood Shanghai Wana, but she had a general idea. After all, she was not only a female guard in front of the emperor, but also a good sister of Shanghai Wana for more than a year. Shanghai Wana had a high status and power, but her power was mainly in the palace. In the palace, she and Wei Tuana each occupied half of the palace. Wana's power was relatively greater, but her power was limited to this and almost never left the palace. Wan had no ambition. She only wanted to ensure her own safety by making connections and recruiting confidants. Her power came from the emperor, and her safety also depended on the emperor, so she paid great attention to making friends with people in the palace. Almost no one in the court was under her command. Most of the foreign officials she made friends with were scribes. They gathered together to talk about romance, songs, and essays. At this time, their help was very limited. Xiao Man felt that Wana's greatest ability was that she served the emperor, so it was convenient for her to speak. If she wanted to speak, she needed an opportunity. It was not good to mention it rashly, or it would inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicion. So she came this time to help Shanghai Wana create an opportunity to speak. She also wrote a letter in blood, which was a suicide letter. If the emperor was willing to see her, she would go to the emperor to complain. It would be best if she could move the emperor. If not, Sister Wana could also take the opportunity to speak for her, and her Lang Jun might have a chance to live. If the emperor did not want to see her, she would commit suicide in front of the palace. It was unprecedented for a woman of the court to commit suicide in front of the palace. It was enough to attract the attention of all parties. The letter in blood she hid would certainly be found by the emperor. Such a tragic act of complaining of injustice, no matter how hard the emperor's heart was, he should be moved, right? If not, Wana could still use this matter to cleverly exert influence on the emperor. This was the only way Xiao Man could think of. She wanted to use her own life to exchange for a chance to live for her Lang Jun. Unexpectedly, Di Guangzhou brought Di Renjie's letter in blood. Xiao Man was very happy. With the Prime Minister's letter in blood, there must be a little more hope. On Lichuan Terrace, Wu Zetian walked slowly along the white jade railings, quietly admiring the flowers and plants under the thin rain. These days, Wu Zetian's mental and physical strength were not very good. It was not until today that she slightly recovered. Looking down the corridor, all kinds of rare and exotic flowers, such as pomegranate red, white phoenix, lantian jade, and jade green jade, were in bloom. The rain was like dew, condensing on the petals, appearing delicate and beautiful. Wu Zetian couldn't help but show a long-lost smile on her face. However, Shanghai Wana, who accompanied her, frowned, faintly covered with a touch of worry. Like the curtain of rain in the distance, she seemed to have a lot on her mind. But every time Wu Zetian turned her head to talk to her, she had to quickly change her expression so that Wu Zetian wouldn't see through it. At this time, Fu Chen came to Lichuan Terrace. He whispered a few words to the little eunuch standing on the stone steps, and then he came over with the little eunuch. Wu Zetian focused on the fresh flowers in the garden and lightly asked, "What is it?" Fu Chen crossed his hands in salute and said, "Holy Sage, today the wife of Yang Fan, the left minister of the Yulin Forest, is outside the palace gate asking for an audience." Wu Zetian thought for a moment and slowly said, "Is it Xiao Man?" She turned around and stared at Fu Chen, saying, "We have said that unless it is the most important matter of the country, or if an official above the rank of assistant minister asks for an audience, we will not see anyone. Why did you come to report?" Fu Chen bowed even deeper. "Holy Sage, Xie said that she came this time not for national affairs, but for a private matter." Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows and slightly sneered, saying, "What private matter? Is it to plead on behalf of her rebellious husband? What kind of place does she think we are? Does she want us to go to court and interrogate her?" Fu Chen said in a low voice. "Xie said that the Holy Sage is her matchmaker. She thanked the Holy Sage for bestowing her with a good husband. Today, she is here to thank the matchmaker, and she has brought a matchmaker gift." Hearing this, Wan Er's eyes slightly flashed. She suddenly smiled and said, "This girl Xiao Man is quite interesting. She clearly wants to save her husband, but she still finds so many excuses. She wants to thank the matchmaker, and then she wants to give gifts. She really put in so much effort. Unfortunately, can her little tricks hide from the holy sage's pair of wise eyes? The holy sage will definitely not see her. Go tell her not to waste her efforts." Wait. Wu Zetian originally did not want to see her, but hearing WNA say this, she stopped Fu Chen and said, "Bring her to see me." Shanghai WNA put on a surprised expression and said, "Everyone, you." Wu Zetian faintly smiled and said, "This girl's intentions can't be hidden from me. However, I am very curious, what gift does she have for me, the big matchmaker, and what excuse does she have to absolve her husband? Let's go back to the hall and rest for a while. I will wait for her to come." Chapter 351. Everyone, the noblewoman Xie Muwen awaits the decree outside the palace. Summon her in. As you command. Little C waved her horsetail whisk and turned to leave. Wanna stood at Wu Zetian's side, looking at her face from top to bottom. The wrinkles on her face were especially obvious. Wanna was very disappointed. She had accompanied the Heavenly Empress for 10 years and had seen the Heavenly Empress step by step towards glory. Once upon a time, she had worshipped this powerful woman. It was not that she wanted to imitate Wu Zetian, but rather that she had been conquered by Wu Zetian's powerful charisma, her shrewdness, her ability, and her unyielding personality. But now, WNA gradually felt that the shrewdness and wisdom of the Empress had always been reflected in how she schemed against the people in the imperial harem, how she schemed against the ministers in the imperial court, how she slaughtered the members of the Li Tang imperial family, and how she eradicated the opposing forces step by step in an attempt to ascend the throne. Now, she had fulfilled her wish. But as she ascended to the throne and replaced Li Tang as the founding monarch of the Zhou dynasty, her shortcomings were gradually revealed. Her ability and wisdom were not enough to control an empire. Or perhaps, she only had the ability to firmly grasp power in her own hands. This was the skill she was most proficient in. But was this all an emperor needed to do? For the country and the people, what had she done? Perhaps compared to many incompetent emperors in history, this empress had some achievements. But after Emperor Taizong and Emperor Gaozong laid the foundation, the empire should have entered its golden age, but now it was in a precarious situation. The emperors and ministers spent most of their energy on fighting for the throne, fighting for the capital of the country, and fighting for fame and fortune. Perhaps it was because Wu Zetian had walked step by step to where she was today, constantly harming and being harmed. Living like this for more than 40 years, it had already become a habit in her mind. She always thought that someone would harm her, and once discovered, she would resolutely eradicate them. Perhaps it was because she had become the emperor as a woman, creating an unprecedented situation. The resistance of the officials was stronger than any previous emperor had ever encountered, so she had to use even harsher methods to deal with them. Perhaps it was because of her old age that she lacked energy and brain power, causing her to frequently make stupid moves. In this aspect, many wise rulers of ancient times were similar to her in their later years. But no matter what reason she had, Wanna still felt disappointed with the current Wu Zetian. Xiaoman slowly walked in. She had been by Wu Zetian's side for many years. The majesty of the imperial palace and the aura of the emperor could not affect her. She walked in very calmly and bowed deeply to Wu Zetian. She said softly, "Madame Xie greets your majesty." Wu Zetian was just about to speak when she suddenly saw a civet cat in her arms. She couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Xiao Man, what are you holding in your arms?" Xiao Man bowed and said, "Your majesty is rich, your wife has nothing to repay. Today I came to the palace to thank the matchmaker, thinking that this kitten is very cute. I presented it to his majesty. When his majesty is bored, with a kitten by his side, he can be more happy. Make his majesty happy and healthy." Wu Zetian smiled slightly and said, "You're quite considerate." She waved her hand and Little Hai walked over and took the kitten from Xiaoman's hands. When Qian was lying in Xiaoman's arms and was very comfortable taking a nap. When it was suddenly taken away, it made a displeased meow sound. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "This kitten is very cute. Come, give it to me." Little Hai quickly brought the civet cat in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian received the cat with a smile and gently stroked its fur. She glanced at Xiaoman and said, "Xiaoman, did you come to see me today just to give this gift? Don't tell me, you don't have anything else to say?" Xiaoman calmly said, "Your Majesty is wise, your wife doesn't dare to conceal anything. Naturally, there are other things I want to say. However, something unexpected happened at the last minute. Your wife's words can be put aside for now. Your wife still has something here that I want your Majesty to look at." As Xiaoman spoke, she put her hand into her sleeve. She had already been searched before entering the palace, so the guards in the palace did not stop her. They saw Xiaoman take out a handkerchief from her sleeve and raise it high above her head. Wu Zetian revealed a puzzled expression and gave Little Hai a look. Little Hai quickly walked over, took the handkerchief, and walked in front of Wu Zetian with small steps. Wu Zetian reached out to take the handkerchief, and the civet cat in her arms took the opportunity to jump onto the ground. It arched its back and took elegant steps, casually walking around the palace. What emperor, what authority, in its eyes, it couldn't feel anything. Wu Zetian opened the letter in blood. With just one glance, her expression changed. She silently finished reading the letter in blood, slowly raised her head, and said to Xiaoman, "How did this thing fall into your hands?" Xiaoman recounted how Di Renjie had sent the letter in blood, how Di Renjie's family had been blocked at the palace gate, and how she had agreed to complain in front of the emperor on his behalf. Then she knelt on both knees and said in a sobbing voice, "Your Majesty, your wife entered the palace today to first thank the matchmaker, and second to complain. Your wife's complaint was originally only for my husband. All the secrets in this world can be hidden from others, but how can they be hidden from the person next to him? Your wife knows very well that my husband would never rebel, so I want your Majesty to investigate clearly and clear my husband's name. Now that I have received Prime Minister Di's letter in blood in front of the palace, from your wife's point of view, my husband is not the only one who has been wrongly imprisoned. Your Majesty governs the world, and the Prime Ministers are the pillars that help your Majesty govern the world. Your wife pleads with your Majesty to handle this case carefully. For the country, don't break the pillars. For your wife, don't break the backbone of the family. Your Majesty is wise." Xiaoman knelt on the ground and began to cry. Wu Zetian looked at the letter in blood and didn't say anything for a long time. The hall was quiet, and only Xiaoman's soft sobbing could be heard. The handwriting on the letter was very sloppy, and it was clearly written in a hurry. In addition to a big word wronged on it, it also wrote, "Your subject Di Renjie is loyal to the country, loyal to the emperor, and has neither the intention nor the act of rebellion. Your subject is wronged. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly." Wu Zetian was very puzzled. Di Renjie had personally confessed to the crime, and now he wanted to cry out that he was wronged. What was his intention? Xiaoman knelt on the ground and kept crying. Wu Zetian slowly raised her head, glanced at her, and said, "WNR, take Xiaoman to rest first." Xiaoman refused to get up and cried, "Your Majesty." Wu Zetian gently said, "I will handle this case fairly. You can leave now." Shangguan WNR gave Xiaoman a look, and Xiaoman got up, bowed to Wu Zetian, and then left with Shanghai WNR. Wu Zetian held the letter in blood, and her heart was in turmoil. What is going on? Is there something else? After pondering for a long time, Wu Zetian slowly ordered, "Xiaohai." "Yes, Your Majesty. Quickly go to the Imperial Censorate and pass on my oral order. Come and see me immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiaoman followed Shanghai WNR to the side hall. Shanghai WNR had just found an excuse to send the palace maids away when Xiaoman caught up and hurriedly said, "Sister WNR." Before she could say a word, her tears fell again. Shanghai WNR suppressed the pain in her heart and comforted her. "Xiaoman, I know you are worried, I also. Now I have entrusted some people, and I have taken advantage of the continuous rain to order people to spread the news that heaven is weeping and someone is being wronged. I believe it will soon reach the emperor's ears. The emperor has always believed in these things. Alas, I only hate that I haven't done enough. Usually, I have many opportunities to make friends with the court officials and cultivate my power, but I let them go. Now I want to save people in a hurry, but I have no one to entrust them to. Xiaoman's heart sank, and she said, even Sister WNR has no way? Shanghai WNR said sadly, I have been thinking of a way, but I hate that my power can't go out of the palace, especially Lai Junction's imperial censorate. I can't interfere at all. I've already thought of some ideas, but this is a major case of rebellion. I've already heard about Xue Huai and Liang Wangwu Sansi visiting the imperial messenger station. If even the two of them can't save young Fan, then there's only one way. Xiaoman hurriedly asked, what way? Shanghai WNR said, since we can't erase his suspicion of rebellion, then we can only interrogate him to prove his innocence, then we can let him out. But, I am very worried that with Lai Junction's character, even if he is innocent, he will be found guilty. This person would rather kill 3,000 wrongly than let one go. But, WNR grabbed Xiaoman's hand and softly said, speaking of which, you have a way. Not only can you enter the palace to complain, but you also brought Prime Minister Di's blood letter. The Emperor has always seen Prime Minister Di in a different light. The Emperor has been depressed these days, and the main reason is that Prime Minister Di, whom she most appreciates and trusts, also wants to rebel against her. Maybe this is a rare opportunity, Xiaoman said. Xiaoman can only do this. Whether or not we can use this matter to change the Emperor's mind, we still have to rely on Sister WNR. Shanghai WNR said, I will act according to the situation. Right now is a critical moment, we should strike while the iron is hot. I can't talk more with you, I will go back to the Emperor first and see what happens. Xiaoman quickly wiped her tears and said, okay, Sister WNR, go ahead, Xiaoman will wait for your news here. Shanghai WNR returned to the hall, and Wu Zetian was deep in thought with her chin in her hand, waiting for Lai Junction's arrival. WANR didn't say much, just quietly stood next to her. When to speak, when to say what, Shanghai WNR, who had served Wu Zetian for many years, knew better than anyone else. Now was not the time for her to speak. The civet cat named Qian when Qian ran around the hall by itself, but it felt that this place was empty and fresh, and very interesting. As it ran, it suddenly saw a birdcage hanging on a row of antique shelves, and in the birdcage was a parrot with brightly colored feathers. The cat couldn't help but squat down and look at the parrot with its bright eyes. The parrot didn't notice the greedy eyes of Qian when Qian. It looked around in the cage, leisurely pecked its feathers, and suddenly said, Your Majesty, long live. This was Lichuan Tai, where Empress Wu came to relax, not Wucheng Hall, where she worked daily, so there were all kinds of things inside and outside the palace for her to relieve her boredom. This parrot was a pet that Empress Wu doted on very much, and the words it learned were all taught by Wei Tuan. Qian when Qian looked at the silly bird in the cage, very envious. Although its food had always been good, this kind of blood food that could be caught personally must be more delicious to eat. Qian when Qian squatted on the ground and raised its head to look at the bird in the cage. It suddenly stood up, took a few steps back, and suddenly accelerated forward. When it approached the bogu shelf, it suddenly leaped up and leaped onto the shelf. Then, it leaped into the air and grabbed the parrot. Note, legend has it that when Wu Zetian killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiaoshu cursed her. In the next life, Empress Wu would be a mouse, and she would be a cat, and she would be enemies with Empress Wu forever. So Empress Wu was afraid of cats, and the palace never allowed cats to be kept. Even when she decided to set the capital in Luoyang, it was because she killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiaoshu in Chang'an, and she was afraid that there would be ghosts haunting her. This kind of bizarre nonsense made up by later generations, I won't specifically explain it when I write about Xiao Mang offering the cat. Many of the mysterious things made up by later generations have self-contradictory big loopholes. A small matter about Wu Zetian recorded in Ziji Tongjian directly refutes this legend. I won't say what it is, but do you know what it is? Chapter 352. Qian when Qian pounced on the birdcage. He grabbed the birdcage with one claw and stretched his other claw into the cage to grab the parrot. The birdcage shook left and right on the shelf. The parrot inside was so scared that it jumped around and screamed in fear. Several palace maids in the palace saw this scene and hurried to help. The ones fighting inside and outside the birdcage were the two pets of the emperor. They didn't dare to hurt either of them, and it took a lot of effort to separate them. The parrot fluttered its feathers all over the ground, and shrank into a corner of the cage in fear. Qian Qian was held in someone's arms, and it stared at its prey with a pair of cat eyes, regretfully looking at it. All this, of course, was seen by Wu Zetian, and she couldn't help laughing. "Come on, bring my cat and parrot here, and let me see these two restless little guys," Wu Zetian said with a smile. When the two pets were brought in front of her, Wu Zetian held the civet cat in her arms and looked at the parrot on the table, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. She was a person who liked to speculate about some things from some strange signs and signs. Looking at the still eager civet cat and the frightened parrot in her arms, she suddenly thought, civet cat, civet. Civet. Li. Parrot. Wu. The fight between the civet cat and the parrot, does it mean the fight between the Li family and the Wu family? Is this a warning from God? At this time, Wei Tuan finished dealing with some things and just arrived at the hall. After listening to the palace maids tell what had just happened, she came to Wu Zetian and said with a smile, "Everyone, of course, the cat and the parrot can't be kept together. How can they coexist? Let's give the cat to Tuan and Tuan will put it in a safe place, so that it won't attack the parrot again." Wu Zetian said slowly, "Are the civet cat and the parrot really incompatible?" Tuan covered her mouth and laughed, "Everyone, when the cat sees the parrot, how can it not want to eat? If they are together, it will be strange if they can live in harmony. There is a way," Wu Zetian said seriously. Her eyes flickered as if she had been inspired by something. She held the restless civet cat tightly in her hand, preventing it from jumping onto the table. She stroked its fur thoughtfully and comforted it. She said to Wei Tuan, "I like this civet cat. Take it and train it well. Get rid of its wildness." Wei Tuan agreed and took the cat from Wu Zetian's hands. Wu Zetian continued, "Why can't a civet cat and a parrot live in harmony? I don't agree. This world belongs to me. Do you think I can't deal with a civet cat? Tuan, train it well. No matter what method you use, you must make sure that this civet cat and this parrot can coexist in the same room and not attack each other." "Ah!" Wei Tuan held the civet cat with a bitter expression. Civet cats eat birds. This was their instinct. How could she let them coexist in the same room and not attack each other? The Thousand Wen Qian had been struggling in Wei Tuan's arms for a long time, but it had not been able to reach the parrot on the table. Now that it was in Wei Tuan's arms, it could see the parrot's eyes clearly. It struggled a few times, but it could not escape from Wei Tuan's arms. It became angry and raised its claws to scratch her. A few bloody marks immediately appeared on the back of Wei Tuan's delicate palm. She cried out in pain and let go of her hand. The cat used all its strength to jump onto the table, its head knocked the birdcage over and it fell down the table with a grunt. The parrot was screaming and jumping in the cage, flapping its wings. Its feathers were falling off, making Wu Zetian sneeze a few times. When Lai Junchen arrived at Lichuan Tai, he saw that it looked like it had just been cleaned up after a mess. He was very curious. However, he didn't dare to ask too much. He still followed the rules and bowed to Wu Zetian in the Zhu dynasty. He said respectfully, "I, Lai Junchen, kowtow to your majesty." "Get up." Lai Junchen, how did you judge Di Renjie and the others? Lai Junchen had just stood up, but he quickly bent down again and said, "Your majesty, I tried to persuade them with emotion and reason. I tried to influence them with your majesty's kindness and magnanimity. For those who are too stubborn, I gathered evidence and used it to make them unable to refute. They had no choice but to bow their heads and admit their guilt." "Is that so?" Wu Zetian glanced at him and said, "They all admitted their guilt." Lai Junchen said, "Yes. As soon as they were arrested, Di Renjie knew that the situation was hopeless, so he was the first to admit his guilt. After that, Ren Jigu, Pei Xingban, and the others also pleaded guilty. Up until now, only Wei Yuanzhong refused to admit his guilt. Hu Siji wanted to use torture on him, but he had just hung him up when I found out and immediately went to stop him. I believe that it is not advisable to use torture on these officials. Once torture is used, it will be hard to avoid suspicion that they have been tortured into confessing. We must be fair and use irrefutable evidence to force them to admit their guilt. Yes, Wu Zetian slowly said, you really didn't use torture to extort confessions? Lai Junchen smiled and said, how could I dare to lie to your majesty? I can guarantee that no torture was used on the cases I personally tried or handled. I dare not hide anything from your majesty. Because your majesty has not yet issued a decree to confirm their crimes and announce them to the world, they are still officials. I have not even stripped them of their court uniforms, so how could I use torture on them? Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly turned cold. She said in a low voice, if that's the case, why would Di Renjie send out a letter of blood to complain about his grievances? As Wu Zetian spoke, she threw a handkerchief in her hand at Lai Junchen. The handkerchief was light and floated to the ground in midair. Lai Junchen quickly caught up and bent down to pick up the handkerchief. He unfolded it and cursed inwardly, Wang Deshu, this idiot. I told him to keep an eye on that old fox, so how could he still send out a letter of blood? Lai Junchen thought to himself, but he pretended to be shocked and wronged. He said, this. I don't know either. Perhaps this Di Renjie is afraid of death and knows that your majesty has always favored and trusted him, so, complaining about his grievances is fake and pleading for leniency is real. He hopes that your majesty will be soft-hearted and spare his life. Could it be like this? Di Renjie is using complaining about his grievances in the name of getting my pity? Wu Zetian hesitated. Shanghai WNA looked at Lai Junchen and then glanced at Wu Zetian. She gently closed her eyes and said in a gentle voice, Lieutenant Minister Lai has always been loyal to the affairs of the state and is everyone's trusted right-hand man. What Lieutenant Minister Lai says is not false. But if the Prime Minister is complaining about his grievances and your majesty does not intervene, not only will it damage your majesty's reputation, but it will also affect Lieutenant Minister Lai. Wu Zetian turned her head and asked, what is WNA's opinion? Shanghai WNA said, why doesn't your majesty bring Di Renjie and the others to your majesty and ask them personally? As soon as these words came out, Lai Junchen's heart thumped. He was so scared that it almost jumped out of his chest. He immediately pretended to be wronged and said, Shangguan Daiji's words are wrong. The court has its own laws. How can there be a reason for the emperor to personally try criminals? What about the country's laws? What about the 3 departments of law? Once this precedent is set, future emperors can follow suit and interfere with justice at any time. How can the law be maintained? Shanghai WNA immediately said, in the 6th year of Zhengguan, Emperor Taizong interfered and released 390 prisoners on death row to reunite with their families. 1 year later, they came to the capital to be punished. In the 17th year of Zhengguan, Hu Junji rebelled. Emperor Taizong had a private meeting and said, for the sake of the emperor, from now on I cannot go to the pavilion of Lingyan. If Emperor Taizong can do it, why can't I, the emperor of the Zhou dynasty? Although Lai Junchen came from a humble background, he was talented. To be able to write the weaving scripture of weaving and framing, how could he not have some real ability? He immediately retorted, it is true that Emperor Taizong released prisoners to reunite with their families. But that was a decision made by Emperor Taizong when he recorded the prisoners, not a special person or a special case to interrogate them. This year's prisoner recording period has not arrived yet, so it cannot be used as a precedent. As for Emperor Taizong's private meeting with Hu Junji, that is a legend among the people. Since it was a private meeting in a private room, how could others know? Even Emperor Taizong's words seemed to have been seen with their own eyes. There is no such thing in Emperor Taizong's daily records. Let me ask, who was the one who said this? If Emperor Taizong really met with Hu Junji in a private room, knowing that he was going to die, then Hu Junji could have begged the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and preserve his bloodline. Why did he have to wait until the execution ground to speak of this hope and have the executioner report to the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and exile him to Lingnan? WN's talent mainly came from her literary talent and her ability to manage government affairs. Her knowledge of prisons may not be comparable to that of Lai Junchen, who had written the weaving scripture of weaving. She had grown up in the palace. Her ability to find faults, to find loopholes, and to argue with others could not be compared to Lai Junchen, who was a street thug. But because she was knowledgeable and familiar with all kinds of stories, she was able to list them out one by one and argue with Lai Junchen. As the two of them bickered, Wu Zetian's energy began to run out. She felt annoyed and said, "Fine, fine. You two don't have to tell me about the past. How about this? I will send an official to the prison to see if he has been tortured or not. Xiao Hai, send an edict. Have Qi Feng, the messenger, go to the deacon's courtyard to see if any of the officials have been tortured." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Hai left the hall. Lai Junchen rolled his eyes and said, "Even if Your Majesty did not summon me today, I would still come to the palace to report. Last night, someone broke into the deacon's courtyard and tried to break into the prison." Hearing this, Wu Zetian was shocked. Her tiredness was swept away. She quickly asked, "Someone dared to break into the prison?" Lai Junchen said, "Yes. I am afraid there are more than 10 intruders. Each of them is highly skilled. They started a massacre in the deacon's courtyard. Only after alerting a large number of guards did they escape. They killed 15 jailers. Not a single one was injured. Their attack was extremely vicious." While Lai Junchen was talking, he suddenly remembered the words of an imperial bodyguard who had experienced the prison break last night. He said, "Deputy Prime Minister, although that person tried to conceal herself, I am certain that she is a woman. This woman's skills are extremely high, almost like a demon's. When she makes a move, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Suddenly a gentle breeze and a fine drizzle. She is like the venom of a snake." Lai Junchen thought, "I wonder who this woman is. She sneaked into the prison with the intention of rescuing an official. This person's martial arts are so high. If her target is me, it is really worrying. I don't know if the 6 bodyguards I hired with a lot of money are her match. When I go back, I need to hire more martial arts masters to protect me." Shanghai WNR was thinking about how to use Di Renjie's grievance to make a big fuss. It was okay if she couldn't save Di Renjie and the others. At least she had to bail Yang Fan out. When she heard Lai Junchen's words, she felt like she was drenched in ice. Her heart turned cold. Someone broke into the prison? This is bad. Chapter 353. As expected, Wu Zetian was enraged. She shouted, "They even dared to break into the prison and killed many officials. They are lawless." If it wasn't for the fact that Little Hai had already gone to pass down the decree, Wu Zetian wouldn't have even bothered to send people to investigate whether or not anyone was being tortured. There were actually people who disregarded the law and broke into a prison, killing so many officials. Did these people still have the law in their hearts? There were no less than 10 people breaking into the prison. What did this mean? It meant that they had accomplices. A group of lawless accomplices. Was there any doubt that they were plotting a rebellion? Not long after, the messenger Qi Feng hurried to the lovely spring stage and left with Lai Junchen. Shanghai Wanna knew that this was not the time to speak. But Xiao Man was still waiting in the side hall. She was also worried about Yang Fan's safety. She could not help but ask, "Everyone, Xiao Man." Wu Zetian was still angry. She flicked her sleeve and said, "Tell her to go home first. We will talk after I investigate Di Renjie's matter." Then she went to rest with Wei Tuana. Shanghai Wanna was helpless. She went to the side hall and told Xiao Man, who was waiting anxiously for news, could not help but feel depressed. No matter how daring Lai Junchen was, he would not lie about something like this, especially about the death of 15 jailers. Who was it that wanted to break into the prison? Who was it that wanted to save? The two were also puzzled. They only knew that because of this matter, the glimmer of hope was gone. They could only hope that Qi Feng's trip to the censorate courtyard would be fruitful. The messenger Qi Feng, as the name suggested, was a minister who was responsible for conveying the emperor's edict. The emperor's edict would be conveyed by the eunuchs. Most of the matters that involved the yamen outside the palace would be carried out by the messenger Qi Feng. The messenger Qi Feng and Lai Junchen arrived at the censorate courtyard. Lai Junchen said with a beaming face, "Qi Feng, please take a seat in the hall and rest for a while. I will take you to examine the prisoners." Facing the emperor's favorite minister, the famous king of hell in the capital, Qi Feng was anxious. He did not dare to refuse. He hurriedly nodded and was accompanied by Lai Junchen into the hall to rest. Just in time, the servants served cold drinks and 2 plates of dried fruits. Lai Junchen started chatting with him. Taking advantage of this time, Wei Suizhong, Wang Deshu, and the others, who had received Lai Junchen's order, hurriedly got to work. Just like the day when Xue Huai visited, they modified Yang Fan's cell in advance. At this time, they hurriedly dressed up Di Renjie and the other ministers. In the main hall, Lai Junchen and Qi Feng sat down according to the host and guest, and they chatted cheerfully and wittily. Lai Junchen said, that day the great general of the left Imperial Guard Zhong Chenshuan made a ruckus in court, trying to harm this Zhongcheng. In the end, he was hacked to death by this official's imperial bodyguards. He deserved it. Ah. His head was right under your feet. Thinking about it today, it's still vivid in my mind. Ah. Qi Shiren jumped in fright, and his legs immediately shrank back. Recalling the bloody scene a few days ago when a great general was hacked to death and his head was right under his feet, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At this time, a servant walked into the main hall and whispered a few words in Lai Junchen's ear. Lai Junchen stood up and said, Qi Shiren carries the emperor's orders. It's not good to delay for too long. Let's leave now. Qi Feng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly said, all right. All right, all right. The 2 of them left the main hall and walked towards the backyard. Halfway there, someone locked up a prisoner with disheveled hair. When the prisoner saw Qi Feng, he kept babbling non-stop. Qi Feng fixed his eyes on him and couldn't help but be shocked. He cried out involuntarily, Eunuch Fan. It turned out that the prisoner who was being escorted over was the chief chamberlain, Fan Yunxian. Qi Feng was the chief chamberlain and often walked around the palace, so he naturally recognized him. Fan Yunxian kept babbling non-stop, but unfortunately, his tongue had been cut off, so he couldn't say a word. Lai Junchen's expression didn't change as he said, Qi Shiren recognizes him? This person is the chief chamberlain. When I interrogated him in court, I asked him to confess his crimes. But this person didn't know what's good for him. He only talked about how wise the late Emperor Gaozong was and scolded our great Jew emperor for being muddle-headed and tyrannical. How preposterous. In a fit of anger, I cut off his tongue. Oh, His Majesty also knew about this and reprimanded me a few times, saying that I shouldn't lower myself to the level of a eunuch. He. I was also angry at that time. When I heard him insult His Majesty, I couldn't hold it in anymore. Qi Feng responded with oh. His face turned slightly green. At the back of the censorate courtyard, in front of the row of small rooms of different heights and sizes where Yang Fan and the others were imprisoned, was a spacious area. It was rare that it wasn't raining. Many prisoners with leg shackles were taking a breather in that spacious area. Qi Feng and Lai Junchen accompanied him to the opposite corridor and stood still, looking forward. They saw Ren Jigu, Pei Xingban, and the others dressed in official robes and hats. They were stretching their bodies with their feet splayed out. Di Renjie was wearing a loose daoist robe. He was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking around. Pei Xuanli and a few other officials were sitting on a few large logs placed horizontally by the wall. They were also talking about something, looking very relaxed. Today was the first time these officials were released. Pei Xuanli and the others were injured and couldn't move easily, so they were carried out and made to sit there. Would Lai Junchen be kind enough to let them take a breather? Even if they were, why would he force them to dress neatly? Some of these officials only wore underwear because of the hot and stuffy atmosphere in the prison. Some of them were injured but no one applied medicine on them. They were afraid that the injured parts would rot, so they didn't dare to wear clothes. They could only bare their backs. What was Lai Junchen's intention? These officials had all been promoted step by step from minor officials. With such deceitful behavior, they immediately understood that the imperial court had sent people to inspect. They didn't make a sound and allowed Wei Suizhong and the others to do as they pleased. They all pretended to leisurely stretch their bodies and look into the distance. In reality, they had long been observing their surroundings. Since Lai Junchen had made such arrangements, there would definitely be people coming. Wei Yuanzhong's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw a few officials appear in the distant corridor. One of them was Lai Junchen in a red robe. Beside him were a few in green robes. Wang Deshu and Wei Suizhong recognized the green-robed officials. There was another person in the green robe of a low-ranking official, but he stood shoulder to shoulder with Lai Junchen. It was obvious that he wasn't his subordinate. Wei Yuanzhong immediately called out, "They're here." In the corridor, Lai Junchen pointed at the officials and said, "Every day, this official will arrange for them to come out and take a breather. This is the first batch. In a moment, there will be a second batch. We're innocent. We're innocent. Angel, please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent." When the officials in custody rushed over, the servants who had been lying in ambush saw that the situation wasn't good. They hurriedly raised their wind and fire sticks and formed a row to stop them. The officials pushed and shoved, but it was difficult for them to break through their line of defense. They could only jump and shout, "Which angel has come? We've been tortured and forced to confess. We're innocent. Please report to the Son of Heaven." When they shouted, Lai Junchen's expression immediately changed. His gaze immediately pierced towards Qi Feng like a blade. Qi Feng shuddered and hurriedly turned around. He didn't even spare a glance at the wall-like bailiffs that ceaselessly jumped up, and he only stared fixedly at the eaves of an office room in front of him. Lai Junchen stared closely at him. He looked at his strained expression, his taut cheeks, and the faint beads of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he revealed a hint of a gentle smile. He smiled warmly and said, "Qi Shiren, in your opinion, have I ever mistreated these criminal officials?" Sweat rolled down Qi Feng's forehead as he mumbled, "No, no," Lai Junchen said, "other than not being able to move freely, everything is normal in this prison. All their confessions were personally admitted by them. Not a single one of them was tortured. What does Qi Shiren think?" Qi Feng grinned and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, "Yes, Deputy Minister Lai is right. Which angel has come? Please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent. We're innocent." Lai Junchen turned a deaf ear to the cries of injustice. He said with a smile, "Qi Shiren, this way please." Lai Junchen accompanied Qi Feng as he turned around and walked back. He said leisurely, "The current Son of Heaven has become the Empress with the body of a woman. This is an unprecedented event. There will always be people who are unconvinced. What nonsense are they spouting about a woman usurping the dawn? It's fine if they're just saying it, but there will always be people who refuse to give up and want to chase the emperor down from the throne. Yes, actually, I came from a humble background. I wasn't recommended by the court officials, nor was I a scholar. Does Qi Shiren know why I was placed in an important position by His Majesty? Why? Because of loyalty. Because I, Lai Junchen, am actually a dog by His Majesty's side, guarding His Majesty's home. If anyone harbors ill intentions towards His Majesty, I'll be responsible for biting him to death. Not only will I bite him to death, I'll bite him until he's too horrible to look at. This way, others will be afraid, and there will be fewer people who dare to cause trouble for His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty needs a lackey like me. He can't do without a lackey like me. And a lackey like me is also willing to attach myself to His Majesty and serve His Majesty wholeheartedly." Ha 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 ha. Qi Feng laughed along and said, "Hey." Lai Junchen suddenly restrained his smile and said sinisterly, "Qi Shiren is laughing so happily. I presume you understand what I said?" Qi Feng was stunned. He nodded like he was pounding garlic and said, "Understood, understood, understood. This lowly official understands." Lai Junchen put his hands behind his back, raised his head and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Wu Zetian returned to the bedroom and slept for more than 2 hours before she woke up. She was old and had just woken up, so her mind was still not clear. She leaned on the bed and was in a daze for a while. She asked Tuan to talk to her for a while before she finally woke up. At this time, Tuan said, "Everyone, emissary Qi Feng has returned. He's waiting for the decree outside the bedroom. Oh, help me up and change my clothes." Although Wu Zetian didn't want to move at this time, and the other party was just a small emissary, so there was no harm in seeing him like this, but Wu Zetian still had to get up. In front of her subjects, she had to maintain a dignified, and spirited manner. She didn't want her subjects to see any signs of old age. Qi Feng waited for a long time. Finally, he received the order to summon him. He lowered his head and tiptoed into the spacious and deep hall. He thought of the head of the general of the left guard, the tongue of the chief eunuch Fan, and Lai Junshan's fossard. He finally made up his mind. Wu Zetian sat majestically behind the table and asked in a deep voice, "How's the matter I asked you to investigate?" Qi Feng bowed and said, "Your Majesty, after my inspection, the officials in custody have not been interrogated by torture." Oh, Wu Zetian's face darkened, and the hall was terrifyingly silent for a moment. After a short while, Qi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva and braced himself as he said, "All the criminals have confessed to their crimes. Their death apology form is here, and I've been entrusted by Vice Minister Lai to present it on my behalf." Qi Feng took out the travel book from his sleeve, bowed and raised it. The eunuch took it and sent it to Wu Zetian's table. Wu Zetian took the death apology form and silently looked through it. She said with a gloomy face, "I treat people with sincerity, but what I get in return is always bad karma. Haha, it's nothing more than chopping off a few more heads. Send the decree to Lai Junchen. After 7 days, all the criminals will be hanged and the market will be abandoned for 3 days." Chapter 354. The execution will be in 7 days. Yes. Princess Taiping got a positive answer and stood up anxiously. She thought to herself, "I have to hurry." She walked back and forth in the hall twice and suddenly stopped. She said to Ju Minute, "Get dressed. I want to go to the palace to see the emperor." In the harem, there was a pile of bird feathers in the chiffon courtyard. The civet cat named Qian when Qian squatted under a pillar in the hall. It stuck out its tongue and licked the last trace of blood from its lips. It meowed contentedly. Wei Tuana timidly said to Wu Zetian, "Everyone, I am guilty." Wu Zetian didn't have any expression on her face. She looked at the few feathers on the ground that could prove the existence of the parrot. She slowly said, "Punish it by starving it for a few meals. Bring another parrot. I don't believe that the whole world can obey me. I can't make a civet cat yield." After Wu Zetian finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Perhaps when people were old, they would have a childlike innocence and stubbornness. Wu Zetian didn't know why, but she suddenly had a competition with a civet cat. Maybe it was because she couldn't choose a candidate for the crown prince. She could only project this dilemma on the civet cat and the parrot, hoping to find a revelation from their interaction. "Your Majesty, Princess Taiping is here to see you." "Oh, Ling Yu is here." Wu Zetian's face showed a trace of a smile. Whether it was her son or nephew, or even all the civil and military officials in the court, there was no one who didn't make her worry. Now that she thought about it, it was this baby girl who made her happy. Wu Zetian's face just bloomed with a smile. Princess Taiping, who was dressed like a man, came in and affectionately said, "Mother." Wu Zetian smiled and said, "You are not a child anymore. You are still so mischievous. You are a dignified princess, but you dress like a man when you go out." Princess Taiping made a playful face at her and said with a smile, "It is convenient to go out like this. Mother knows that I like to dress like a man since I was a child. It has been raining non-stop for the past few days, making me feel bored. I went to the Golden Grain Garden for a few days to relieve my boredom. As soon as I returned to the city, I came to visit our Niang." Wu Zetian let her hold her arm, and as they walked out, she said, "You're so free, girl. I have countless things to worry about every day. I heard that great elder princess built a villa in the Golden Grain Garden. Do you also have a garden there? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Princess Taiping pouted and said, "Do I still need to tell mother about this? Your daughter is too ashamed to say it. My daughter's manor is very small, far from being comparable to the manor of great elder princess of Yang'an, i.e., the daughter of a wealthy family. Sooner or later, I will build a manor far more magnificent than her manor. At that time, I will invite mother to stay there for a few days." Wu Zetian chuckled and said, "You little girl, you've always been unwilling to fall behind others since you were young. Do you want me to help you build a garden?" Princess Taiping proudly said, That's not necessary. Your daughter has her own way. Last time, Anyang made an exception and increased your daughter's land to 1,000 mu. There are already people who are jealous. Your daughter doesn't want others to gossip. Wu Zetian knew that her daughter had always been strong-willed. She only smiled and did not say anything. Princess Taiping accompanied Wu Zetian to her bedroom. The mother and daughter talked for a while. Wu Zetian felt tired and fell asleep on the bed. Princess Taiping waited for her to fall asleep. Then she left the bedroom and went to the history library. In the history library, Shanghai WNR asked her trusted female official, Fu Qingqing, "Did Scholar Zhong find any news?" Fu Qingqing said, "Scholar Zhong has not entered the palace yet. Don't worry, Qingqing has sent someone to stand guard in front. As soon as he arrives, I will bring him to see you immediately." Very well. Shangguan WNR agreed, but she couldn't hide her worry. Fu Qingqing saw this and was very surprised. She knew that Yang Fan and Daiji had a close relationship. But even if Yang Fan died, Daiji's power would not be affected at all. He was just a general. As long as Daiji was willing to put down her status, there were many officials who were willing to follow her. Was there a need to care so much about a mere Yang Fan? But seeing that Shanghai WNR was upset, Fu Qingqing did not dare to ask. At this time someone reported, "Daiji, Princess Taiping has arrived." Ah! Shanghai WNR was startled. She waved her hand and Fu Qingqing immediately retreated. Just as she reached the door, Princess Taiping was already walking in leisurely. Fu Qingqing quickly bowed and retreated to the side. She waited for Princess Taiping to come in before she retreated and closed the door. Shanghai WNR squeezed out a smile and greeted, "Lingyu, why did you come on such a cloudy and rainy day?" Princess Taiping winked at her and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I missed you very much. I came to the palace to see you." Shanghai WNR secretly smiled bitterly and said, "This weather is very annoying. I was just thinking of chatting with someone to relieve my boredom." "Sit down, what do you want to drink?" Princess Taiping sat down behind the table, glanced at Shangguan WNR, and suddenly said, "WNR has always been indifferent, everything is like a cloud, unmoved by anything. Now you look gloomy and upset, is it really because of the rainy weather?" Shangguan WNR asked. Shanghai WNR was secretly startled. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, "Lingyu, why do you say so?" Princess Taiping smiled slightly. She picked up a stone carved into the shape of a white rabbit from the table and gently played with it. Without raising her head, she said, "If I'm not wrong, WNR is worried about someone locked up in the Senate, right?" Shanghai WNR's face suddenly turned pale. She exclaimed, "Lingyu, you." Princess Taiping slowly raised her eyebrows. Her pair of charming and bright red phoenix eyes slightly revealed a murderous aura. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of astonishing beauty in them. Her plump and delicate petal-like little mouth opened and closed. She said word by word, "That person's name is Yang Fan, right?" Bang! The stone lightly hit the table. Shanghai WNR felt as if she was struck by lightning. She staggered back 3 steps. Her beautiful face turned pale. She said in shock, "Lingyu, you." Princess Taiping lightly shook her sleeves. She acted as if nothing had happened. She leisurely said, "WNR, what are you afraid of? Actually, I already know about the matter between the two of you. But don't worry. Only I know about it." She raised her head and looked at Shanghai WNR. She smiled and said, "I won't tell anyone else." When she was not known, she was afraid of being known. Now that she was known, Shanghai WNR quickly calmed down. She walked to the opposite side of Princess Taiping and slowly sat down. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, "Princess, you said these words to WNR. You must have a reason. Can Princess tell me why you are here?" Princess Taiping picked up the white rabbit stone again. She gently stroked it and felt its smooth texture. She whispered, "There are 6 days left before he is beheaded. How do you feel now? Is your heart like being cut by a knife? Or is your heart broken?" Shanghai WNR said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Princess Taiping suddenly raised her head. Their eyes met. These two used to be close friends. Their eyes were as sharp as knives. It was as if there were sparks between their eyes. But it was only a moment of confrontation. Princess Taiping's eyes became soft. It was like a scabbard that absorbed WN's sharp eyes. She said, "WN, do you have a way to save him?" Shanghai WAN didn't say anything. Princess Taiping didn't hear her answer. She smiled and said, "Maybe. I have a way. Although I am not 100% sure." Shanghai WN's delicate body subconsciously leaned forward. Then she realized that she had lost her composure. She slowly sat up and asked, "What do you want?" Princess Taiping slowly showed a bright smile. It was like the snow reflecting the morning glow bloomed in an instant. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people's eyes. But her voice was as cold as an unsheathed knife. "I want you to give him up." Shanghai WN looked at Princess Taiping with astonishment. She looked at her for a long time. Her eyes gradually showed a look of understanding. She said with surprise, You like him?" Princess Taiping stopped smiling and tightly pressed her lips together. Shanghai WAN suddenly smiled. She smiled happily and said, "But he doesn't like you, right?" Princess Taiping coldly stared at her and said coldly, "If you only want to talk fast, it's up to you. Just wait to collect his corpse." After saying that, Princess Taiping waved her sleeves and stood up. She walked towards the door. "Wait." Shangguan WAN suddenly called out to her. Princess Taiping withdrew her hand from the handle of the door and slowly turned around. She looked down at her with the posture of a victor. "I promise you." WN's eyes were shining with tears. She choked and said, "As long as you can save his life." Princess Taiping proudly said, "You have to make a poison oath." WAN felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. She said in a low voice, "Okay. This. I also promise you." Princess Taiping said, "How touching. WAN is really in love with him. I really don't know what's so good about that kid. Even Shangguan Weiji, who has always been arrogant, likes him so much." WAN's eyes became fierce. She said, "Aren't you the same? If not, why are you here? Why are you saying such words? To be honest, I am much luckier than you. At least." WAN didn't continue. Even though Princess Taiping was taking advantage of her, she still didn't want to say anything hurtful. But Princess Taiping had already understood what she meant. Her face suddenly darkened. She said, "Not only you, but also Xiao Man. She also has to promise that once she saves Young Fan, she will ask Young Fan to divorce her and leave him." Shanghai WAN was silent for a long time. She said, "I can't promise for her. But I will try my best to persuade her. I will ask the emperor for an edict. I will go home and take this opportunity to see her." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Good. I will only take action after I get your promise. You better hurry up. 6 days will pass in the blink of an eye." Shanghai WN's heart ached so much that she almost couldn't breathe. She couldn't talk anymore. She just nodded heavily. Princess Taiping said, "I need a keepsake. A keepsake that can make Young Fan believe me." Shangguan WN was silent for a moment, then walked to the inner room with heavy steps. She came to the bed, opened the drawer under the dressing table, and took out a small sandalwood box. She opened the box, and inside was a lifelike grasshopper. The grasshopper's color had already turned yellow. Shanghai WAN gently held it in her hands. Her tears fell on it. Her heart was broken. Princess Taiping saw the grasshopper that WN held like a treasure. Her heart was also broken. "Am I not good to you? How much have I sacrificed for you? Why can't I get a little bit of your affection?" She was very sad, but she didn't want to shed a tear in front of WN. She said to WN in a tough manner, "When it comes to the palace, I am not as good as you. If you need to use the people in the palace," Shanghai WN said, "I will do my best to cooperate." Princess Taiping didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to the door. She said lightly, "WN, don't forget your promise. Give me a result as soon as possible. You used your power to save your man. You still want to owe me a favor and give your man to me. This kind of method was just like an arrogant and overbearing little wushu.